We'll call the December meeting to order. Thank you. And so we started with a classroom tour and got to do a greeting with second grade students and happened to be in Mark's daughter's classroom. So it was a extra bonus, nice to see Mark's daughter and to see her class. And so we're going to start just with a roll call. So my name's Christy Hewling, Chair of State Board from Jeffersonville. If you want to start right over here.
Callie Beck, student member, St. Johnsbury.
I'm John Carroll from Norwich.
Mark Perrin from Middlebury.
Bill Mathis, Goshen.
Dan French, Secretary of Education.
Peter Pelt, Woodbury.
Oliver Olson, Londonderry.
Kyle Coutois, student member, Georgia.
John O'Keefe, Manchester.
All right, thank you, everybody. Is there any amendments to be made to the agenda? Seeing none, we can move forward. And we're going to invite Superintendent Burrows to come up. And then, and do we have two guests or?
Chair. I think we have one guest and one guest that might stay seated back.
Okay. Stay seated, all right. So welcome to come on up and
Thank
turn
you.
it over to you.
Okay, well, is it okay if I stand?
Sure.
Okay. We're really, really excited to have you here today, so thank you for making the journey. I know some are far away from here, and really excited to also say a few things about Mark today, who I know you all have gotten to work with really closely. He's done an incredible amount of work here, and I'll talk about that a little bit later. I'll try not to roast him at all. There are lots of stories. As all of you probably know, we're going through some pretty intense times right now. We have been working through a security incident at our middle school, a threat of a school shooting. I've been working closely with police over the last 3 days, and are kind of starting on the back end of that process right now. So I'll be here right just at the start, and then I'll be heading out to continue working on that.
Thank you for making the time
yeah.
to even come in.
Yeah.
Thank you.
A lot has been happening in Addison Central, and Mark asked me to talk a little bit about the work that we've been doing, and to talk a little bit about unification too. So Peter and I think will be both kind of sharing back and forth our experiences. We've worked alongside each other throughout the last 6 years as we've moved, I think, from a really different reality to the one that we're in now, and one that I think has provided us a lot of opportunities as we go forward. So I've got some slides here that we'll use just kind of like as a basis. So in terms of who we are, ACSD, Addison Central, formerly SU, and now an SD. We are 7 towns, 9 schools. We are a place that I think people often think of Middlebury, and they have this idea of a college, and it's a kind of a somewhat elite town. And when you get to know us, you get to realize that we are a really mixed and diverse community. Our 7 towns are pretty different overall, and we actually also have the most income disparity in our community. So I think we are really representative of all parts of Vermont. I think it's a real strength of our community. This happened a few years ago. You want to talk about that process?
Sure. So this was the swearing in of our moderator, Jim Douglas, for our new school district, if I have the date right there. And this was really this was our first meeting of our unified district. To get there, we followed the Act 46 process as it was laid out, and it kind of was the culmination of 40 years of studying unification in our district. And there was a study done almost every 10 years showing that it was a good idea. But it really took Act 46 to kind of get us where we needed to go between the combination of carrots and sticks, and provided the motivation to make it happen.
And I would say that unification was really not the only thing that made us come together. We, as Peter mentioned, as a community, I think we have a lot of support. I've always had a lot of support for education, and I've always worked well together. We began a process in 2014, 2015 to establish a strategic plan. This was to really create a district and a community vision that wasn't isolated town by town, but really had us collaborating and working together. So in terms of the legislation of Act 46, it was really good timing for us because we had done a lot of work in really kind of talking about who are we, what do we value, and are we a collection of individual schools, or are we one organization and one community? And I think the groundwork we did during our strategic plan in setting forth a vision, which led to this kind of overall goal in terms of educational leadership. This was our foundational goal for educational success in our strategic plan, which led to a year-and-a-half-long process to look at the International Baccalaureate Program as a framework to bring together all of the hopes and dreams that we established in our strategic plan. So that has been a big part of who we are. It's been a really exciting and powerful journey that we're still very much in the middle of right now. The International Baccalaureate Program spans pre-K through 12, and some people know in Vermont, a lot of people don't know about it, but those that have lived other places and have moved to Vermont have heard about it. Sometimes they think of it as just an 11th and 12th grade program, but really it is a complete pre-K through 12 program that is focused on inquiry, it's focused on student engagement, it's focused on student agency, it's focused on asking questions and really developing self-reflective learners. Which, when you look at Act 77 and you look at what we're trying to do in Vermont, it's a really, really good fit. And it's not a silver bullet. It's not a pill that you drop in somewhere and it magically works. It still requires the high quality teachers, a passion for supporting students, but it provides a framework which really allows for that personalization, which I think is critical. It's critical for all of us. We all know that's how we have learned best through the years. So this came out of, as I mentioned, out of the strategic planning process and was really helpful. I know Peter was going to mention some things in terms of all coming together as these 7 communities and saying, yes, this is a direction we want to go.
To me, this is really one of the great success stories of unification and having a single governing board for our district. If you think about the way we were set up as a traditional SU with 9 boards, in order to push through an initiative such as this that would really bring together a common vision, a common language, that would have to meander through 8 individual boards with different viewpoints, it would have been a Herculean undertaking. And with a board that has a common vision, one board, one district, it allowed us to consider it with a view towards looking at the whole board, but to really make the decision to move forward with it in one vote at one meeting. And since then, we've had really rapid progress. And I may be jumping ahead of what Peter has to say, but just from a board point of view, it has been an amazing transformation to watch. We're still in the middle of it, but to watch schools now really have a common way of talking about teaching and talking about educating kids, and the IB sort of framework provides a lot of the, not specific curriculum, but specific topic areas where kids work has been really quite amazing to watch, and to see the teachers come together and talk, and they talk using the same terms and a clear understanding of what each one talks about for kids across the smallest schools of 50 plus to our high school of 600 and some odd, or 400 and some odd. Yeah, it's been incredible. And just sort of one outcome that I thought has been great is, I think in the 5th grade, kids talking about where they are in society, their place in society. And already we have one 5th grade teacher talking about creating a youth summit for all of the kids from all of the schools in the district to come together and sort of explore that topic together in a more meaningful way, and bringing in outside people. And that it's just part of, again, our coming together as one school district with one vision.
And that work, kind of on the instructional front, has also brought the reality as we budget and as we look at where we are, and we start to look more broadly at all of our schools. We just finished an audit, a facilities audit, to determine where are we at as the board starts to begin long-range planning. It's not something the board has ever done. I would say in my 6 years here, and I think definitely previously, it's been a year to year. Something breaks, let's try to fix it. But there hasn't been a long-range plan to look at where do we want to be in 5 years and 10 years, looking at enrollment and looking at other factors to really kind of funnel our resources to where they need to be. So the board this year is engaged in a facilities master plan. This is really big work. We began that process this fall with a community dialogue session to gather input. And the board really is looking at some of the, looking at all of our facilities and the costs of our facilities, and determining, you know, where are we investing our money? How do we move forward together as one community? These conversations are really challenging. Those on the board know that when you bring multiple towns together to talk about their schools and talk about what's important, it's consensus is not always easy to reach. Maybe it's impossible to reach. Do you want to talk about the master plan?
It's hard to add on to that, except that it is, I think that as a board, coming together as a unified board, we've been able to clarify much better what our role is as a board. I think under our previous system of small boards, not every board took on the same roles. Some really relished the micromanagement of a school, right down to picking out paint colors. Others said, you know, that's not our role. And so having a sort of a higher level governing body, a single body, has sort of cleared the decks of a lot of the distractions that come in when you're really trying to almost micromanage a smaller school, and has allowed us to really focus on the longer range vision. And this master plan is one that we've had trouble finding models. Other communities in other states have done master planning, but it's usually around expansion, and we're really master planning around shrinking. And so, it's really required us to think hard about the future, what's best for kids from a facilities point of view, and what's best for the community, and what's best for taxpayers. We're really in somewhat of the beginning stages of that, but it's a hard, but we realize as a board that this is a very important work that we're doing, because we're really setting out the framework for the next 5 to 10 years.
Have you, can I just ask them real quick, have you hired a new position that's a facilities manager that's in charge of all the schools?
We have, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That seems to be a common theme.
Yes.
With larger districts, is the facilities tend to move out of the school and into the SU, and they have a person that's more administrative.
And you find things when you do that, this school did things this way, this school did things this way in terms of what their threshold was for something being broken.
Yeah.
It's really different from school to school. So that facilities manager learns quickly, how to plan, how to prioritize. So that I would say we're going through that kind of work, not just in facilities, but in technology, even in our district services as well. There's been a change.
And of course, in the past, really, the building principal took on that role, which is not necessarily what they're best trained for, or best used for.
Yeah, agree.
We don't necessarily have a good handle on that from a state perspective, so we don't have anyone at the AOE that has, sort of this charge. But we have, we know we have a backlog or a pile of deferred maintenance in our schools across the state, but to look at it like your district's been able to do strategically about where do we make those investments and so forth, we don't necessarily have a good handle on that.
Yeah,
Something we're going to have to get into, I think.
Our district had, everything was done at the local school level, and then they recently promoted someone who is
Right.
more, that does this kind of stuff, master planning. But before that, the guy would do some administrative work, but then he'd also turn a wrench
Right.
half the day.
Yeah.
So
It's hard.
it's hard, yeah, it was hard to get somebody that could do both.
Sounds like a good balance, though.
Yeah, it is, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And we haven't had construction aid in 8
Right, that's what I'm
years.
saying. So there's,
Yeah.
there's in the smaller districts that don't have the systems capacity to build that, I mean, I think we haven't, especially when we start talking about equity issues and, there's a role for the state in really having a good handle on facilities. I
Yeah.
think.
And we realized from that audit that we did that we're going to need to bond at some point. So
Right.
part of the process here is to have these conversations that happen in all of our towns, in all the corners of our towns, but they never happen with everybody together.
I think there's actually, there's a lot of benefit to this as well, where, like in the summertime, when they tend to clean out classrooms and polish all the floors, you could bring in a whole team of people now. Instead of puttering away with 2 people, you could bring in 10 people and just wipe the whole place out, basically, in a couple weeks, and then move on to
Yeah.
the next school.
In theory.
In theory, yeah, in theory.
It doesn't quite work that way.
If you had gone to the second grade classroom, you realize what kind of work it would take to clean that classroom.
Yeah.
With the space.
You gotta get everything off the walls
That's
first.
right.
So I also wanted to
Hey.
talk about this guy. So that's Mark in his element. And so I first met Mark 6 years ago, about 6 years ago, when I came here to interview. And he was the SU board chair. I came here from Oregon, didn't really, I grew up in Connecticut, so Vermont is not unfamiliar at all. And my sister had lived here before, but really didn't know the context, didn't know the culture, didn't really know a lot. And I can remember talking with Mark, and as I was trying to figure out, I was a principal at a large high school in Eugene, Oregon, and thinking about should I make the move or not, and just kind of on the fence. And I remember sitting down with Mark at Green Peppers, his restaurant, in the morning, and talking with him and feeling like this is going to be good and this is going to be okay. And I felt that way because of, I think, him and what he brought to the work, and I think he, in some ways, reflected a lot about our community in terms of commitment, in terms of really caring for kids, being involved, trying to work with lots of different people. I know all of you have had the opportunity to know and get to know Mark over the years, and I'm sure you've seen the same thing. He's an incredible person, gives and gives and gives and gives. And his term should be extended. So, and we have lots of experiences through the years. And Mark has always been there to talk through issues. When things didn't make any sense, he was always a very grounded person and always had a sense of humor as well. That hasn't gone away.
And I would take a moment to add on to that. Before Peter came here, our district went through several years of real turmoil, and during that time, Mark was our SU board chair, and it was a period where we really needed some level-headed, calm leadership. Mark provided that very well, and in fact, I think, out of fire, you forge the best steel, and it was during that period that we all had to come together as an SU to solve some of our big problems. And we had to build a level of trust among board members and among communities. And Mark really helped lead us through that. And I think that was part of the reason we were so successful in getting a strong vote and strong support for our unification.
And I think, I know, with Mark, and it's one of those bittersweet. We started doing this last year where we knew our board members' terms are ending, and we wanted to come and celebrate our board members. Because in the past, they were kind of, if an appointment was late, maybe we'd see somebody, maybe we wouldn't. And so we wanted to make sure we got to celebrate our different board members. And so Mark is coming up on 6 years. And unfortunately, we can't there are no second terms for state board, because echo some of those things. Echoing some of those things that I feel like it's been invaluable having you on the board. And I've had the pleasure of being with you for all 6 years. And it's been amazing just watching you. You are so grounded. And you do bring us back to reality a lot of the times with your experience too. If we get too lofty and you're like, whoa, what does this look like on the ground? And you definitely bring us back. And I guess to that end, we want to honor Mark, but we also want to honor the fact that we have 2 people here that are willing to take any questions, to talk about some of the work not only Mark, but this area has been able to accomplish. And we'll end with a little resolution for Mark, but I wanted to open this up for board members so they have a chance to ask questions, discuss, and if people have more questions about IB or anything. Yes, Peter?
Often the dynamics between a board and the administration is contingent on stability and competence and whatnot. And oftentimes if one is weak, the other tries to compensate or overcompensate. And I've certainly seen that in boards. I assume once you've transitioned into this situation and you've been here 6 years, that makes a big difference in terms of stability. Would you mind? Could you comment on that at all? Or?
Yeah, I mean, I would say without the support, without strong board support, I don't think I could do this work. And a lot of this work is really challenging. So the general operations and keeping the trains running on time is not the real challenge of the work. The real challenge of the work is change and addressing the needs that students have that aren't getting where they need to go. Because that's where you run into not everybody agreeing, and that's where you really need to be aligned and transparent. And I think that's what's really helped, I think, between my role and the board is, my goal has been to be as transparent as I can, both with the board and with the community, and to allow the board to do the governance work and my work, which is to support the vision of the board and execute. And I think that has worked really well here. I see that challenged in some other places where there's not an agreement about what the roles are, and I think that's where things get a little tricky. And I know, through the transition and through the development of the new board, that idea about the construct of roles has been looked at and actually formalized recently through board policy. We aren't a policy governance district, but we have strong governance.
And it has definitely been a challenge. Many of us who became members of the new board originally came from smaller boards where we had a different view of what our role was and what our lines were. We blurred them all the time. If I felt like talking to the high school principal, I was the chair of the high school board. I should be able to just walk right in and talk to him. And so for us,
I never knew about this.
So for us, we all needed to accept, but also just be educated in really, as we view things from a higher level, what our roles are and what our roles are not, more importantly. And just to speak a little bit further to this topic, when we were attending workshops about unifying and how do we talk to the public about it, they said, one thing, even though it may be advantage to having a single unified board, is don't talk about how much easier it's going to be on the superintendent not having to attend 9 meetings every week or whatever it happens to be. However, I think that as we go forward, not just today in the next couple of years, but decades forward, I think having a single unified board is going to help us maintain and retain and attract top leadership. I think that board or districts in Vermont that maintain lots of an SU setup are going to be at a distinct disadvantage in attracting the best people.
Could you talk a little bit more just about the leadership and chain of command, just on that theme, and how's the relationship changed with superintendent, principals, to boards, and what did that look like before? What does that look like now? And are you seeing any differences for students based on what you're able to do with a chain of command that is more tight.
Okay.
I'll just start out by saying that before he talks about the impact on students, but the chain of command is very different than it used to be. It was very confusing previously. A small board, I think it was very difficult for a principal to know who they answered to. Statute says they answer to the superintendent, but they also had a very close relationship with board members. I think in our new system, we've clarified that the principals report to the superintendent reports to the board. Beyond that,
Yeah, no, I would absolutely echo that. I think the transition that I saw was, and getting to know what the culture was previously, my paradigm coming from Oregon was really different. And when I started to apply that to being here, the first thing I did was just listen and try to understand before, acting. And I realized that while I had to be clear with the board that the board needs to keep me in the loop and connect with me, I also saw that there was a strong connection between the board and the principal. That's natural when you look at that construct of board superintendent, who's not just at that school, but is at a number of schools, and the principal. There's a natural connection that keeps that the superintendent's kind of off on the side. And I saw that and I worked within that. So I didn't try to kind of wrench that and you can never talk to the principal. I didn't take that approach because it didn't seem like that's not the construct. I think the new construct is much more logical and clearer in terms of how the superintendent functions within it. And I think it's been really helpful. It's also a transition for principals. So I think in all of our unified districts, there's a transition happening for principals that used to be able to come in front of the board and talk about, we really need this budgetary item this year, and please increase the budget from 3% to 4% so we can hire this position. Now that, we're having those conversations more as an administrative team, and then I'm working with the board. So it's not every principal on their own coming to the board and asking for this or that, because that would be chaos with one budget.
Let me ask about Act 46 a little bit in terms of, and it's still early, but are you seeing any of the things that we've heard in our hearings about the small towns feeling like second-class citizens to the bigger town and things like that? And do you see this playing out in terms of school closures in the future?
So, do you want to start, or you want me to?
Sure. So far, so good. We have not yet, made any hard decisions. We're taking this master planning process slowly and carefully. As that evolves, and we hope that, I think that this is, all of the headwinds that small rural towns are facing have been out there enough that people see the writing on the wall, whatever that might be. And the fact that we are really trying to work as a large unit to address that, I think people, at least so far, have confidence in the process. We've tried to be as open and transparent as possible. We'll see when the rubber hits the road and we make hard decisions. We'll see if that trust and unity starts breaking down. It's certainly a concern. But so far, we've been able to avoid the one town being pitted against another. In that sense, we do have, we are a unique SU or school district in some ways in that we are one large town surrounded by a lot of little small towns. In other areas, it tends to be the balance of populations a little different. And I think that it's been a concern from day one that Middlebury being much larger and also having a majority of board members on our board might use that influence. It hasn't happened, and I think that really, in part because we have a 7-12 system that's been unified, for decades. I think people really do embrace the idea that these are all of our kids in all of our schools.
So can I just ask one follow-up question? Because I was kind of curious about that. Middlebury has about 8,000 residents, and it seems like the next closest town is probably a fraction of that.
1,200.
How many?
1,200.
1,200, yeah, that's why I was going to say about 1,000. So what sort of model, you talked a little bit about Middlebury having more say on the board. What's the exact compromise that came out? Because this goes all the way back to the Virginia plan, when Virginia wanted Congress based on population and the smaller states wanted it based on one state, one vote. So how did you, I'm really curious about this statewide, and yours is the biggest one because you've got a huge 500-pound gorilla.
So we have a hybrid at-large system that frankly, we're still trying to figure out in terms of the logistics of voting and nominating and all of that. Well, because of the disparity in population, that if every town, to follow the law, every town was going to have one representative, and if one representative was going to have one vote, we would have had to, and Ripton being, 500 people and Middlebury being 8,000, they would have had one vote and Middlebury would have had to have 18 board members to sort of balance that.
Be a party.
But at 46, you can only have a board so big. And so to solve that and to eliminate the chance of there being a constitutional challenge to the proportional representation, we have the number of people from Middlebury is set by population. Every other town just gets one. But we made our voting at large. So every person on the board is voted by every voter in the district.
But there are 7 from Middlebury and then 1 from each of the other towns.
That's right. It's a 13-member board.
13.
Where's the leadership from, just out of curiosity, on the board? The leadership positions, what towns are they from?
So I'm the chair, I'm from Cornwall, population 12 or 1,100.
Yep.
The vice chair, Rain, who's behind here, is from Middlebury. That's really, the chairs are kind of spread about.
And one of the things that all the boards talked about in the creation of the charter was making sure, in terms of school closure, that it couldn't be a vote of the Mary Hogan delegates versus the others. So there's a supermajority that's required for school closure.
Stacy.
What was I going to ask? Following up on the conversation about, you were talking about a principal, that pathway of communication, about the principal appearing before the board and asking for a budget item. I'm kind of curious about leadership, educational leadership support for principals, and whether, knowing how many demands there are on schools all the time, wondering kind of on the educational side, not the finance side, if you have found anything different in terms of the support and training that you can offer them.
So I would say they now have more time. They're doing less board maintenance and they're doing more educational leadership. So they're spending less time doing that communication with the board, presenting the budget to the board, and they're doing more time working on educational leadership. So it has freed up time for them.
And has it freed up your time for them as well in that respect, or?
It has, because I'm working with one board now instead of 8. So that's a big difference.
What else has been taken away from, not taken away from, what else has been delegated to the school district level besides facilities, like IT? Anything else that principals used to do that is now being done centrally?
I would say a lot of our just systems in general used to be a very confusing combination of central office and school. And we're still wrapping our arms around all of that, because systems aren't just on a piece of paper. They're organic and they're built on relationships and who you talk to when you have an issue with something. So if you've always called me and I've always answered you, you're going to call me again. And our system has a lot of that, built on relationships, essentially. And while that's really strong, it's also really confusing when you try to explain this web of relationships and how you get something done. So we're working to try to map out and also maintain the kind of the engagement at the local level too. And so one of the things that we've done, which has been really important, and it's continuing to grow, and it's really exciting, is development of community partnership teams at all of our schools. And this is based on research out of Johns Hopkins, and they're kind of like the leading edge on community engagement work. We have 4 of them in our schools this year, and these are not parent groups, they're community groups that are centered in the school and do action planning and goal setting. They're not just putting on events or things like that, they're really bringing the community together. So has been an important transition for us to answer that question of what happens when the local board goes away. And of course, no one came to the local board meetings. There's usually no one in the audience unless there was an issue on the table. But they meant something for communities in terms of ownership of the school. So we realized in making the transition that we need to continue to have our communities own their schools. And that,
That's exactly what I was going to ask about. We sometimes we call advisory groups, so how do you stay connected, and is it on a formal basis or whatnot? But you'd think that if that body or that group
We're freed up of all the sort of, the budget and the contract stuff, and we're really looking at climate and opportunities within the schools. It could be, really worthwhile and essential.
yeah. Yeah, in one of our schools this year, they've established community potlucks that are bringing in lots of people that don't normally come to the potlucks. So it's changing the culture in really cool ways.
Yeah.
Excellent. Any other questions?
Yes.
Yeah.
How does it change the use of your all's time, meaning the boards as well as yours as superintendent? And I found that I didn't get to spend a lot of time on pedagogy and instruction and improving education when I was in your capacity. But I'm just wondering if this has freed you up to focus more on educational issues or not.
I would say it definitely has. Just when I think about the amount of time that I've freed up, and of course, it still feels like I don't have enough time. And like you can't, how you can't imagine how you did what you did before, but then anyway, time fills itself, right? So I still feel as busy probably as I did before, but it feels more directed, and I don't feel like, it doesn't feel as scattered. And I think if I'm in a scattered place, or the board's in a scattered place, or principals are in a scattered place, then that develops a culture that's not really directed in moving forward. And with our work with IB, if I was spending all of my time going around to boards, it would be really hard to lead that work, and I need to be a real central part of that. I can't be, separated from that work. That's one of my main functions. So definitely.
I just want a quick comment. What I think is under appreciated is what this is going to do to bring young families into these areas that are energizing their schools like you are. I think that's terrific potential. My son moved up from Philadelphia with his two children because he didn't want to stay in Philly with his two kids there, and I don't think he's alone. I think there's a lot of people that would.
That's what we're hoping. I mean,
Yeah.
that has certainly been a conversation we've had as we, as Peter mentioned, as we look at declining enrollment and look at, where we're headed as a community, that the more we can do to make this a place that people really want to come, both for our community, for opportunity. The economy here is not, we're not bringing in any large businesses tomorrow.
Yeah. But the same thing would happen in these urban areas. They call them micro economies or whatever. You create your own kind of economy.
Yeah.
It's not without, that could happen here to a degree as well.
Yeah. Well, and we've had great connection with the college as well. Mm-hmm. So the college has been really supportive of our move to international baccalaureate, and that's been really, really helpful too. So that's been another piece for us that's helped us as we move forward.
Oliver and then John.
I'm just curious in your IB investigations if you've reached out to Dover at all, because I know they implemented an IB program a few years ago.
Yeah, I actually met their now superintendent at an IB event in Providence like 5 years ago. So I've known about and have been kind of working alongside them along the way. So yeah.
But you have to go to Rhode Island to a conference. Sometimes that's where you meet
It's
Vermonters
fun. Yeah,
and
it
congregate.
is. Vermonters always find each other, though.
It's true.
I'm just curious for a little bit more your expanded thoughts on, you mentioned the college, and a lot of us are from communities that don't have big colleges in our communities. What are you doing to leverage, obviously Middlebury is one of the better colleges in the country. What are you doing to leverage them especially in your high school programs?
So I've kind of began, I realized when I moved here that they were going to be a key partner in anything that we did. So I started, as we started looking at International Baccalaureate, and I also surveyed all the programming that was in schools that was connected to the college. I started to reach out to people and try to organize it. It has grown. It grew from, I think it kind of grew from faculty members over the years. And faculty members' kids many of them go to our schools. So a faculty member would make a connection with a school, would come in, would do a civics lesson. They would create some kind of connection, or a chemistry lab, or we had a cool program called Mid-Arts, where students went to the museum. So we've had a lot of great collaboration, but it hasn't really been organized. So what I worked on over probably the first 2 years was trying to establish something that was formalized. They went through a change in leadership 3 years ago, I think it was now. And soon after Lori Patton got here, the current president, we formalized a partnership. And so IB is one part of that partnership, and then we have other pieces of it as well. So, and professional development and a PDS is what we've been kind of primarily focused on, and working with our educational studies department and really creating strong connections between ACSD and the college. So they're actually looking at taking on IB professional development. They see this as an opportunity for them too, so it's really exciting in that way. I know I talked to the head of schools of IB for North America, and they were excited about, they're watching us and watching what happens here, and are probably going to be knocking on Dan's door to talk to him too in the near future, just so you know.
Just for the heads up. All right. Well, with that, I'm glad you're here so we can honor Mark. And I wanted to hand this off to Stacy, who was kind enough to put some of our thoughts on the board into writing. So if you want to.
All right. This is fun. This is the formal version. There's also a humorous version. Many people had lots of humorous things to submit, so they didn't all make it in here, but you can get that later. All right. The Vermont State Board of Education Resolution of Appreciation for Mark Perrin. Whereas Mark Perrin has served with distinction on the Vermont State Board of Education from 2013 to 2019, and whereas he served as a member of numerous committees, including the Legislative Committee, the Search Committee for the Secretary of Education, and generously hosted countless meetings with legislators and officials, and whereas he utilized over 25 years as a school board member, supervisory union board member, board chair, vocational technical director, and a business owner to ensure that the board was mindful of the impact of statewide policy on the daily lives of children in Vermont schools and their impact on their communities. And whereas his advocacy for Vermont's career technical education centers kept this valuable asset front and center in discussions. And whereas he fiercely advocated for financial literacy to be not only an option for students, but a fundamental obligation of adults to ensure that students are given this necessary knowledge. And whereas he was consistently able to bring different points of view together to create a cohesive vision for the path ahead, especially on difficult issues. And whereas Mark regularly shed light on obstacles to equity, such as food insecurity, and encouraged the board to work with organizations such as Hunger Free Vermont to alleviate these challenges. And whereas he encouraged student voice through his thoughtful questions of our student representatives and student panels at state board meetings. And whereas Mark continually posed thoughtful questions and analysis that helped us all to understand what is not only possible, but practicable. And whereas Mark is widely admired as someone who is rooted in what it takes to sustain family, community, and education in Vermont, now therefore be it resolved that the Vermont State Board of Education recognize the extraordinary service, contributions, and commitment of Mark Perrin to the state of Vermont, and be it further resolved that the board recognizes him for his commitment to equity and excellence for all Vermont students. His exemplary work, consensus building, and friendship established an exceptional standard for the board. Dated Barre, Vermont, this 19th day of December, 2018.
Bravo. Thank you.
to make it official, do we have a motion to accept this? So moved by Bill and seconded by Peter. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. And Mark, we are deeply going to miss you. We appreciate all that you've done.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any words of wisdom from Mark?
I guess the only thing I would say is I would strongly encourage Secretary French to twist it, whatever arms are needed to be twisted, to ensure that there's long-term school board members that continue to serve on this board. I think it's valuable to have that insight on this board, and for the other folks around the table that may be able to, twist a few arms as well. That I think it is extremely valuable to have that perspective on this board.
Absolutely.
And as all of you know, that have served on boards and have been part of larger teams, that it really is the teamwork that gets things done, and that it's really important. So, thank you. Thanks for the kind words. Appreciate it.
But you still have to come for the next couple of meetings.
Well, I was even,
so you can't go too far.
I was even thinking of, one of the things I'm going to really miss is driving with Bill.
That was one of, there was a line about that. Didn't make it in. I'll share it with you.
So I may just attend some board meetings just to get him there if it's
That's it.
implement conditions. If he'll have me.
Well, I'll waive my therapy fees.
Okay, appreciate that. They might make a movie out of it someday, driving Mr.
Yeah, it
Mathis.
sounds like it.
Yeah.
Memoir.
Thank you for that.
And I want to thank these guys for coming and sharing, especially at such a critical time in their day when there is many other things going on, and both Peter and Lorraine were part of the board when we were going through some crisis time, and there were many morning meetings that took place for various reasons, and it really I think part of the coming together in crisis was the foundation for where ACSD is now, and I'm sure communities that are out there now that feel like they may be in crisis with some of the results of Act 46. I hope they take the high road and that they take the opportunity to really look inward and see where they may be able to go in a positive way, because I've seen it here in this school district, and the folks here are a great example of that.
And you really have, we've gone with you through this journey and hearing the stories of what's been happening in the SU to district in the last 6 years. And again, that experience has been invaluable to hear that around the board too. And again, thank you for both of you and for everybody that came in, especially on this day that I know you have a lot of hard work to do. So thank you for sharing some of your successes and challenges. And thank you for hosting us here at the school and making us so welcome.
Yep.
Okay.
Could
Thank
I
you.
steal just 30 more seconds?
Sure.
Some of you may know I'm a member of the House Education Committee, and you have all, we in particular assigned you a Herculean task over the past many months, and I just want to say that you took it on with care and diligence, and you navigated some tough waters and made some tough decisions. And while I can't speak for the committee, I don't think anybody would disagree our great appreciation for all your work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for coming in. All right. Transitioning a little bit is part of doing the work of 46 is we didn't do much of anything else since June. And so there's some things to now take care of and make sure that we go through. And one of those were renewal of general education, special education, independent school approvals. And if you notice on all the agendas, there just was no time, and I just said, can we push back as long as we could to give us the time to get that work done. So we're going to be transitioning to that. We have Stone Path, Rock Point, and New England School for Girls. So if we could start with D1 in your packet. Oh, now mine's all out of order. Yeah. What?
expect this is going to take a full hour
On what?
on these 3 hours?
Possibly, depending on discussion. Yeah, so, yeah.
Okay.
So it depends, different board members. So in the D1, this one is looking at Stone Path, and there was a recommendation from the secretary. And so this one is that the State Board of Education grant renewal of general education, special education, independent schools to serve a maximum of 12 male and female students in grades 6 through 12 with the disability categories ID, emotional disturbance and other health impairment, autism spectrum, and traumatic brain injury to Stone Path for a term through June 30th, 2020. So comments or questions on this one? Yes.
Would you like a motion so that we can then discuss?
Sure.
So, Madam Chair, I move that the State Board grant renewal of general and special education independent school approval to serve a maximum of 12 male and female students in grades 6 through 12 within the disability categories as enumerated to Stone Path Academy, Moortown, Vermont, for a term through June 30, 2020, and that this approval is conditional on the requirement that the school report to the Agency of Education within 5 business days whenever any changes occur in enrollment, programs, policies, facilities, financial capacity, staffing, or administration during the approval, I believe it means period, approval process. I'll edit it to that effect.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Peter.
Madam
Okay,
Chair,
discuss,
may
yes,
I?
John.
Yes, I'd actually like to discuss this a little bit in context of the other 3 proposals, one of which is the Perrin-Burton is made part of the consent agenda, and I'm going to ask that it be removed from the consent agenda so that it can be discussed and acted upon separately. A comment in particular about this presentation, do we have anybody from the agency here who can speak to this? Well, then I'll just pose the question to the secretary. I don't know who, the visitor to the, oh, we do, good,
Yeah.
hi.
Do you want to come up to the table?
Yeah,
Claire?
please.
And do you want to just introduce yourself? Because you've been away for a little bit. And so for board members that might not be familiar, Claire's a familiar face for a lot, but if you want to just introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Claire O'Shaughnessy, Staff Attorney, Agency of Education.
Claire. The visitor or inspector on behalf of the agency was listed as a person named Brian Morgan.
Correct.
Is that an employee or a contractor?
That's a contractor.
I want to just make the observation that I feel that the contractor's work, it left me uneasy. Much of the language in the contractor's report feels to me like it could have been written as a marketing brochure. There's a lot of conclusions and very little evidence. For example, on page 3 of 8, Stone Path uses a holistic team approach to educate students, which is very effective. Well, that's an opinion or a conclusion. I can't imagine that we hire contractors to present conclusions without evidence.
We're in the process of just, not to preempt your comment, but we're in the process of bringing the contracting function in-house.
Well, I hope it gets better by doing so. This document is full of gratuitous comments, such as, while these students have been damaged in a variety of ways, their innate intelligence cannot be denied. Aside from being purple prose, I don't see how it contributes at all to the discussion. My own view is that the agency should not have accepted this report, should have sent it back to the contractor and said, give us a much higher quality report than this. For example, there's no evidence that this contractor studied the financial capacity of this school. None. Apparently, the contractors talked with the CPA at some independent bookkeeping company. That's not an analysis of financial capacity as required by statute. So in the sense that the agency is fully responsible for this work, it cannot outsource its responsibility to a contractor. So I'm really troubled that the agency people who are running this program are accepting work like this. This is like a student handing in a D paper and nobody's saying, go back and make it right. So I think my issue frankly is not with Mr. Morgan, it's more with the agency doing what I think is a very inadequate job of supervision of contractors. The broader question I want to raise is that I don't understand the rationale for why special education renewals vary so widely among the schools. In one case, it's 2 years. In another case, it's 3 years. In another case, it's 4 years. And yet, the complaint raised in the special ed analysis, which, by the way, is infinitely of better quality by your own staff, the complaints raised, or the observations of deficiencies, to be more precise, are virtually identical from school to school to school. And it raises the question of why are 4 entities, all presumably doing their work, one hopes in good faith, why are they all making the same mistakes? Why is this oversight or this failure to provide evidence consistent from one school to another? I don't know the answer to that, but it certainly would raise the question is, are these schools being provided the guidance that they need? I don't know the answer and don't need to know now, but I think the fact that over and over again the deficiency in the analysis of these schools is the same, either is that the observer, who is consistent in each case, has a bias to seeing things that way, or it means that things really are that way, in which case one has to wonder, perhaps we have this same problem of deficient documentation among many schools who are not being assessed. So I think that brings another question to the agency that I wish would be addressed. At the very least, I don't understand and would like an explanation as to why it's 2 years in one case, 3 years in another case, and 4 years in another case, when the deficiencies seem to be more or less the same.
And so, yeah, so let me, and then also, keeping in mind, I think for the board, this is a good conversation to hold on to, because we're going to be working with 173 and looking at rules, and that involves some of independent schools with special ed, so that, I think that's part of a bigger conversation. But would you like to address some of those issues?
So my recommendation, which varies, is also based on another piece of evidence which is cited, which is the response from the school themselves. So yes, there's consistency, and I think I'm pleased you've noticed the difference in the quality between the work of the agency versus our contractors. As I mentioned, that's something we're seeking to remediate by bringing that in-house. But then the third piece is the school's response to our review. And some schools were able to provide better documentation on making progress. Some of it already accomplished many of the deficiencies or resolved the deficiencies to my satisfaction. But I am required under the regulation to review their response and have that factor into my recommendation. Mm-hmm. So that's the other piece that's involved.
I appreciate that. I feel like that there was not an explanation to that effect. That is, it was opaque to me as a reader why it was 2, 3, or 4. Had there been a paragraph that said, we've evaluated the response and are satisfied that in this case the response has been very, very compliant, and in another case we feel that we need to keep them on a shorter leash, that would have helped me understand. Yep. And perhaps should be a part of your report.
That's a good point.
Peter, and then Bill?
Yeah, and there's the timeline and how this has just kept on going with requests for better document and whatnot. It's like there's no teeth in this. There's something that they almost feel like they can blow it off or something. It's like the timeline has really gone on a long time. And I question the effectiveness of what's going on in terms of, there are a lot of these small schools, programs that are, there's quite a lot of money being sent there. And I just question, are we doing sufficient oversight to make sure they're basically abiding by law, by what's required? And it goes from large to small. I mean, the pattern's there.
Bill?
Yeah, this gets back to the independent schools situation that we talked about. And there needs to be a place where reasonable people can come up with some clearer and better definitions for some of these things. I would point to this thing that John had mentioned. The school adheres to a strict budget which is pleasing to the CPA and MGV Associates. The CPA attests to the fact that the school's cash balances are substantial and that the school is running smoothly and profitably. Again, that's all value statement, and I'm not sure that CPAs should be pleased or not. They need to make a report on whether the thing is sound or not. And what other cash balances are substantial is, I have no idea what that means from that. So I'd love to see this tightened up as well.
Stacey?
I think we talked about this a little bit the last time we had, I think it was New England School for Girls with us, but I think the nuance, you talked about like a paragraph explaining what the changes maybe that the secretary saw or like the amelioration, and I appreciate with continuous improvement, the expectation is not that you're perfect, the expectation is you work on refining your practice. I think what I'd love to see is when a school is failing to document what services are being delivered and when and by who and all that, there's the going back and rectifying it, and then there's creating a system that then makes sure that it doesn't happen again. I think I'd like to see what the system is. So going forward, the school now has made a calendar, has a spreadsheet, and it's just something explaining the tool, because I think that's the fixing, not just the, oh, now we have the dates down, that would make me feel more confident.
Mm-hmm. Oliver?
Yeah, one thing I find really interesting with a lot of these, the topic of financial capacity is I, and maybe this isn't right, but in my mind, I see a real difference between the sort of the nonprofit, mission-driven organizations, and there's this sort of cottage industry of these really small for-profit entities that are serving a relatively small population of students with some pretty extreme needs that, for a variety of the reasons, the LEAs kind of throw up their hands and say, we can't deal with them. I think there's a different analysis, a different financial analysis, because if you're a mission-driven organization, you're there to serve a public purpose. If you're a for-profit entity, your mission is to earn a profit, and the financial analysis is completely different between those two types of entities. So just something to throw out there.
John?
I would agree with Oliver that there is a difference, and I've seen it since I've been on the board, as far as corporations that run schools in the not-for-profit organizations across the state that are running schools. I also agree with Bill on the audit. I assume these are auditors, the CPAs. I've gone through a lot of audits at work, and I've never gotten such flowery comments from my auditors. So I would question whether they were really that excited about the school's numbers. I mean, normally you just get a report that says, here's your ending balance, and here are issues that we may have discovered, but you never get like a gold star stamp of approval. So I do kind of wonder, CPAs aren't usually that enthusiastic.
So, Dan, knowing that we are cleaning up sort of a backlog of schools that we haven't been able to address, when is the new process and in-house, when should we expect to see a change in the reports and what's happening, and how many are left that have gone through sort of contracted reports? So what should we expect as a board?
I don't know, Claire, if you have any idea of the backlog. I'm thinking that this spring we'll be bringing on our new system. We also have, as you mentioned, 173 in the hopper in terms of the rulemaking there, which is where a lot of this will be enacted in the future. But do you have a sense of backlog or?
I don't have a
Yeah.
sense of the backlog. But the problem is it's going to be an ongoing problem because as schools kind of funnel in with their expirations, there's going to be a process
yeah.
where it's going to be staggered.
Yeah.
And, this year was a little bit of an exception just because so much of the work was just pushed to the future. One of the things that I just wanted to comment on is that the ability to contract out for the general education services, the board authorized the agency to use that process, and I don't think there's anyone that would suggest that it's been wholly successful, but at the time, it seemed like the way to go and to be able to basically outsource that particular function and keep the special education reviews in-house where we have subject matter experts at the agency that are able to do this. The other piece that I would add on that goes with not just the mission of the independent schools, but that our monitoring function at the agency with respect to special education documentation, when we go into like public schools and try to assist business managers and directors of special education, the agency develops forms, we have our cost documentation guide, and if you think about the model that the public schools are using, it's the reimbursement model, whereby if you can't show us that you provided these services in accordance with this IEP, as we go and check those, it directly impacts the money, which if you flip that and look at when an LEA sends a special education student, to an independent school, they're looking at a tuition agreement that says, you're going to provide this, you're going to do this, you're going to do this. So it's not based on a reimbursement model for the independent school. It's based on, this is the cost of the tuition, this is the cost of the services that you're going to provide. So there's not the same requirement that the agency would go into an independent school and say, these are the forms that you need to use to provide cost documentation. However, with the Act 173, that is one of the things that's going to be where independent schools are supposed to be on parity with public schools, and they're required to use the special education cost documentation guide. So I think there will be a shift in that with the advent of the new rules, but in the meantime, we're going to have this long stair-step process as schools come up for renewal. Then we're going to have to, adjust not only our internal process of reviewing them, but also with a forward look towards what's going to be required in the future. So we're going to have this period of a couple years where we're going to be under the old system, but knowing that the new system is coming, especially with respect to cost documentation.
Peter?
So we know that the needs and challenges of kids is increasing. Are we seeing a
Correct.
trend towards more outsourcing in terms of putting these kids outside of the school into another facility?
Oh, you mean like as far as the
Out-of-district
need?
placement.
District
Yeah.
placement, yeah.
And the only thing I'd give you at this point would be anecdotal. It has to be based on what the needs of the students are. There are some students that either, for whatever reason, they need a more therapeutic, smaller environment, that they're better served in a population like Stone Path, where it's a very small, high teacher-student ratio. But I can't, it would be only anecdotal as opposed to, what each SU was dealing with. So
John?
go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Just a couple of thoughts. There are some interesting parallels between providing special needs services and nursing home care. And the parallel is that a lot of business enterprises are moving into the field of delivering special needs services. Just as, and some of them are very large and very corporate. And we have one in special needs care already in Vermont. It's a very large corporation, but it's a not-for-profit corporation. But it's very profitable. The CEO of that, the Vermont branch of that is called Vermont Permanency Initiative. It's the owner and operator of the New England School for Girls and 2 or 3 other schools in Vermont. From memory of looking at the tax forms, we all went through this together. In 1 year, the CEO of this Permanency Initiative that runs these schools earns over $300,000. It's a not-for-profit corporation. So the distinction of not-for-profit actually doesn't tell us a whole lot sometimes. And I think we just need to understand that we're dealing with a different kind of vendor in some cases than we ever have before. And so I also, we've had some discussions, I think before you were with us, about out of the frustration that many of us have felt about the quality of work that the agency is doing in overseeing these entities, of wondering, why don't we simply either farm it all out to NEASC for the general education piece, or we are, by coming in and overseeing these entities, we are providing to them a valuable service. They may not see it that way, but in truth, helping them to stay in compliance with the law is an enormously valuable service to them. And I believe we should be charging for that, because I know the agency is short-staffed. To get a NEASC approval costs at least 10 grand. There's no reason why getting state approval should not also be charged for. I know that the money isn't going to come right back and pay a particular person, but it would maybe cause everybody to take more seriously this process of application, because we've seen some of these independent schools, special needs independent schools, provide very, very crummy information to the agency. Sometimes the agency has spotted it and gone back for more, and other times the agency has been kind of cavalier and accepted crummy information. So I guess that's by way of saying, Dan, I know that you're thinking about reinventing all this. I wonder if there might be a discussion sometime with the board about its observations about all this, because I think we've formed some views over the last year and a half about what doesn't seem to be working.
Dan?
Yeah, I was just, as I mentioned, I think we are going to bring the piece that was previously contracted out back in-house. We'll see how that goes. But I do think, to Claire's point, that Act 173 is probably going to be the construct by which we sort these things out, because it's going to be a major, and the board has a leadership role in revising the rules, basically, where a lot of this gets written out. But to Claire's description of the different processes that are currently used under the reimbursement model, I know on behalf of the special ed employees in the field and people that live in that system in the public ed side, it's not their hope that those processes would continue into the future when we go to a block grant. Because one of the most, I would say, demoralizing aspects of being a special educator today is having to comply with those monitoring functions. They're extremely onerous. So I think part of the hope of moving to a block grant is that we're going to simplify this, and that the complexity of what we're talking about is probably what's contributing a lot to the inability of these entities who don't interface with these things on a regular basis to comply. So I think we, as part of our responsibility, we certainly have the oversight aspect, but we have to make the rules more doable and the processes more doable for folks.
So, so are you associated with Stone Path? Oh, you are? Okay, do you want to come up? It's okay, that's why I was trying to determine how connected in. So to get back to the Stone Path example, which I know is brought up for a bigger conversation, thank you. And did you want to just introduce yourself?
Sure.
Yeah.
My name is Martha Tucker. I'm the educational director of Stone Path, and we have another director, CEO. And if it's appropriate, I just would like to respond to some of the comments that have been made.
Mm-hmm.
The majority of you have not met me. I know 3 of you. And I have a 40-year history in public education in Vermont. I began as a special educator in 1977, and I retired as a superintendent 4 years ago. And I have consulted for 2 years, and I've worked at Stone Path for 2 years. One of the things I would like you to know is that we have never and will never try and scam the system or get away with providing inadequate data. Never done that, never will do that. And to assume or believe that there was no data is simply incorrect. There was data that Chris didn't find to be acceptable data, and that's good information to have, and of course we've changed that. So I think what he would find now, he would find quite adequate. I really appreciate the fact that you have a concern about the level of assistance that we get, because we don't get any. So 2 years ago, we received 2-year approval, which is all that's available for first-time approvals. And the recommendation from the agency at that time was focus on your general ed program. So We did. We focused on the general ed program without disregarding the special ed program. But we were not told that our special ed program was inadequate and needed to be changed. We were told to focus on the general ed program, and I totally appreciate that. We now have a standards-based program with performance indicators that identify proficiency students are working on. We have, acceptable transcripts and all kinds of recording systems. So we never heard from the agency between the first licensure and the second licensure. And I was surprised and I was disappointed and upset with the findings from the evaluation. I really appreciate, Dan, your efforts to articulate a system that we will all understand beforehand, because as long as we know what we're being evaluated on, we'll do everything we possibly can to meet those expectations. So a challenge for us this past time was that we were not unaware some things were inadequate, exactly same things were no longer adequate. It's like, what? The other thing that I would just want you to know, because I understand and appreciate your concern with out-of-district placements or out-of-state placements, I feel pretty sure that you would want Stone Path to continue. And I understand you're not trying to discontinue it, but I just want you to know what we do. So our school is designed using a very different model for behavioral support than other schools in Vermont use. It's called a relationship-based model, and what sets us apart from other schools that serve students with emotional challenges is that we don't provide physical restraint. So kids who come to us don't come to us from the classroom. They come to us from a series of failed alternative placements. And those placements are different from one another, but all of the kids have been physically restrained or shut down to the point of not, using language or anything else in order to not be in trouble. And we serve 10 students. We asked for 10 students. We're now asking for 12 because we feel like our capacity has increased. But what we do is take kids who are returning to the state from institutions in order to help them reacclimate to a less restrictive setting, or take kids who have been in restrictive settings and been kicked out multiple times, and we take those kids before they would have to go to a $200-300 out-of-state residential placement. And we work with their homes and their therapists so that they can get better. And they do. So our students can sometimes return to their high schools. They can go into the world of work successfully upon graduation from either our school, or we have arrangements with their sending schools so they can graduate. And some of them have to go into adult supports post-high school. And so we transition them into adult supports. So what we do is very unusual. It doesn't fit the model that most people are familiar with of applied behavior analysis with trial-by-trial data. I was trained in that in 1977. I've taught courses in it. I understand it. It doesn't work for this population of students. So the data we keep is different, and believe me, it's been one of the best jobs and one of the most challenging jobs I've ever been in, because we are definitely putting square pegs into a round hole. The square pegs being our students, and the round hole being what people are used to seeing in special education. And I would welcome the opportunity to work with Chris or anybody else to make sure that the documentation we're providing meets his requirements without tying our hands. For example, he makes a reference to daily data. Our students progress really slowly. Daily data is not necessary, and there's no federal requirement for daily data. But we can tell you exactly what's going on with a student. We can tell you exactly how much they've participated in their school program on any given day. We can tell you exactly how much time they've spent in special education. But if we're doing probe data, that's way better use of our time than daily data. So these are some conversations I'd like to have with the agency as we figure out how to go forward so that we all stay on the same page.
And I do think this is part of a bigger conversation too. So, but to focus on what our task here today is whether or not to approve renewal of this motion. So I want to make sure we stick to that. And is there any questions from the board or comments, or are people ready to take a vote on the renewal?
Could I ask just a?
Yeah.
We talked about sort of going forward, this might go into the agency, the actual review process. But a couple of them we're pushing off, well, one we're pushing off to 2022. Does it make more sense to do a shorter one and then reevaluate these with the agency staff later?
Well, I
Or
would
does
say
it-
let's look at them as a case by case. So I would bring that up when we get to ones further, but.
Yeah, this one is the nearest term one, it's only 2 years.
Right, and Dan, do you want to speak to why it's 2 years?
You know, based on our analysis, that's what in their response, that's what I felt comfortable
Yep.
recommending.
Yeah.
But just so you know, there's the regular ed piece and the special ed piece. The special ed piece continues to be inside the agency. It's the general ed analysis that we were contracting out that will
Right.
come inside.
Okay, yep.
Ready for a vote? At this point, all those in favor of accepting the motion from John that would grant renewal until 2020, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, so you've approved for the Stone Path for their renewal. We have another school in front of us, which is Rock Point. So that is D2. Do we have a motion for Rock Point?
I'll make the motion just to begin the discussion.
Thanks, John.
I move that the state board grant renewal of general and special education independent school approval to serve students in grades 9-12 in the disability categories as listed here to Rock Point School, Burlington, based on the review of the Agency of Education and notification of continued New England Association of Schools and Colleges accreditation for a term through June 2022, and that the school reports, conditioned upon the requirement that the school reports to the Agency of Education within 5 business days any changes occurring in enrollment, programs, policies, facilities, financial capacity, staffing, or administration during the approval period.
Is there a second? Seconded by Bill. All right, so for discussion, and is there anybody here from Rock Point? Okay. Yes.
This would be a question then of either Claire or the secretary. So this one is for 4 years, and I think the secretary has explained that you feel that the response you got allows you to give more, a longer leash, if you will. I think that's understandable. As I understand it then, NEASC accreditation expires, if I recall correctly, in 2021. Is that correct? Or is it 2023?
I think it's longer.
2023.
I think it's 2023.
So my question is, if we don't have issues about the general education program, and there were none raised that I can recall.
Yeah, the assumption is when NEASC accreditation satisfies
Right.
that review.
So why don't we allow our accreditation to be coterminal with the NEASC, which would be a 5-year period, 2023? I believe we've done 5-year approvals many times in the past. Why not simply say, we'll match up with that? Why limit the general to 4?
Yeah, I think there's specific issues on special ed. Once again, it's far more technical than just the general ed accreditation. So
Oh, I understand.
we accept the NEASC, standard as sort of satisfying the general ed rule requirement.
I understand.
But we have specific requirements on the special ed side, and our analysis would indicate that a 4-year review there would be more appropriate.
Oh, I'm not disputing that. I'm merely saying, why is it not possible to grant a general education for 5 years and special ed for 4?
Okay, I can speak to that. So under the rules, the secretary recommends an approval. And for not just the way we've chosen to interpret that and give effect to that rule within the agency, is it's a little more cumbersome to try to separate the general ed approval process from the special ed approval process, so that when the agency recommends to the board approval, it's one single approval, which is why we try not to separate those two. Doesn't mean we can't do it, it would just be more cumbersome. The other consideration to make, and this kind of goes back to your earlier question as to why there's this fluctuation between renewals, and it really has to go to the facts and circumstances of each and every individual case as far as what the recommendation is for the renewal. We could divorce the two and have the general education approval be on one track and the special education be on another track, but in the way that we've interpreted and given legs to the rules, it's that the secretary makes a recommendation for an approval, and that's why we take the two and make them into one. So, and in that process, we take the more restrictive of the two. So if the special education recommendation is only for 2 years, then we're going to make them come back in 2 years. In dealing with a school that has NEASC accreditation, our 4-year approval tracks the 5-year approval of that, so that in the year that they're applying to be re-accredited with NEASC is the same year that they're applying to be renewed with the agency. So we'll get access to their application materials when they're submitting to NEASC, because that's going to be in the year leading up to that anyway. So that kind of works for the agency to be able to track those two things together.
And the NEASC approval itself is not just a one day, it's a longer process. So are you saying that's why the years might not seem the same, but the process would be the same?
Process starts in a year later.
Right. So as someone that I just went through a NEASC approval process, it was a whole year in the making.
Right.
So that's where I think we might see it as the dates, but it actually matches up.
It matches up
based on the
process-wise.
process.
Understood, thank you.
But we could track them separately. It's just,
Yeah.
you can imagine it would be more challenging for
Right,
us in
right.
terms of, the very oversight you would like to see us do better. It becomes more challenging if we start to divorce those two things together.
Sure.
We have to track them separately.
Well, okay, that doesn't seem like rocket science to me. I just feel like I can understand the 4 and 4 here because you're comfortable with 4 and it's kind of coincident with general. But to take Stonepath's case, the evidence from your contractor is that this is a wonderful general education program.
Right.
Don't worry, boys. And so I would think we would be wanting to give them a license for 4 to 5 years, the maximum we do. But again, as you say, we back it down to the lowest common denominator, which, frankly, I understand that if Stonepath can't get reapproved in 2 years for special ed, it probably puts the entire program at some considerable risk.
I think you're talking two different things too. There's NEASC approval, which is very different, but yeah,
But Claire articulated a policy of the agency, which is to make them coincident and to use the most restrictive date,
Right.
which is just what happened to Stonepath, when it would appear that their general education program, which has nothing to do with NEASC,
Right.
passes with flying colors and ought to be rewarded with a 5-year renewal. But it's been denied that because of this policy
Right,
practice.
and if you look at and that's why it's kind of hard to compare out, and having these three on here together kind of gives us an opportunity to talk about the different types of schools. So while their general education program was deemed to be sufficient by the contractor and acceptable to the agency based on that report, the population they serve is not, they're not taking gen ed students. I mean, their population of the 11 kids they serve, 10 of them are special education students, 1 of them's on a 504. So assuming something that wouldn't qualify them for an IEP, but significant enough behavioral challenges. So therefore, our focus is going to be on that population. And so if there's one thing we want them to do really well, it's going to be the special education piece.
Bill?
And then-
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Yes. Well, my question has to do with whether accreditation at all. When I look at page 5, the very bottom of page 5, Rock Point School did not demonstrate sufficient evidence in all of the following: minimum maintenance of educational records in coordination with LEA, participation in evaluation IEP procedures, and implementation of IEPs. Then I turn over to the next page, to page 6. and go to 2228.4, Rock Point School did not demonstrate policies, procedures, and written agreements outlining tuition and establishment of the division of legal responsibilities for students on IEPs. And I'm finding myself saying, is this minor or is this major? It seems pretty substantial that we would be recommending approval with these deficiencies.
Right. Okay, so and again, this is going back to comparing apples and oranges. At Rock Point School, there are only 4 Vermont students and only one of them on an IEP. So when the agency goes in, to do a special education review, they're looking at one file. And so saying that that file was out of compliance with what we would expect to be the minimum, standards for documentation. So considering the population at Stone Path, where you're saying insufficient across 7 files that we reviewed, that's a while they're both concerning, that's more concerning considering the population. So with Rock Point, NEAS, predominantly general ed students, we got 4 Vermont kids that are there and only 1 on an IEP. We reviewed that one file, found some deficiencies. So it's not their normal course of business. This isn't, they wouldn't have a robust plan for being able to have the relationships with LEAs that some of the more specialized schools would have, where we would expect there to be that robust documentation. I'm not saying it's excusable. The standards are the same for everybody, but we're comparing one file with, a school that's all they serve. So I know that's not necessarily
No, I think
a good answer, but that's...
Yeah, the way the compliance Claire just alluded to, we rely on local school districts to help these schools come into compliance with the regulation because they're interacting with the LEA representatives to varying degrees, and if you only have one student, you're not going to have the same opportunities to come into compliance other than this visit from the AOE.
Or if they're out of state.
Right. I mean, so it's harder to comply with the regulation if you don't have the regular contact with the LEA. And the ability of our LEAs to do that varies as well. So,
as pointed out, all of the schools seem to have this area of deficiency in record keeping and cost documentation. But some of the issues that we've really worked hard on the public schools with is making sure they have those agreements in place, because that's just federal auditing 101. You got to have a contract in place before the services start. It's got to be signed. It's just, those are just basic fiscal monitoring that we are responsible to the federal government for the grants that we get. So we worked with the public schools on a continual basis and dealing with the business managers to try to get those agreements in place. And, some schools will have, kids spread at 4 or 5 different independent schools. So it varies, but it's a continual process. We're trying to work with the public schools to get them compliant with, standards that we need. And then, we're trying to work with the independent schools as well. So it's a push and a pull, trying to get the LEA to do their part because they're responsible ultimately, but, being compliant with financial agreements with the independent schools, but also trying to support the independent schools in hey, you've got to feed back to the LEA. This is what you're doing for that student, because the LEA can't report to the agency, this is what your money was spent on, if they're not getting the input from the independent schools.
John?
Just a quick, you mentioned something about only one student being from Vermont. So if that student wasn't from Vermont, we wouldn't license them necessarily or review them. So they could be visited by New York State as well, the same school. I'm just trying to get my handle. So we were licensing sort of students that are at the school. If we had an independent school in Vermont that had no Vermont students, we wouldn't necessarily even license them, even though they're in the state.
No, we would, and so if they operate in the state for a school, they have to seek approval from the state in which they reside, which you'll see that in the New England School for Girls, because they don't serve Vermont students, but they operate in the state of Vermont. The board has jurisdiction over their approval to operate. So, but to your point, we can look at the amount of students that are served and the population that is served, and just because there's just one, they still have to meet the board's requirements for approval. Whether they serve 1 or they serve none or they serve 10.
Okay, good. So. I'm glad that's clarified. And then we've had this before. I mean, I do wish that the schools, I'm sure they know this is on the agenda, and I'm preaching to the choir, but I wish they'd come to the meetings when they're on the agenda. I know that everyone would shrug their shoulders and say, sure, but the world's run by those who show up. And we've had this issue where on another one, we kept punting it down the road because no one, or the right personnel didn't come. I'm talking about the one from Bennington, the Vermont School for Girls. So I do think it's critical that they're here. And if we had any real questions on this one, it would be
I'm going to suggest the opposite because I'm new in my role, essentially. I say new in that we've spent several months together doing Act 46, but I question what the board's role in this is at all. I mean, if we have contact, you've established regulations for us to implement. You could, as has already been pointed out, you rightfully should take issue with our ability to implement your regulations.
Yeah, I guess that's
right.
I guess what I'm caught up in is the bridge between the 2 points.
But having lived most of my adult life in school boards, I immediately sensitive to what is your role in this, right? So we've had contact with these individuals. Our staff has gone out. I've had to, for my professional judgment, apply your regulations and come up and formulate a professional recommendation. Yet you basically want to start from scratch and force people to come in here and, apply your layperson's lens to that and go through a public deliberation.
Absolutely.
I know. It's a wonderful thing. I can't. You can't.
I trust the agency's opinion on these things. I mean, I have to.
It's
I
trust,
can't travel around.
Yeah. You're not a rubber.
And that's the point. That's the point of having.
Yeah.
Coming up with rules. So with that end, we have a recommendation, we have a motion on the table. Are people comfortable taking a vote, or John, one more comment?
The forbearance of the chair could speed things up later. I can withdraw my interest in pulling out the Burton from the consent agenda. I could have an answer to that question. It's, I think, pretty pertinent to the discussion we've just had.
And what's the answer? What's the question? Yeah.
So in the Burton one, you grant a 2-year special education reapproval in the disability categories of on and on. But the recommendation is for a 5-year approval. I don't quite get that.
So the question is about years.
Yeah, I mean, in one case, you grant a 5-year approval
correct.
for the whole ball of wax, including special ed.
Right.
But you say in the report that you recommend a 2-year approval, so I'm confused.
The report is coming from my staff, but I have to formulate the recommendation as secretary. So once again, what you don't have there is the response from the school. And in my view, Burton was able to respond very specifically and provide concrete documentation how they've addressed the issues that were surfaced in the AOE's review.
So John, what would you need in the green sheet? I guess that's what it comes down to.
It's a good point, but that's the piece I get to do is weigh their response, I guess, as required.
I think what's missing for us, if we're going to be in this business at all, and I question whether we should be.
Well, it's an enjoyable experience.
It's certainly a lot of fun. Is the secretary's analysis and recommendation. I believe that your predecessor did do there was a paragraph in which there was secretary's recommendation, and there was just exactly that analysis. Right. You would share, because left without that, we're left with the green sheet recommendation, which has an inherent contradiction in it.
Right.
And your explanation clarifies that or takes away that contradiction, but absent that information.
Yeah.
So
we say
what you would do is the secretary's analysis and recommendation.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So is that something for future?
Absolutely. These are some of the
So now I
earliest.
understand, and we'll be able to do the consent agenda without exception.
These are some of the earliest things I had to take on as secretary, so I'm trying to calibrate my response to the rules and what your intention is, but this is my first experience hearing your.
Well, with some luck, we'll spare you all this and stop.
No, I'm here to, I just make the observation since I was provoked to do so by the board.
Stacy has her,
Well, I think that goes to what I was asking about earlier, like what the corrective action taken was. And to get to the educator from Stone Path, I think that if we start showing what the corrective action was, that creates a path of consistency for other schools to follow. So they know, this is the kind of thing we might be asked to do. Oh, look, 8 other schools were asked to do the same thing. Because I think that would help provide that continuity that people are looking for.
Yeah, and that's when I say calibration, I was trying to be very clear about my response. And we have schools that had no response at all when we surface things. So it's like, okay, where others would provide detailed documentation. Thank you very much. Here's what we've done in the meantime, and it goes on and on and on. So I have to required to weigh that as part of my decision.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Does this pertain to?
Well, I don't know, I'm not sure what John's doing with the Burton one.
He's not doing anything. He just had a
It's
question
on the
about.
consent agenda?
It's on the consent agenda, so right now, he was just asking questions
I'm
about
gonna-
the different years of
Yeah,
recommendations.
I'm not going to ask for it to be removed from the consent agenda.
Okay.
Because he's just looking at all these different as a whole and seeing the different years, so asking for more clarification when I'm hearing about why there's different years analysis. I think what I'm hearing from Secretary French is that in the future that will happen.
Yeah,
And there'll
I
be
think so.
more of an explanation of those years, because it just caused a
Okay.
little bit of confusion while looking at these schools.
All right. And we'll talk during the break. My daughter attends Burton, so I might have to recuse myself from that.
Okay.
We can figure
Okay.
that out.
All right, so we have Rock Point on the table, and we have right now a motion for renewal through the term of 2022. That was put forward by John and seconded by Bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it, and Rock Point was approved. The last in this section here is D3, and so this one we are looking at the New England School for Girls. And do we have a motion to put forward? John?
If you will. I move that the State Board of Education grants renewal of general and special education independent school approval to serve a maximum of 35 female students ages 13-20 within the disability categories as listed to the New England School for Girls and the SG in Bennington, Vermont, for a term ending June 30, 2021, and this approval is conditioned on the requirement that the school reports to the Agency of Education within 5 business days any changes in enrollment, programs, policies, facilities, financial capacity, staffing, or administration during the approval period.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Callahan. Okay. And so I think just to get to, I'm going to go right to you, Secretary, is if you want to just talk about the years and just talk about the recommendation. In absence of just hearing, that's what board members would appreciate.
Yeah, I mean, in this case, where what our special ed review indicated, that would be an appropriate term, and I concurred with that.
Okay. Other questions from board comments? John?
I would just comment that this contractor's work is more familiar to us and somewhat better, but just in the category of picking nits, in the subject of staffing, the consultant advises that the support and teaching staff allows for a very low ratio of staff to students, as though that's something that's desirable. A very low ratio of staff to students means you have very few teachers for a lot of kids. I think it means precisely the reverse.
Oliver?
Yeah, the only other thing I would add, we don't need to solve this now, but just for the agency to, just this, and John alluded to this one before, the corporate structure here is really interesting, and perhaps it raises more questions than it needs to, but there seem to be multiple entities, and I was just following John's observations. I did some sort of searching around, and some of one of the entities is registered in New Hampshire, but expired a few years ago. There's some overlapping. I'd really like to know a little bit more about what's really going on with this organization, because it's sort of there's the Vermont there's the Vermont School for Girls, which is part of the Vermont Permanency Initiative, but then it references something called Beckett.
Beckett Family of Services.
Beckett Family of Services, and when you look that up, that's a trade name owned by another entity in New Hampshire.
Yep.
The trade name registration expired 3 years ago, so it's very.
It's a
You must have joined the board right after. We had I'd have to say, an hour and a half tutorial on this corporate structure at one point.
Okay.
And
I still don't understand it after the hour and a half.
yeah, and I think that's what caused a lot of confusion about governance and who is making decisions, who is in charge. And so we spend a lot of time as a board going through that and trying to understand it.
We don't need to rehash it, but just.
We can get you the videotape.
This is not a question for now, but is there some wisdom in limiting the number of schools that can be operated by a not-for-profit or a corporation?
Based on what?
Well,
I was gonna say, I don't think that's our purview.
yeah, I
think
know,
that's not
I don't
our-
know if it is on the licensing side or
I think
the.
Yeah.
I mean, you need to, I think the invitation for you is to go into your rulemaking process
Yeah.
under
Yeah.
173. But I think what it hasn't, what has somewhat been represented is that there's a need for these schools to exist, you know?
Yes.
Yes.
So, you know, we, from a district side, we struggle with finding out, you know, many regions of the
Yeah.
state don't have adequate placements for some of these challenging students. So I'd be cautious about doing anything sort of
I was a
arbitrarily
little
at
worried
your level to
about
restrict.
John's comment
Yeah.
that says that there's these
Yeah.
large, not-for-profit
Right.
organizations that are
Yeah.
running these schools
Yeah.
in a lot of different satellite units, and that just makes me a little, I get your,
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen it at the local level too, that it's hard to place students.
But I
so-
think from your board member, you think about, well, what does that mean for a rule then? You know, so what is the quality component that you're interested in assuring it creates a benchmark for us as we do our, you know, standards. But just to, I mean, at this level, just to suddenly say, well, we're concerned about corporate structure, well, I could argue that's a good thing, you know, because it creates capacity and
Yeah.
ability to train,
Yeah.
and the issues of sustainability. I mean, suddenly those things become more achievable if
I
you
mean,
have
you even
scale.
look at
Well,
though,
so,
well, just to finish this,
Yeah.
you look at like municipalities, or any other organization, there becomes when they're small, they're inefficient. And when they're at a certain size, they're really revving away. But then you look at like,
They
no
can
one's
be-
gonna argue that New York City is an efficient
Right.
government organization. I mean,
Right.
when you get so big, I think at
Right.
some point you'll lose that. And like, you don't even know who even works
Right.
for you at
But I
some
mean, if
point.
you can, my argument would be if you can focus on the outcomes, and if, regardless of what their scale is, if they can deliver the services as required, you
Yep.
know, by the regulations, then good to go, because they're
Well,
filling
and
a
just
market.
telling us who's, one
That's
of the
right.
problems we ran into this
Disclosure
was, well,
of-
it's just
yeah.
who's making the decisions. That was, we spent the hour trying to decide who made the
Yeah,
decisions.
it was like the
Yeah.
episode of
Yeah.
Who's on First.
Yeah.
When they had him here last time, it was
Yeah.
like, no, what's on second? I mean, it was like, different people would pop out and answer questions, and we weren't even sure who they were working
Yeah.
for.
Yeah.
But they'd back in.
Okay, Oliver, and then
I
moving
don't-
over to John.
And, you know, I really don't know anything about this particular school, and they could be doing great work. I don't mean to imply that somehow they're not, or that their
Right.
structure means that they're not. It's just, I'm always a little skeptical, and there could be perfectly good reasons, but I'm always a little skeptical when there's multiple corporate structures that sort of, overlap with one another. And I've had some experience in the legislature with some oversight of, there was an entity doing work for the state of Vermont, and it was, unbeknownst to a lot of people, it was owned by a for-profit corporation in another state, and they had incorporated this entity with a name that sounded like a nonprofit, and everybody thought this was like some nice little nonprofit, but it was actually a for-profit entity. I mean, it was just really, and they basically obfuscated what they really were. So I get really nervous when I start seeing these kinds of weird overlapping governance structures. And I just don't think they're doing themselves any favors with that structure, because it raises my antenna.
Yeah. Peter, and then
No,
John?
I'm not.
Oh, sorry, John?
Well, I would just, in an affectionate way, like to note an irony that my friend from Manchester was concerned about a single organization operating multiple schools. There's an irony in that, my friends, since this board just created a whole lot of those
Oh,
corporations.
no, I get the irony. No, it's not lost on me. Yeah, it's not lost on me. But what I'm worried about is actually across the state too. That you got one up in St. Johnsbury, one down in Bennington, and one over in Brattleboro, and one up in Burlington. I'm not necessarily worried about two schools in towns next to each other. It's
I see.
But I do, when I asked the question, I did understand the irony of it. And I also, anyway.
He's like, I'm just gonna stop running out of here. All right,
take it
Mark.
outside.
I don't want to say I don't care, just to follow the
Bill,
theme
a comment.
through here, you know, in terms of who's on first and second and so forth. But I do think, you know, it's the output, which is really important. And we'll get a chance later on today, an agenda item to talk about where we go with this, correct?
And I think the reason we were trying to understand the structure before was because when something happens, who's accountable? And that's what we were trying to dig through when we were looking at this organization, because there was something bad that happened, and we needed to know who's accountable for that and who is going to make changes. And I think that's where having a structure that when you can't tell who's making those decisions, that's when it gets to be important.
Well, there was also the issue of financial capacity of the organization that's responsible. So we were getting different reports. If you remember, John had dug up that we were getting the audited reports of an organization that actually may not have been one actually responsible in the end.
All right, so just to Bill and then,
No, we're coming back to this question,
okay.
so that's fine.
All right, so are we ready to take a vote then for New England School for Girls? All those in favor of accepting the motion put forward by John, please say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, so we have approved New England School for Girls. And it is 10:30, and John, you asked me, do we need an hour? And the answer was yes. I know. Well, we did. All right, so we.
Let the board know that we did have representation in our school if you did want to speak with us today. Oh, in the school.
If I could make just a quick statement.
At this, yeah, at this point, we have public comment when we get back at 10:45. So I would invite you to stay for public comment. So we will take a break right now until 10:45. Thank you. All right, we are coming back together, and we have public to be heard, and we have Jeff Francis is first on the agenda.
All right. Oh, I signed the wrong list.
We still want to hear from you.
Yes, so we have.
Can we go Nicole May exchange
In that order?
Sure. So, okay, so just so we can get a track of, okay. So I have Jeff, Jay, and Alan, so we have, okay. Okay, and then, okay, anybody else that wanted? Okay, so Jeff, did you want to speak?
Both of them asked if they could speak before me, not surprisingly. They want time left for them. So.
Okay.
They can go.
Okay, all right, so let's start with whoever wants to go first then. There's 4 people that want to speak public comment, so it should be good.
I will take full responsibility for making that awkward. Good morning. I am here because I'd like to thank Mark Perrin for his service on the State Board of Education. As a school board member, Mark has brought an important perspective to the board's deliberations, and we at the VSBA are grateful to him for his service during this dynamic and historic period for public education in Vermont. The leadership currently being demonstrated by school board members like Mark is a testament to the public institution that is the school board. He and his fellow school board members understand that our systems must evolve and adapt to meet the needs of today's students and communities without sacrificing our core principles and commitments. Including the perspective of school board members on the State Board of Education is critical, as Mark said earlier, as it is the school boards today that will guide Vermont's communities as they navigate this period of change, and it is the school boards of tomorrow that will ensure that that reality lives up to its promise. I'd like to take a minute to read a statement from the Executive Director of the National School Boards Association that I believe captures the importance of the role that school board members like Mark play. Schools are local assets, appreciated for the education they provide, as well as for the way they bind diverse portions of the public, creating a sense of common purpose. People see the value of a well-educated citizenry, of young people who are prepared to take their rightful place in the life of the community, and of a public that is capable of addressing complex challenges that require deliberation and action. They also want schools to meet the unique needs of towns, cities, or rural areas where they live. They want them to be responsive to changing conditions, and they want them to be held accountable. That is why school boards matter. These citizens from all walks of life, ethnic and racial backgrounds, occupations, and religious beliefs serve as local stewards, ensuring that the public feels a sense of ownership of the education that is being delivered in their communities. Without school boards and the leadership role they provide, education would be little more than just another public service. In a democracy, the people should be as much in control of their schools as they are of the government itself. I consider it a great honor to work with so many wonderful people like Mark, who commit endless hours to the cause of public education. Thank you, Mark, for your service. I also want to thank the State Board of Education for your work in service of Vermont's public education system.
You're good.
While some may believe this body to be outdated, we believe the State Board provides a critical forum for local and state policymakers to advance Vermont's public education policy in a collaborative manner, recognizing the role of communities and their elected representatives in the system. So thank you. You've had a lot on your plate and you've performed admirably.
Thank you for helping us celebrate Mark. His last time with us. Yeah.
So, good morning. Jay Nichols, Executive Director of the Vermont Principals Association. I'd like to first apologize for Nicole screwing up the system here. So I want to thank the board for your work on Act 46 implementation in general. You did not ask for the job, but you did it, and you did it well. I don't agree with every decision you made, and I'm sure no one, including each of you, agrees with every decision that you all made as a group. But you did it in a professional way. You did it in a thoughtful manner in which you tried to be true to the principles of the law as articulated by the legislature. So thank you for doing that. I believe in local control, but I see local as being bigger than a municipality. I see local as a community that should not be bound by town lines that were designed for a system that was made for pre-automobile culture and society. I believe in representative democracy, and I also believe in school boards. But I think the changes brought forth through Act 46 will help boards to better perform and allow them to focus on educational vision, policy, and overall guidance for a more macro community look, and leave the day-to-day operations to school superintendents and school principals who are trained to operate schools and run schools. Finally, I'm hoping that public education will have a couple of years with no new initiatives and allow us to effectively, I've been saying this for 20 years, and allow us to effectively implement Act 46, Act 77, fix the mess that is Act 166, and make the changes necessary to successfully implement the practices and procedures we need in order to really do a good job with the new special education law. To me, that is as big a game changer as Act 46 is. And I know you guys don't make the laws, but really trying to push for, let's try to focus on doing these 3 or 4 things really well, because the impact will be huge for our society going forward. Thank you for your time, and thank you for the work that you do on the state board.
Thank you. So, Jeff, did you want to go, and then Ellen?
Good morning. I'm Jeff Francis. I'm the Executive Director of the Vermont Superintendents Association. I'll be brief because my comments will be somewhat redundant, but I did not want the moment to pass without extending my gratitude as the Executive Director of the Superintendents Association and that of the Superintendents Association with respect to the work that the State Board has done, has been doing in general, but in particular on Act 46. The Superintendents Association in 2007 took a position in terms of moving the state to K-12 public education systems, and the reasons were pragmatic. They felt that we could do better at delivering on our quest for better opportunities and higher quality for students in the state if we had unified systems with K-12 alignment. I think from the conversations that I'm having with superintendents and business managers and others with regard to the early yields of Act 46, that is coming to pass. I believe as an observer of public policy in this state that the goals of Act 46 will be better fulfilled with the unified systems that Act 46 has established. I also realize that the State Board was put in a position to have to be the final determiner with regard to the unification of some systems. And I say in all sincerity that in my time as an observer of public policy and practice in the state, it was one of the better performances that I've seen by any public body. I thought the deliberations that you brought to the questions that you faced were thoughtful and reflective and indicative of the decisions that you had to make. I don't think that the process, and I realize that there's litigation and it's not a final conclusion yet, also contrary to the opinions of some, I think that the State Board was the better place to make those decisions. because it was a less politicized process in an environment that's becoming increasingly politicized. And I don't believe that the politicization of public education in a state that demonstrates the characteristics that Vermont has is a particularly healthy thing. On the contrary. My belief from the conversations that I've had with superintendents and others that work with superintendents is that we are facing a point in history where we need to fulfill an ambitious agenda for public education delivery. So Act 46 was a good step in terms of the organization of the system. We now have to confront, as Jay Nichols pointed out, Act 173, which is intended to create better opportunities and a more effective cost structure, which are two of extraordinarily important goals. I think that the systems in the state at some level are experiencing initiative fatigue. And I'm glad that we're in a position where, for the most part, I think the deliberations around Act 46 in terms of the organization of the system are going to be put behind us, and we're going to be able to get down to work to fulfill better value for taxpayers and better opportunities for kids. I thought that the comments from Peter Conlon and Peter Burrows this morning were indicative of what's happening in states, in systems across the state. The last thing I'll say is that I'm proud to be associated with the Superintendent's Association. We had a meeting earlier this week on Monday where we invited any superintendent to attend, and it had to do with sharing experiences around the navigation of Act 46. And it was an environment where we allowed, shall we say, veterans of the process to support those that are being requested by the state to unify as a result of the state board order. We had 18 superintendents in attendance. Half of them had been through the process. Half of them were going through the process. We had folks from the AOE there. We had Nicole Mace from the School Boards Association there. We had a private attorney who's helping schools and school districts navigate the process there. To me, it was an indication of what Vermont is in terms of folks reaching out to help one another. So when you've deliberated your decisions, it's been, at times, I'd say mildly contentious, but it was reflective of a process where you all were able to put your best thinking on the table. If we as a state are able to put our best thinking on the table and support one another as an entire community, I think we'll maintain our position of high-quality education for students, we'll improve the cost structure, and we'll make sure that every student has better opportunities next year and the year after than they have today. So with all of that, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alan?
Hi, I'm Alan Willett from Stowe, Vermont. The words internet and privacy should never be used in the same sentence. You don't need someone to call and give you their email account password. The board considered and appreciates the local arguments urged through the Section 9 process, but ultimately determined that they lack persuasive vision and accommodations for the long term. That quote was included in the draft final plan marked 10 p.m. on November 27th in the justification overriding the Secretary's recommendation to not merge EMU and Stowe. It was removed from the final plan after Council highlighted it during the November 28th meeting in St. Albans at BFA. On December 7th, Secretary French was interviewed on WCAX. School districts are municipalities under the law. That's a softball for the lawyers to deal with. When asked about instances where the board overrode the Secretary's recommendation, he said, the state board was in a position to take testimony and really hear from locals before making that decision. Stacy Weinberger, also remarked she received more email than usual supporting the forced merger decision and thanking the board for their courage in the vote. Let's look at some facts. 100% of the public testimony was against the forced Emu-Stowe merger and requested that you honor the Secretary of Education's recommendation. A petition for Elmore, Morristown, and Stowe residents against the forced merger decision collected over 1,000 signatures in less than a week. There were emails from 14 people to the state board against the forced merger. There were 5 emails to the state board in support of the forced merger. 5 emails from a combined population of over 10,000 people in the 3 towns. That is not exactly a mandate. Stacy Weinberger and John O'Keefe were tasked with doing a deep dive into the Emu-Stowe Section 9 proposal and developing questions prior to the July 19th meeting. There is no evidence that either of you communicated the contents of the proposal to any other board members, even when other board members explicitly asked for it. Oh, this is interesting. According to the small school grant metrics, so John O'Keefe referenced the magic 900 number, as to whether or not you merge somebody. According to the small school grants metrics that were used, in fiscal year 2017, EMU had an ADM of 906.69. Act 46 gave you a hammer. That doesn't mean everything is a nail. There's no need to give you copies of this information because you already have it. Your decision has already changed the conversations at LSSU, EMU, and Stowe that the Stowe school boards are having, from how to improve the kids' education to who pays for what. I stole that observation from my daughter, who has been attending school board meetings. Unfortunately, Oliver Olson, Callahan Beck, John Carroll, John O'Keefe, you get to say, "I told you so," to the rest of the board members.
All right, thank you. Anybody else for public to be heard? All right, so moving on to, we have our next one, is item F, is request for a waiver of SU board configuration. And so we have 2 that fall under this category. And let me just grab this. So the first one is Green Mountain Unified School District and the Ludlow Mountain Holly Unified School District looking to appoint a member. And so is there a motion to be made to start the discussion? John?
I have a question of procedure for you, Madam Chair.
Sure.
Is it permissible for a member to make a motion that is different than the one presented to us as a proposal by the agency?
Yeah, this is just the recommendation.
In that case,
from
just
the
so
secretary.
that you all can see where I'm headed, the secretary recommends that we deny a board's request. I wish to propose a motion that would approve the
So would you like to make that
May I?
motion? Yes.
So just in interest of clear disclosure, I move that the State Board of Education approve the TRSU Board's request for a waiver permitting both the Green Mountain Unified School District and the Ludlow Mount Holly Unified Union School District to appoint an alternate member to the SU Board.
So is there a second to the motion, to John's motion?
I'll second.
Seconded by Mark. And do you want to speak to that? I'm
If I may,
Yeah.
this relates also to the next one. I think what, I'm going to the, next to the last paragraph that begins, it's on page 2, given the breadth of the authority granted. The Secretary, I'm quoting, the Secretary questions whether these goals of ensuring consistency and transparency, are furthered by a system that permits an alternate member to vote on a matter even when that member has not participated in the meeting at which the matter was discussed. First of all, it's not a very robust recommendation of the Secretary's point of view to say the Secretary questions. If the Secretary believes something to be so, that's another matter. We should take that very seriously.
I believe it.
You do?
Okay.
All right, then may I ask you on basis of what evidence you believe in?
My 20-some-odd years of being at school board meetings.
Could you be a little more specific?
Right.
Have you ever seen this not work?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can share with you that I serve on a board, a local board, called the Development Review Board in my community. A lot of you have them. And we have alternate members. And I find, in fact, having alternate members facilitates board effectiveness and decision-making. Because alternate members attend the meetings, they listen, they participate in the conversation, and the board rule simply is that if the member for whom the alternate is an alternate is there, the other member votes, but if that member is absent, then the alternate votes in their stead. So it guarantees that if we have a discussion, and we take testimony, and then a week later we have a subsequent meeting to vote, we always have a quorum and all the different constituencies are represented. It seems to me that the alternate system does the same, especially if you simply have a rule that says, and we do, that says you can't, as an alternate, you can't vote unless you've listened to the testimony. But if you've listened to the testimony, you can vote so long as the person for whom you're an alternate is not there. It actually facilitates continuity. It brings more people into the conversation. And so I guess I would say, all right, you have your experience, Mr. Secretary, and I would say there are other experiences, and I would just sort of say, if the community, since we don't have a decisive evidence that this is a flawed proposal, since there's other testimony and experience, it would seem to me that we ought to stand back and say, if you all think this is better for getting the job done, we ought to stand back and permit it to happen. So that's why I suggest that we approve their request, thinking they know better than we, and so would ask you to consider supporting this proposal.
Did you want to respond to that?
No, I don't.
Not yet.
No, I respect your opinion on that. I just, I obviously have a different opinion on it. So.
Could I?
Hold on, Bill, we have a couple of people with hands up, yeah, and
I
then.
have two questions. The first of which is, there is no constitutional requirement of proportionality for membership on a supervisory union board. I remember several years ago that a survey was sent out from the agency to the effect of seeing if we were in fact proportional or not. And so I would like clarity on that particular point. And the second question I'd have is, what is it in Section 266 that lends itself to this interpretation that's on the green sheet?
Yeah.
So do you want to speak to what's in the green sheet?
In terms of the representation piece, well, I think the board's familiar. Well, the board's familiar with what the law prescribes as the default configuration of supervisory union boards. So it is not, by definition, per the statute, is not representative or proportional based on population. So if a district operates a school, it is given 3 representatives. If it does not operate a school, it's given 1. And then the law provides the opportunity for the waiver. But there's nothing in the Vermont statute that requires that this SU board be configured proportional to the number of people in each district.
That doesn't answer the question of what the courts would say in terms of proportionality.
I don't think he can, he's not the court.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, that's.
I'm not familiar with the survey, Bill, that you referred to, but to my knowledge, I'm not familiar with any litigation that's occurred around that issue. Do you recall any? I mean,
No, not any litigation, just that the question was raised at some point in time.
Yeah.
All right, Oliver?
So I'm trying to get my head around this, and I can see arguments on both sides. It's an interesting one. the concept of an alternate is used in a number of places, and, I can think of the district environmental commissions, they have alternates. There are a number of places where these are used, but I'm also drawn to the argument around the continuity of a conversation, and I'm somewhat familiar with this supervisory union because I get a weekly newspaper in the mail that covers my town and also several of the towns in this SU. And I don't really know what's going on, but my perception, and it's purely based on what I get in the mailbox on a weekly basis, is that there's some level of dysfunction there. And that could be real, it could be imagined, I don't know. But I'm trying to square that away with this request, and it seems to me if the request is being made, it's because there's a challenge with the level of commitment of the board members who are being sent to represent districts on the supervisory union board. So I question in my mind, are we really solving that problem by putting alternates in place? And it sounds like there may be a different issue there in terms of the level of commitment from the member. From the members of the, so I'm not sure where I'm going with this yet. I'm listening to the discussion, but I just thought I'd share some thinking.
Yeah, Stacy. Oh, then Mark, maybe that's behind us.
So I was involved in one of these at one point as a SU member representing a school district, and we were having a tough time getting a quorum at our SU meetings, and so we came and asked for a waiver as well. And part of that was based on, we had 24 SU board members, three from each sending district, and some of the districts had 5 board members. So the fact that there was 6 towns had a tough time sending the majority of their board members to an SU meeting was difficult, especially since they themselves didn't have a majority of their board seats filled. And so I'm sympathetic to the request, but to your point, Oliver, it's kind of like I don't understand what's going on, and will it help them, or will it be a hindrance to some kind of solution down the road? Because I am on the fence with that. And I don't know. So I'm listening as well, but I'm sympathetic to the request.
Stacy?
Well, I wonder if we'd be creating too many proposals here, but I'm sympathetic to sometimes something comes up. You have a family emergency, you have a health issue, you've got a sick kid, and there are things that happen despite people's level of commitment. I feel like if there was an alternate with a certain, I'm not sure we can craft this, but I think I'd feel a little more comfortable if you can use an alternate a certain number of times or a certain number of, I don't think that that's worth writing, but that would, because I think sometimes things do happen that aren't necessarily an example of dysfunction, but I agree that there's something about it that feels a little shaky ground.
Peter?
Having been on boards a number of years, and my wife is now one, there's a lot of meetings for board members. If you think about the local board, special meetings, the SUs, she's vice chair, so she has to go to all these. So it's very taxing, but to me, it's the process. It's a question of process and how do you get the best decisions rendered and made. And if it's quorums or if that speaks more to the dynamics locally, and I don't think this addresses that properly because there's just, in some of these small towns, it's just hard to get board members. I mean, we're lucky if we have full boards sometimes. And I don't think this is the way to address it because I would want the person to be best informed to make the best decision in the interest of kids. And I don't think the alternate method is the way to do that. So. I'm not in favor of it.
Krista?
John, and then, yeah.
Yeah, of course, Oliver has a window on this that none of, I don't read that little newspaper, but I did sense that you were doing a great deal of speculation about what might be going on. And I think we have found ourselves doing a lot of that during our Act 46 discussions, and it has not always been productive. In fact, we've been just plain flat out wrong sometimes about what we imagined was going on. And at least by speculating about dysfunction, we created perhaps needless disturbance. I just would rather not have us speculating, because that's all we can do. None of us are close to that, and there's no witness here to elucidate the reasons for this. To me, it simply comes down to this request has been made to us. There's nothing in state statute that prohibits it or expresses an objection to it. And so, out of respect for a local organization, it seems to me, why not grant the request, even though some, including the Secretary, have seen that it is somehow unhelpful. Others have seen that it is helpful, and it's their judgment, which I'm uneasy about us second guessing. It's their judgment that it would be an assistance to their effectiveness.
John?
I just want to ask the Secretary just real quick. So your concern is that there might be an item that's discussed over 2 or 3 meetings where the primary appointee is participating, and then when it comes to a vote, you've got this, somebody comes from stage left basically at the last minute and votes on the matter without participating in the entire discussion leading up to the vote. Is that one of the concerns that you have?
Yeah, I think it's, it gets to the heart of this issue of, the overarching goal, I think expressed well in Act 46, is that there's a need for us to have sustainable governance structures. So the overarching goal of Act 46 is to create more sustainable governance structures to enable locals to do those things. And the question would be, what are those things that contribute to an unsustainable governance structure? In my experience, that's been SU boards are difficult to sustain. To John's point about business continuity, yes, that's exactly what the alternate does. It masks an underlying structural issue with a large board, usually over 20 individuals. It's largely a dysfunctional construct to begin with. So I don't think we should be doing anything to enable that. I've heard from the School Board Association, approximately over 90% of our school board seats go in elections that are uncontested. So we have all these slots, we have these large SU boards that have difficulties getting quorums and so forth. And where I've seen success with SU boards in particular, and I think we heard today from local folks, and you've heard it through your testimony, is to make, when those boards start to become more functional, they start to assume a sense of responsibility for all the kids, And I think issues like the alternate just keep people fixated on their town representative, sort of function or their district function when they're at those larger board meetings, as opposed to engaging in the broader deliberations about all our kids. So I see it as as many things we've learned through Act 46, we've uncovered some practices that I think are not necessarily helpful to forcing the issue of folks wrestling with the issues of sustainability in terms of governance. I'm taking a consistent position on these regardless of the circumstances of TRSU or SVSU, that I don't think alternates are helpful in terms of creating more sustainable structures, because I think it masks what is inherently a challenging structure, meaning the supervisory union board structure. But I think the overarching concept that we should be moving the local decision-making to be thinking about all the kids in the system is one of priority interest for the state, because we do still delegate considerable authority to local decision-makers, but that's really predicated on the assumption that they would be thinking about all the kids in their system. And you might remember, not to harken back to Act 46 so soon, but my impression of the law was you were given the authority to allow supervisory unions to exist, assuming that they had merged down to the least number of districts practical, but also that they would be thinking about as an entire system about all the students. So I don't want to continue to support governance approaches that might run counter to that.
But just to clarify, I just want to make sure, because this is an area that did just that.
That's
So
correct.
So they are now an SU board of 6. 6 directors are on the SU board.
Yeah, so they have a
and
new SU configuration that they have to
So
figure out.
they have a new
Yeah.
configuration. They have 3 board members from each district, and they're asking for an alternative. So there would be 8 people in the room, 6 people making decisions, correct?
Yeah, I'm not sure if currently they have 3 and 3. My assumption was that because you don't have the authority to give them 4.
Right.
You-
So this is the
one
alternative.
One of their 3 would be alternate members, that's how I'm reading it.
Oh, so I was reading it as they have 3.
I could be mistaken. Let me
And
just-
then if they have an extra, so they would have basically 8 people in the room, part of the conversation.
Yeah.
But only 6 would be able to vote. So it's an alternative member would be there in case one of the 3 was not.
Yeah,
That was just my,
I could
I just want to
misspoke.
clarify.
I want to.
Yeah,
I just want to clarify that. And then Oliver has been waiting, and then,
I just want to.
do you have a follow-up for that?
I agree with the secretary's recommendation. And I've worked with a bunch of local boards, and I also realize, for example, one board that I work with is a 5-person board. You get 3 people or 2 people at a meeting, you got a room full of folks, and you're making desperate phone calls to try to get somebody to come in to have a legal meeting. I've been there, and I get that. But at the same time, I also agree that by having the alternate, I think it's just enabling a system where you got to get someone to the meeting to make it legal. And I think that's my concern, is that the alternate seems like it's an attempt to get the number. It's not about the process, it's about getting the number at the meeting that's necessary to have a public meeting.
Yeah,
And I'm a little worried about that, that's kind of the whole purpose is, not that you're bringing in an informed member, but you're getting someone there.
To your point, you're correct. They're requesting, they have currently 3 and 3, the default configuration. They're requesting the addition of 1 more for each of the 2 boards, which
Okay,
would give them 8. And just to your point, the quorum for an SU board requires 2 elements. So they have to have a majority of the total membership, but also a majority of the districts have to be represented.
Okay. By at least 1 person?
They have to be there, yes. but-
Okay,
yeah.
okay. So it's a little tougher,
Oliver.
sort of.
So the Secretary's comments about the SU board looking at all students really resonated with me, and I was sort of on the fence, but the argument sort of tipped a little bit more in favor of not going along with this request, because I think it's an important one that we change the thinking away from sort of this parochial, my town, my kids, to we're looking at all of our kids, and I think that's a really important point. To John's point, we don't have anybody from the SU, at least I don't think we do. And perhaps we table this and invite them to come and make their case. I'm certainly open to hearing. I would hate to just sort of dismiss the request without giving them an opportunity to speak and make their case.
Mark?
Yeah, I'd second that, because I know we came to make the case ourselves, and we felt it was pretty important for the board to hear the reasons why we wanted alternative. And
Bill?
I'd like to hear the people themselves as well. In reading 266 and 261, you have to read into it a little bit, and I think that there are still questions remaining potentially legally on the hybrid system anyway, which may unfold over time. But I would favor the idea of bringing the people back to make their case.
All right, so right now, there's currently a motion, yeah.
This is not an issue of hybrid representation, and we're not, I think because perhaps SUs are not municipalities under the law, we're not talking about any kind of voter configuration here. What we're talking about are the representatives of the SU board. But I would agree it would be useful to have folks to come and speak. I would just, what I'm attempting to do by stimulating this conversation is that you consider some criteria around the conditions of sustainable governance that you approach these waiver requests, that you don't just consider waivers to be an open-ended idea, but I would encourage the locals to provide their rationale for it in terms of meeting those goals of Act 46.
Can I ask, do they have an executive board as well?
I do not know. This is a newly formed school district. I was involved with their merger to a certain extent. I'm not sure where they are in terms of actually implementing the merger, so I'm not sure, yeah.
All right, so we currently have a motion on the table to approve the request. And so am I hearing that people want to?
I'd be happy to hear him, friendly amendment to table this motion.
Is there, okay, moved by, moved by Bill, is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Oliver. So now we have a motion to table.
So Madam Chair,
Yeah.
the notion that I think Oliver broached would be to invite the advocates for this proposal to come and make their case to the board.
Mhm.
Is
And
that table till January?
So.
It's usually a date.
Yeah, so,
table.
until we can schedule.
The next meeting.
And one of the things is if they're having a hard time getting people to a meeting, it may be an onerous task to then, I hope we'd have some flexibility with them to think about if we're picking a date and if January doesn't work, that we'd be flexible. Because also our January meeting is in Burlington, so recognizing geography sometimes. Okay. Future meeting. So we have to table to a future meeting, working with. Okay, are we ready for a vote on that?
Yes,
John.
I like the Secretary's recommendation that we be thinking of a framework for deciding this. I mean, it's always dangerous to sort of do it on the basis of, well, I think. And it would be helpful if we each could maybe before that meeting give some thought to and have a discussion before we speak with them as to what are the criteria that we're seeking to achieve here. And the Secretary has proposed some, so that we have a template up against which we can hold this proposal and say, yeah, it fits, no, it doesn't. And then decisions are more, we can make findings and reach conclusions.
Stacey?
And I don't know if it's appropriate to ask Nicole to comment in the criteria you're making or not. I know school boards, a little different than SU boards, but just in the experience of working with schools and communities making decisions with alternates, I think it'd be interesting to have her input at some point on how she's seen that work or not, because then we're not just making, we're not just basing it on gut, we have some input.
Well, I think what we are facing is re-looking at governance, and we need to have some sort of consistency and not just a reaction. So maybe asking some of our partners to think about the topic and sort of things that they want us to even think about, or cases where it's worked or not, that would be helpful. So we can reach out to our educational partners and get their expertise. Yeah.
Would it be too much to ask the School Boards Association and the Superintendent's Association and any others to give us a briefing paper of 1 or 2 pages at most in advance of the next meeting, so that we have some criteria that we've given some thought to?
I don't know if it's for a briefing paper. I think the legislature is also, in one piece of legislation, directed them to do something, which is kind of interesting. I know there was a lot of pushback that you can't direct, but we could certainly ask.
Well, just that was an ask.
Yeah, just an ask. I just said asking for whatever that looks like for some input based on SU board configuration, and everybody's in the room right now. So is that something that maybe before January that would be appropriate? And I'm not sure when you're meeting, especially with the holiday season, when you're meeting with executive councils and things like that. So is that something that would be?
I'm happy to provide our take on this, but
Yeah.
I would say our experience is rather limited in the use of alternates. We definitely have some concerns about SU board composition in general and the process for requesting waivers and how that works. So I will share that as well.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
And I think it would be important to know how many board members actually sit on these districts themselves.
Yes.
Yeah, Oliver.
So yeah, I'm glad John made this request. I think it's important, and I'm hoping we can get something from Jeff as well, from the superintendents, because my guess is we're probably going to see more of these as these new SU boards sort of come into their being, and they're going to start thinking about doing different things. So if we could just make sure the scope is, I think to Nicole's point, a little broader than just this specific issue and just sort of composition in general.
Jeff?
Sure.
You look excited.
Fair of the community in which I spoke of earlier.
Yeah. Helping each other.
Thank
Chris,
you.
Can I just make one note? Yeah,
Sure.
I hate to, I don't want to be critical of the Norwich Development Review Board. But I will. I just do want to make one important distinction between what John was talking about in I think, supervisory unions, is that the DRBs are specific to a proposal that comes in application. They deal with it, and then it's kind of off. Whereas the school board, where the supervisory unions are an ongoing discussion. So I think it is important. That's where I've seen mostly alternates work, where you bring in somebody because McDonald's wants to put in, or King Arthur Flour, maybe I'll say, wants to bring in more parking spaces, and you deal with that issue, and then it's done.
Yeah.
Whereas the supervisory union
And
is
there could be a conflict of interest.
there could be, yes.
Right, and you need that.
Yeah, because John's a major stockholder in King Arthur Flour, maybe.
That would imply that he actually works there since they're employees.
No.
Okay. All right. So let's get back to tabling this and coming back to another meeting with more information and more input from educational partners around the state and the local area
Point of order, we didn't actually vote on that.
to table it. That's what we're doing right now.
Oh, got it. Okay,
Yes.
yeah.
So that's what I want to. That's what we're voting on, is to table this motion till future. We can bring more educational partners and some more input. So all those in favor of tabling this for right now, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and we will table this motion. We now come to another one, which is a little bit different, but this is item F2. And this is the item, will the State Board of Education approve the request of Southwest Vermont Supervisory Union to waive default requirements for composition of the SVSU board? Do we have a motion for this to start discussion?
I would simply suggest that we not take this as a motion and simply lay the matter on the table with a request that it'll be taken up at the next convenient meeting, at which time we hope to hear testimony from the applicants.
And do we, I don't see any, no. Okay, yes.
Yeah, and I would, I don't know if we need a formal motion, but I would concur. And it was actually noted in the green sheet that one of the reasons for postponing it, because that was the recommendation, was to ensure that there was opportunity for the new districts to actually have a voice in the process. So I think that's important. This is going to be an interesting one, and I just want to now kind of draw a contrast with the previous one we discussed, because it's already an existing practice. So although we might develop some criteria for new requests, I am sympathetic to a structure that's been in place, and I'd be really interested, quite frankly, to hear how it's been working out, and that might actually sort of inform the broader discussion.
All right, so are we just going to informally, or are we taking a vote on this to table this?
I suppose you have to have a
Vote to table.
motion to lay on the table.
Yes, so do we have a,
I move, Madam Chair, that we lay on the table the matter pertaining to the SVSU board composition and alternates.
is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mark. And are we ready just to take a vote on that? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and we will look at that at a future time. All right, so now moving on to item G. And I know that there was a request by John. Did you want to remove something from the consent agenda?
No, I've withdrawn that request because.
Oh, no, the other John.
Oh, pardon me.
But with conflict of interest? Okay, so, all right, so leave it, are you also needing to?
Yeah, I really don't think I have a conflict of interest, but it's more the perception of a conflict of interest, and I'll just put it on the table. I am a former, I formerly was a member of the Board of Trustees at Burton Academy. I haven't been for some time now, but, so I don't see that there's a conflict of interest, but there certainly could be the perception of one, so for that reason, I'm going to recuse myself from the discussion.
So,
Been dealt with in the past for parents of students that attend schools, when a matter comes up? Has there been
I don't know if that's come up. It's come up with myself that I work at a school, and so when they've come up, so waiver requests and things, I've recused myself. We haven't had as many parents, especially, I think Stacy, but it hasn't come up with schools that her kids have gone to. But what we could do is if somebody would like to make a motion for the consent agenda also by taking out the number 4, the renewal of Perrin Burton. So setting that aside, so that way all board members could vote on the consent agenda, and then we vote separately, so the board members that would need to recuse themselves. So I'd look onto a motion if somebody would like to make to adopt the consent agenda minus item number 4.
So moved.
So moved by Peter, and then do we have a second? Seconded by Stacy. Okay, so we are now looking at the consent agenda minus number 4, which is the special education independent school approval for Perrin Burton. So we have several items on there. Any discussion or questions?
Do you need a motion, or do you have one?
We have one. Yeah, we have a motion by Peter, seconded by Stacy. All those in favor of accepting the consent agenda minus item number 4, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. And now we have to look at number 4. Do we have a motion to accept that renewal? And we have 2 members that are going to be not voting. So we have John O'Keefe and then Oliver Alflin, who is going to both not be voting on this. So do we have a motion to accept?
Move.
Moved by John, and then
With all
seconded.
the language of the secretary's proposal.
Yeah, and seconded by Mark. Okay, any discussion on this independent school approval?
I don't know if there'll be an opportunity later. I just would like some time to get clarification about this business of recusing ourselves. I don't think it's contemplated by Robert's rules or by our state conflict of interest law that people recuse themselves from votes simply because they live in the town or might have a kid at the school. I think the Robert's rules are pretty clear, is that you have to have a conflict of interest to not vote or absent yourself from the room. And our conflict of interest law statute is fairly clear, and it's usually financial within family. So I think, but this is a subject for a discussion of procedure for the board, that we might take another revisit of that, because I think simply saying, well, this makes me very uncomfortable, I don't want to vote, is not ground.
Oliver, yeah.
So the thing that we have to abide by is the executive code of ethics.
Right.
And that is very clear. It's not just an actual conflict of interest, it is the perception of a conflict of interest. And I
Really
think,
perceived.
you know, I think with a parent of a student, you know, it starts getting a little bit gray, but I think in my case, as a former trustee, I think there's a clear perception there.
Right.
I don't think it's real, to your point, there's no financial conflict or anything like that, but there's certainly the perception. And the executive code is very clear on that point.
Peter, and then
So this came up when, I think with me first.
me too.
And I was told to recuse myself from the whole group that was being discussed at that time, not only my town. I was told by our attorney,
What attorney?
Mr. Little.
Well, and so the perceived, and so this also affected me, so when we were talking about the conversation, because the board chose to have a conversation of several towns together, including the town that I resided in, and so at that point, I was, again, is it real or perceived, and that idea of perceived and just being on the safe side. But we can revisit that as a board and what we're comfortable with, and really look back at that. And I think we get, I think it's, do we err on the safe side or not? And I think it's where the comfort of the board member too also has to come in.
Can I speak after we vote, just real briefly on this?
Sure. So if we're looking at this motion itself, for just Perrin Burton approving that, because it was pulled from the consent agenda, are we ready to take a vote on that? So all in favor of approving that approval, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. The ayes have it, and it has the approval. John, do you want to speak?
Yeah, just real quick, I mean, so conflict of interest, you've got a real conflict of interest or something that might appear as a conflict of interest. I've always taken a really careful approach to it. For example, when I worked in Massachusetts, there was a bill on my desk that I was working on that impacted the neighborhood I lived in and could have actually brought some positive real estate value to the property I owned, although it was about a mile away. And we had staff that could work on it, so I recused myself from it in an abundance of caution. I think it's just easy to do. In this case, I want to speak after it because this is licensing the school that my daughter goes to. If it failed, my daughter may not have a school to go to. So I think that's a real conflict of interest in that sense. You know, most of the time when you're talking about conflict of interest, you're talking about fiduciary, some sort of fiduciary impact on your bottom line. But in this one, now that I sort of look at this and think it through, I think that, you know, not voting on it, I think made sense. I didn't want to say this beforehand because I didn't want to put it out there that, because I didn't want to influence people's votes on it, although it apparently didn't matter. But I think probably some guidance in the end, because this is something where, you know, it's not like the licensing board where you're licensing teachers. Like, if you're voting on a license of a relative, like that would be a real conflict of interest. But normally, if you're voting on the license of somebody who lives in the town that you happen to live in, there wouldn't be a conflict of interest. But this is different.
And we started with in the beginning of Act 46, we talked as a board about what we felt comfortable with, and we decided that if we were voting on a town, because there could be connections to tax rates and various different things, that it would be in the best interest. And that was at the beginning of the conversation with 46, that we had that. And
There's nothing in statute about being comfortable.
no, but just again, in that perceived, and are you going to make a vote that's going to be perceived in one way or another because it's benefiting your tax rate or not?
Well, the perception has to be a credible perception. Just because somebody is cynical or something like that, doesn't count. I mean, but we can spend more time.
Well, and let me add one more, can I just add one more comment?
Yeah, and then
So,
Bill.
you know, in the community that I live in, I have the glorious title of tax collector. And I'm able to do that because even though I pay taxes in the town I live in, I'm able to do it because I don't have any more interest in collecting taxes than Dan, who also lives in town. So there is this piece in conflict of interest that talks about, is your interest greater than the typical person? So on the tax rate side, you know, if you're voting, you don't have any greater, it's not like it's a tax cut just for your property. If it was, then that would be a huge conflict. But the tax benefit is across the community, so maybe that's not a conflict. But I think we probably should get some guidance on it.
I think it's a great idea to get guidance. There's public trust, there's lots involved here.
And this is
especially in
different than most
education.
boards, most state boards.
Bill,
Listen to the statute. A member of this conflict of interest, 16 VSA 557, 558, a member of the state board, and it goes on, names other people here in the secretary, shall not solicit or receive directly or indirectly any gift or compensation for recommending or voting on any finding, ruling, etc. Then the next section goes on to say you cannot be employed in the school district that you're in, so it's a pretty narrow definition of law.
But that's the statute. Then you have to go to the Executive Code of Ethics, which we've all signed, which goes quite a bit further than that, and it goes into this concept of a perceived conflict of interest. And we are a political body, whether we want to admit that or not. We are a body politic. And I think the smart thing to do, to John's point, is, you know, when in doubt, disclose and recuse. It's easy to do. It avoids, because otherwise you're just inviting, trouble for yourself. It's just not worth it.
You know, I don't want to open Pandora's box here, but you know, I didn't even think this far through. But what you read, I'm actually the tax collector for the school district. I'm collecting the school taxes, which they're then given to BBA. So I am kind of compensated for what I'm doing. So I'm just saying, like, you could really, and somebody who has an issue with one of our votes is gonna go that far. And I mean, that's not a wild. I am paid to do that. I'm not paid like a lot of tax collectors where you get a cut of the
So
action.
am I hearing people want to review the code of ethics? Is that, or just like have a conversation, or what do people want from that? That's what, Mark.
You know, historically, when boards had changeover, and we've had some changeover since we last sort of revisited this, I think it is healthy to do that. So yeah, the short answer is yes.
Maybe when we get new board members,
Yeah, maybe.
maybe that would be the time to bring somebody in and say, here's what. Because it would be, I mean, every single one of us lives in some town in the state, I assume, unless you live in a gore.
Peter.
There's a difference between recusing yourself on the vote, but to be told you can't even converse about the subject, that's what sort of got me. It's like, I was told
We were advised.
advised to take
Yeah.
another seat.
Yeah.
Like in the
Maybe we could get all.
In the audience, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I was told, I couldn't sit at the table, I couldn't even, I mean, that's.
And that's why, again, it was the advised of being to avoid any of those perceived conflicts, and you don't have to take that advice, and that was advice.
I've seen people recuse themselves, stay at the table though, and make a passionate argument one way or the other, and then be like, oh, I'm not voting on it, I recuse myself.
Yeah,
So that,
yeah.
you can't do that.
When you
No.
recuse yourself, you don't.
From the conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so I'm hearing that that's something we want to review. So do we have board announcements? I first want to go to Bill and John, because you went to an event at VSAC, and you want to share some of that, what the event was. If you could just share what you did and what you learned, that would be really helpful. And then,
Speak for us. Just this one time.
what, okay.
And maybe I will be allowed to do that, and maybe I won't. We went to this VSAC meeting, and the chancellor was there, and Jed was talking about Vermont being 49th and 50th of the 50 states, and money going to higher education, to which he's absolutely correct. And they had some very good information in terms of our continuation rates, the inability for people to continue, and I think it has a lot to do with not being financially able. And I think it was an awareness builder, but one of the things that came out to me is that we're very much tied to higher education, to the business world, to the economics of the state, and the whole 9 yards. And it got into the question of how can we ask kids to go on to higher education and then not have jobs for them, which raises the question of, if we build it, will they come? Well, some people think so. But my thinking was that we need to think about the entire development of the state in a much more broad way in terms of education being part of it, higher education, job skill training, economic development, and so forth. And so I think that if we look at only education by itself and we forget about socioeconomic standing, then we're not going to succeed at the game. It's just that simple. We have to consider that and take it into account. With that, I'll stop and let John go from there.
Oh, thank you. Most of the presentation was devoted to describing to us the college aspirations or post-secondary aspirations of the 6,500 or so graduates we have annually in the state. And they cleaved the data primarily around first generation, second generation, and by gender. And there were very significant differences. A simple aspiration, I want to go. And anybody can say, I want to go, right? And of second generation females, 81% wanted to go on to college. 81% of second generation females. And 38% of first generation males, and everything in between. In general, there was a significant difference between males and females in their aspiration, in their application and acceptance, in their performance and completion. So that shows you that doesn't have much to do with money in that case. It has a lot to do with culture. The difference between a female culture and a male culture is significant. it then also, there's very significant, well, for example, 16% of those first-generation males ever get a degree in 4 years, 16%. Whereas 54% of second-generation females do.
So 16% of the 38%?
Or of the 100?
16% of all of them. I'm sorry.
Okay.
That would be 16% of them, yeah.
Of the 38?
Of that 38.
And can we just back this up, because I'm not sure if everybody got this. So this was data collected, this is part of a study that's going to be
Yes.
continuing.
So
So was it
longitudinal.
2012 was the
Class of
year?
2012.
Class of 2012, and the VSAC did initial survey in 2012, which 85% responded. So they tracked those 85% over the next 6 years. And
Four.
so
Only through 4.
I thought they did a
The
4-year and
data-
a 6-year check.
They will track to 6, but the
6,
data
okay.
is for 4.
Okay.
So there's a completion rates in 4 years for that class. And in general, but, probably a completion rate in 6 years is a fairer test. But in general, the data show that if a student stops for a semester, the chances of finishing go way, way down. Students often stop because of money, so it's connected to the resources question that Bill was speaking about. But there's a big difference between first generation and second generation, big difference between males and females. They do not at the moment have data with regard to free and reduced lunch, a more precise actual measure of poverty. I've asked for that. The way it sugars off is that 50% or fewer of the 6,500 kids who graduate every year, 50% or fewer will finish either a 2nd or 4-year college, 2-year or 4-year college in 6 years. Which is another way of saying 50% of our high school graduates are going into life with no post-secondary degree or certification. That in an era when we're competing with Singapore and Shanghai and Tel Aviv, and that's who these kids are competing with, those kids are at a very significant disadvantage, and it's, of course, got to be a concern for all of us. One of the takeaways for me, because I'm new to all of this, is that it feels like this board. I know that we have some legal authorities with regard to post-secondary education. It feels like I would like to see us take more ownership of the entire continuity of pre-K through 16, as opposed to K-12. That in this day and age, to drop out of high school is, for many, many people, or to not go on beyond high school is for many people a predestination to difficulty and challenge, and puts them at an enormous disadvantage. And it would just feel to me like the more that this board could take upon itself a sense of ownership of what happens after high school, the better. I mean, when we were constituted 100 years ago, post-secondary education was the exception. It needs to be the rule today. And so why wouldn't we want to kind of reconfigure our scope of concern to the entire continuum? Admittedly, we don't have a lot of levers to pull over what
Oh, no, there's
those
Act
institutions
77
do.
and PLPs. I think that's where, maybe this board is more interested in learning about how that's being implemented, but those personalized learning plans, and how they're supposed to get students to focus not just on school, but post-high school,
Right.
what skills and what do they need, and sort of what vision do they have for their life. And so that work has been unfolding with Act 77, and it's now a part of every student's experience, 7 through 12, is starting to think about those post-secondary. Things that we have touched on, but we haven't been working on because we've been doing a lot of other things on this board, is thinking about how that's unrolling. One thing we've talked about in the past is even going back to gender issue, is how are those conversations happening, and when they're in school. And the way Act 77 is envisioned, you're not talking with guidance counselors, you're talking with educators. And so what training have we given educators to have those conversations about really these the important idea of moving forward post-secondary? Yeah. So there is levers. I mean, and that may be something that we want to think about as a board. What are those appropriate levers that the board does have?
77
Huh.
is being enrolled by more affluent children than less affluent children.
But you're
So-
talking about a different part of Act 77. I'm talking about personalized learning plan that's for every single student in the state. Oliver?
So I read this report with great interest. I mean, it's a fascinating study and data set. And one thing I'm going to be really interested to see, and I've asked for, is ask VSAC for, is to actually look at the data on a school-by-school basis. Because, traditionally we've looked at things like SBAC scores and graduation rates, but if you think about it, a graduation rate is really sort of a self-certification. How a student does, or how a cohort of students does, 4 to 6 years post high school graduation is really, in my view, kind of the gold standard for how successful that high school was preparing that student, and then to be able to break it down between first generation, second generation, FRL, non-FRL. So it sounds like they have some but not all of that data. It's going to be really interesting to look at that and see who are the high schools that are really sort of demonstrating students who have high success rates, post-secondary.
Yeah, that's right, and they found sort of a cliff about college completion, depending upon whether a student had completed Algebra 2 or an AP course. Either of those was a predictor of a much higher probability of completing school, Algebra 2 or an AP course.
You mean post-secondary?
A much higher predictor of post-secondary success, yes. The VSAC itself has begun a kind of a demonstration project of intensive counseling for at-risk groups. And the results so far seem to be quite extraordinary. It takes a very significant investment of resources, of human resources, talented educators to be working with these students and working with them all the way through their post-secondary career, starting at grade 8 and all the way through. Yeah, but the results are heroic. I mean, you go from very, very low completion rates of 16 to 30% to over 80% college completions. That's pretty heroic. I mean, just sort of, I'll have what she's having when it comes to that. And I've asked for more detail about how that works and how you could scale that up on a statewide basis.
Stacy?
I was just going to say that a lot of the research I read, where those groups come in handy, or not handy, but are essential, is when you've hit your first stumbling block in college.
Mm-hmm.
If you didn't do well on a test, you missed something happens. If you are that first generation taking that risk, not sure you're supposed to be there, that first stumbling block is confirmation that you do not belong.
Right,
and that's what it's right. And the New York Times have these several stories where, in fact, like even the parents of the student would say, yeah, you probably shouldn't be there, because it's confirming that fear. Versus if you're a second generation or someone who always thought you went to college, you're like, oh, I did bad on that test. Probably was a bad test. Like you have a different narrate. So part of just how you tell the story about whether or not you belong.
Yeah, that's right.
Is a big piece of it.
And listening to Scott Giles, Scott, he presented on Vermont Edition and was speaking to that, how they're working with higher ed to have those, not wait until student stumbles, but on entry, is keeping students there and starting that conversation and having that be more proactive than reactive.
So is the gender gap in Vermont, is that greater here than in other states? Because I feel like, having lived here about 10 years, I do feel like in other states that I lived in, this is just anecdotal, that high school males going to college seem greater than here, than that number. Or that part of it is that there's not that many occupations, and there's not as many occupations in Vermont
that are college-based versus other states. I don't know if that's.
Well, it is interesting when you look at the data. Yeah, there's the change the story data, which looks that even though females are going to college and higher numbers and getting degrees, they're actually it's not translating into higher paying jobs.
Yes, that's right.
So we have this weird dynamic where we actually have more girls going to college, getting those degrees, but not doing well in Vermont economically. So it's this. Which side do you look at? And so you have to look at this together and looking at that gender gap. But we are having less male students achieve those higher level degrees.
We're going to talk about this, I think, in January when we talk about legislative priorities. But I do think one of the issues that we should look at is urging the legislature to raise the dropout age to 18. I mean, I don't know why we can't get on board with that. There's plenty of states where the dropout age is 18. 16, you are too immature to make that decision. And at that point, you drop out when you're 16. The chance of going to college then, I would say, is slim to none. We should be an 18 state.
Peter?
Yeah, these are huge issues. I mean, social history, and anybody who lives in a rural economy like I do, you can see this is the young males are the ones that have no aspiration and no belief that they've got much in their future, and it's very, very distressing. But I'm always, Dan has alluded to a new idea of technology and education and whatnot, and I'm wondering if we should be thinking about a whole different, think outside the box. I'm curious to see where this is going to go, because I'm not sure just trying to trim up the edges is going to make much difference on this issue. In terms of how we're engaging and educating our kids in the format, where something's not clicking in many cases, many cases.
Bill?
I'll take that at lunch.
Our high school graduation rate is actually pretty good.
It is, yeah. It's one of the best in the country.
And that's something we should be proud of. But what Chris is talking about here in terms of the available jobs is when you start looking at the Department of Labor available jobs, you look at the top 20 openings and they're all low-wage jobs except for some medical kinds of jobs. And so that raises another question in terms of our greatest export seems to be children. And our talented people are going on to college, and are they coming back? And if there's no jobs here, then we have a problem of building the cycle. And somehow or the other, I think we've got to look at building the entire cycle and all the pieces to it.
And I didn't want to suggest, by the way, that our high school graduation rate is one of the best in the country. But I think there is still that gap. There are some kids that aren't finishing high school.
That's
and if you don't finish high school, you should make that decision when you're 18,
and the
I think.
consequences of not finishing are huge.
Especially now. I mean, in this day and age, I think there was a time in America when a high school diploma was not an absolute must.
1950s was the first time it went over 50%.
Yes. But today, without at least a high school education, I mean, you can't even qualify for the minimum jobs in life.
All right, Mark?
First of all, thanks you guys for going to that presentation. I know we probably all were invited. The Financial Literacy Commission that I was on, VSAC, had a very important role at that table and brought a lot of statistics. Some of it has come out in this report as well. And we found ourselves sometimes sitting around that table as well, kind of going outside the box. You know, how can we help students become successful? And I think all of you, you're dead on. And that's part of what this study is doing, is like we have to see 6 years out and go back and see what's working. And I know that there's some initiatives in terms of, whether it's Act 77, but getting folks, whether it's male or females, involved in career planning at an earlier age, of which financial literacy is part of that. Because if they start thinking at a younger age about what they might be doing beyond high school or beyond post-secondary, whether they go into military, 2-year schools, certification schools, vocational, whatever, that's really important. And I'd really like to see, the board continue to look at our tech centers and how they can be involved, because There are probably some policy changes that need to take place in terms of getting students into the workforce. There's getting them exposed to fields at a younger age so that by the time they are leaving school, they're making some choices where they're going to be heading that they've been exposed to.
And Colin, next, so just so Mark just is bringing up something that is, if you remember 6 or 8 months ago when we were talking about other things, that CTE rules are something that may be coming our way because they have not been updated for 25 years. They don't envision career pathways, period. We also had Perkins reauthorization. So there's more going on around with tech and rules. So that's maybe another thing to be thinking about, is that when we're writing rules, and are they so specific towards grades, and how do you expand that? Callahan?
Yeah, and I think with students, basically, from my perspective, to really understand something, you have to see the consequences. So, for example, I took a woodworking class this semester, and a kid brought up an argument with the teacher, oh, well, I don't need to go to college, I can go make $16 an hour and be fine. And the teacher sat us all down for an entire class and explained, you have $16 an hour, you make this much, this is what you pay for rent. And then this, like, seeing what that really means and what not having a degree can do, that was an eye-opening experience, even for me who plans to go to college. I'm like, okay, that's not a livable salary. So I think on Mark Financial Literacy, really showing you can't live off, like, this is not, if you want to be doing this, this, and this, and you want to be comfortable, this is not really your option. And I think students are smarter than we think, and they really will take that, and they'll understand and be like, okay, I don't want to live like that. Like, my parents, you know, have, like, even like me, like, even when your parents do well and you want to be like that, unless you understand how you do that, it's really hard to make the steps to do that. So kids understand this is what happens if you don't go to college, and it's okay. You know, if you do military or CTE, like, those kids learn, they go make $25 an hour because they have skills from CTE, but if students don't understand what it means, they don't really care as much. So if we teach them, this is how you do things, there's not really right and wrong, but if you want this life, this is what you, in a way, need to do, I think that would be beneficial for the students.
I think it might be beneficial for this board to hear what schools are doing with some of that around PLPs, because that is happening around the areas and different things. So yeah, Kyle.
I was just going to say, off of what John and Callahan were saying, like, just making it, like, telling students the consequences of, like what's going to happen if they don't get a degree, or what John was saying, where if you can really reinforce in a student's mind that, like, education is really important by making it an 18 state, by not making it an option to just drop out your sophomore year. Because in my own experience, I've seen kids think that they could just drop out at 16 because they'll be able to do this, and they really struggled. Where I've had friends that they kind of disappeared from school, and I found out they had dropped out, and they've been just really struggling to find anything to do. Really, they haven't been. One person I know now is actually struggling a little bit with homelessness, where it's like a lot of these people where it's like, if you don't really reinforce how important education is to just living a good life and being able to live, like, a good lifestyle, that it's just, a lot of kids aren't just not going to follow it. They're just going to do what they think they can do at that age.
John.
Just another data point that was presented orally, but not in the report. As really good as this report is, it sort of begs the question, so how does this compare to other states? I mean, what's the context of all this? And John was speaking about some of that. The one other state context that we heard was about destinations to two-year college or four-year college. And interestingly, a much higher percentage of Vermont kids who go to college go to four-year colleges than the national average. And conversely, a much lower percent go to two-year colleges than the national average. And sort of, it begs the question, why? We didn't spend any time on this, but it's a significant difference. Something like 22% of our kids go to two-year colleges, whereas the national average is 40 to 45% go to two-year colleges.
I feel like some of that, having moved here from New York a long time ago, New York has community colleges all over the place. It doesn't feel like we have as many community colleges here localized as maybe other states do. I don't know if that impacts it. Maybe it's just availability. I don't know.
So to go to the other spectrum, Stacy's also been doing work on behalf of the board, and mindful that we asked Stacy to take on looking at pre-K and looking commission. So do you want to speak to what you've been doing as we've all been working through 46, some of the additional work that you've been doing?
And just, I'm prepared to talk about the statewide literacy plan. You want to talk about that instead?
Okay, but could you just tell us what you are doing on behalf of the board, and then if you want to talk about the literacy plan too, just knowing that you took on extra tasks.
Yes, well, this will bleed into it, so if you don't mind. So Krista asked me to serve on the pre-K through third grade statewide literacy plan stakeholder group. We met 3 times through the fall. It's no surprise, September and August, November were really busy. It was a really diverse group. So this is a statewide literacy plan that I can't actually remember now how it has a regular renewal quality to it. So this was not a particular initiative, but a revisiting. It was convened by the AOE, but there were educators there, parents, folks from AHS, people from higher ed there. It was this really interesting group, and we were everywhere from discussing what does it mean when it's the same group of kids. We're talking about why are a certain group of children not learning to read or not learning to read with a certain level of proficiency, and what does that mean for your long-term schooling if you don't have good reading comprehension, if you don't see yourself as a reader. We spent a lot of time discussing what is literacy, and talking about literacy is also speaking and listening, and so we really ran the gamut, but it came up with a pretty good document that's very high level and enumerates or delineates some state roles and some local roles, and I thought it was exciting to see that we're really looking at this continuum, but it was interesting the continuum really bumped up against all the things we're talking about. This is now a pre-K through third grade document. Well, what does that mean when pre-K is this multimodal delivery system? And what does it mean when we talk about pre-K through third, when third is in the middle of elementary school? And when we were talking about all the expertise that teachers need to really address literacy, not just as reading and writing, or not just reading, but there are all these other pieces to literacy. What are we doing in terms of teacher training to make sure teachers really understand all the different ways children need to be engaged in becoming literate beings? So it was an exciting group, even though it was August, September, and November of day-long meetings, but it was nice to serve on behalf of the board. And I think there are lots of good conversations we can have about whether we're talking cradle to career or 0 to 8 or birth to all these different delineations. If we want to have a continuum, what would that look like and what's within our scope? I'm not sure we can take on the Department of Labor. It feels like, a little, but what is that? What would that look like? So, sorry, Oliver, what did you say?
Pre-K to postdoc.
Exactly, right.
Well, I know just from talking to my superintendent, things that they're even thinking about is prenatal visits. So there's been some looking at how long do women wait for in the office. They've been doing studies, so they're waiting up to 45 minutes in these prenatal visits, and could they start making contact in those prenatal visits about how to help with literacy, how to help with health, how to help just get the resources they need, and thinking about what is that line. So it's kind of interesting. We can say pre-K, but what is the line, and where do you get the investment that you're going to get most for those students to make sure they have the skills
as
that they need?
Superintendent Burrows is saying, and he was talking about no one makes a master plan to get smaller, but it's funny, the lines, we're making kind of bigger catchment areas to try to do more with those things. Your superintendent is one of the chairs of Building Bright Futures, which I've been serving on for the last 4 or 5 years, and it's I like to think of it as it's the government and legislature advisory body that's supposed to try to marry the gap that happens between legislation and what's happening on the ground, and trying to create some cohesion in the early ed world through that. And your superintendent has been a big player in that, and advocating, and from his kind of high school and superintendent lens, talking about what the needs are for early education and how that impacts what's available for students in schools all the way through.
Because these are the same students we're talking about. We're talking about,
It's
Bill
all-
and John bring up the high school data. This is at the very beginning of school. And so what are those resources they need before they get to school to make sure they're successful all the way through, academic and emotional?
And I feel I guess my one thing about pre-K that I feel like is, as a pre-K educator, that I think is exciting, is most of what I hear about when we talk about getting kids ready for kindergarten, which I bristle against a little bit, because I feel like schools should be ready for kids more so than the kids need to be ready for school. But in the conversation, I hear educators and various leaders, we're not talking about they need to have their ABCs or everyone needs to be able to count. What people are focused on are really, do children know how to be in a group? Do children know how to self-regulate and just like identify emotions? And do you know how to, like, what's involved in being a friend? And all those sorts of relationships, being a part of a community piece, I think those are really some of the building blocks for success that often get left behind. And I think Vermont's being very aware of that, those social emotional skills being paramount for being available for learning. Because if you can't self-regulate, you're not available for learning in the classroom. And I feel like that Vermont should be proud that we're still really focused on those elements.
Other announcements from people that have been involved in things? Yeah.
Yes, I'd like to bring up another wonderful, exciting discussion topic. The Secretary of Education released yesterday the school violence.
U.S. Secretary of Education.
Oh, yes. And I've collaborated on this one as well by giving to the Secretary the job of going over some of this stuff, but I wanted to hit a couple of things. They have a 200-page report in which they do not attach any money to it, but they want things to happen. One of the things that they mentioned that caught my eye was no notoriety campaign, is that when some of these school shootings happen, don't give the perp attention in the press, in the media. Just obliterate it, talk about the victims and things of that sort. Character education plays a part, but exactly what that will be, we'll have to see. And one thing that they pushed was actually to do away with the Obama reforms, which would separate out the classifications by race and socioeconomics and so forth. But it's a big issue, and schools all over the state are hardening. They're doing plans. They find them necessary. I find it a shame that we are in a society that it has to be this way, but it is. Dan, did you want to add to this?
So this is, I mean, I think pieces of that will come in your report later, right? Or do you want to respond directly?
No, I was just going to, just briefly, I read through that last night, a little bit of the executive summary. I just would, by comment, say that I think this is one of the areas in Vermont where we have some really good infrastructure working and some really solid lines of communication. There was a school safety advisory group created the last legislative session. They're about to produce their report that identifies some of the strategies that were identified in the national report, but the point is that our thinking continues to evolve in the state, that we're basing it on our experience and best practices, and we have access to that thinking at the national level. But I think we are, like in many other areas of the education system, moving towards becoming more systematic in how we deal with these things, unfortunately or fortunately. But we have to get sort of consensus on what is our approach to active shooters, what is our requirement for people to have planning in place. So those are just some of the recommendations that will be coming from our Vermont group, which has been really, I think, a very effective partnership and has served the state very well.
When will they be reporting?
I have the draft in front of me. I believe this will be finalized in January. You can certainly put that in your agenda packet if you're interested.
And there's some real challenges in Vermont. The number of looking at like the active shooter stuff, the number of law enforcement officers in Vermont is very, very small. I mean, most communities, I think there's probably only 30, maybe, no, 40 or something like that actually have police departments. So most of it is statewide, state police that are very thinly spread. So I think here it seems like it's even more important to be able to proactively address issues, because you really don't have, there's no SWAT teams or anything like that. Every
district has to sort of put together its own
Yeah.
resource portfolio, if you will.
Yeah, yeah, and the resources vary
Yeah, absolutely.
greatly from basically nothing to, Burlington would be the largest community with a large number of assets, but even that's, pretty small.
I think this has played into, I think the state board is even finding schools to host us has become more difficult
Oh,
because
yeah.
schools don't like hosting groups from outside.
Yeah.
And having open meetings. So I think because what I heard a lot during Act 46 was people loving their schools as community centers, but a lot of times schools now will not be as much community centers because of safety concerns. And so that's where that delicate balance in Vermont about culture and safety.
And
So two different expectations.
Along with tax collector, I'm also the emergency management director. I have a whole bunch of different jobs, but that requires that the public safety folks go into the schools. And I can tell you, even in our community, the construction of the schools varies greatly. And it is a challenge to build schools that are really warm and open and friendly and that can be secured well. I mean, it's almost impossible from what I can gauge as a non-expert on it. If you got these nice doors that open up to the outside and beautiful windows and stuff like that, that's cinder block is much better than windows. But cinder blocks aren't very friendly.
But that's what schools are struggling with that,
Yeah.
I think, right now. And then being somebody that works in a school like that, it's hard to be in, now that all windows have stickers and you can't see out, and it changes the whole dynamic of the school. And so I think as a
Yeah.
state, we're just trying to figure that balance. Stacy? Yeah.
Just real quickly on that, if you don't know about the group, the I Love You Guys Foundation, I would recommend you look it up. I saw a presentation by their founder, about school safety. He's very compelling and has a lot of facts that I think allow schools to be absolutely safe, but also to really, we can talk more about lunch if you want, but like the power of a locked door. We don't need, there are all these other things we're doing that are like shutting schools down, making them dark, and really what a simple locked door can do. He has other stuff, I think it's helpful. But I was also gonna say, I have found the state to be tremendously helpful. Our little community center in Burlington has been going through a lot of these exercises, and the state does have a lot of resources, including this fun thing called What If Wednesdays, where you get like a weekly quiz, and it just kind of keeps it on the front of your mind. It like gives you a scenario and says, would you do this, and it just it keeps the conversation going in a very non-threatening but just helpful way. And that's something that the state has been providing that's easy to access, and then it's Wednesday.
All right, so moving on, I just want to leave some time for Callahan for a student report.
Yes, my student report. It was inspired by, because I didn't really know what to do, honestly. I was like, end of my semester, I was like, oh, I don't know what to do for this right now.
And she's like, don't worry, I have it covered.
I
I'm like,
was,
"You need
yeah,
help?"
she
She's like,
texted me, I'm like, I'll do it, don't worry. I was like, I don't have it quite yet. But I went to the Barnett School's winter concert, and it was really fun, and it was really cute, and I was like, oh, well, I wonder how many, because they had every kid in their school participating, and I was wondering what, like, the national averages were for kids participating in that, because on my capstone day, I saw a capstone on benefits of music in schools, and I was just curious. And so I did some research, and I found that actually for a long time, for several years, it was declining, students participating in music or performing arts, but it has recently increased a few percent. And but unfortunately, in high school students, it has gone down quite substantially over the past few years. And I noticed that, like myself, I stopped after middle school. I played saxophone, and I didn't think about it for high school. And females are actually more likely than males to participate in music, and younger students are more likely than older. And there's actually by race, so non-Hispanic white students are more likely to participate compared to the others, and also by parents. So students on the wealthier side are more likely to participate in these arts than students who qualify for free and reduced lunch, etc. And I was really impressed by the Barnett School because they had every student up there, and they decided to hold it during the day, so there was no problems with students getting rides and coming in, and they made it kind of a whole day. They practiced before, and then they gave the performance at the end of the day, and they actually talking about how once you go to middle school, it becomes optional. You have to do it up until 6th grade, and they decided that they had the highest numbers they never had in middle school participation because the programs in the years before made it so fun and exciting for them. And these middle schoolers, they played Baby It's Cold Outside on their saxophones, and they were singing, and they had a whole band, and they talked about how they were excited to go into high school and participate in bands. So I just was really impressed with the Barnett School and what they were doing with their music program, and I just thought it was something to celebrate because they were kind of going the opposite direction of the national trends, and they were just really improving this program because I do believe there are really strong benefits to music. I remember learning a lot from it, and I know Kyle plays guitar and stuff, and it's really important, I think, for students to be involved in some kind of performing art, and I just was really impressed with the Barnett School and what they were doing with that.
Great.
We talked a little bit about this when we were accepting the new art standards, and there was a whole summit in Montpelier probably about 4 years ago where they were talking about arts across the state as for what the success stories were and some of the struggles, and just securing art educators was a problem, especially in smaller schools, that if you only had a .2 position and then you were .2 in another one, and what that looked like. So it'd be interesting to see art participation and how that is affecting with areas that merged with 46 and those that didn't, and access to that, and that's that equity piece. Is looking at having access to those experiences. It just makes me think of the students we heard in Bethel talking about how they then had the experience they could have chorus and band instead of having to choose chorus or band. So hopefully we're gonna, we could dive into that a little bit more too about the equity of access. Yeah.
I've gotten a new perspective now that my daughter's in high school and compare it to when I was in high school. And it seems like, I mean, the students probably don't, they didn't go to school in the 80s, so, but it does seem like students are becoming, in high school, are becoming more and more specialized. So it seems like they're focusing on one thing. So I'm wondering if maybe some students are still participating in the arts, in doing it more hours per week, but there's less students doing it. Do you feel like high school students now are focusing more on, they'll focus like, seems like there's more like one sport athletes or more people that are just doing theater or just doing ceramics or whatever it is. Do you feel like?
Yes, like definitely at my school, like I chose, like I was like, oh, I'm going to be an athlete, so I can't play at the football games of the band because I won't be there. So I just chose not to do band. But I've seen, I think a lot of students, and I've seen in my school, we have an amazing art center, and there's a certain group of people that go to that, and then they have the athletes, and you have your scholars, but there's these two girls in my school, they're twins, and they do it all. They're amazing track athletes. They're scholars. One of them was green gold, and then they play in the band. And they're these amazing. Like everyone looks at them. They do it all. But I don't think students realize they can do it all. I didn't realize I could do band and sports. So I think the flexibility with it, because I think it is flexible. I think just students don't understand.
Did you say these are twins?
Yeah.
Well, maybe they're
like these
maybe
amazing.
It's where they're trading off and
they're just these amazing twins. They just
like that
do
movie
everything.
where they used to.
Yeah, maybe.
As a teacher, and I've taught in a couple different schools, what I've seen is you have fewer students trying to do it all.
Yeah.
So you have students that then sometimes it's that struggling with when to say no because they want all the opportunities. They want to do as much as possible, and then they're trying to manage all these different pieces and how can get the most out. And so they're trying to max out their schedules before, after, during the day, and trying to do it all.
And they're stressed all the time?
Sometimes they are stressed.
And I think parents are like, don't do too much. Like my parents are like, kind of choose. Like, what do you want to do? So I think just making it students realize that they can do it in a way that is flexible with their schedule and not overworking them, I think would be helpful.
And it does seem like it's more like society, like, you go back to, it's a football analogy, and I didn't play football, but back in the 50s, they bring out the linebacker to kick extra points, and now they bring out number 2. Like this guy, that's all he does is kick extra points. It seems like society has become more and more specialized. It's the Renaissance man or woman seems like they're sort of, their days are dwindling.
I think as we ask a lot of our students, as a coach, and you know this, we ask too much of our students. There's too much practice, games on the weekends, and so it leaves less opportunity to try these different experiences that could expose you to a different career or passion that could benefit you. So just moving on, we're right before lunch. I just wanted to bring back the chair's report, and this meeting for me, it was interesting trying to craft. It was trying to put all these things that we've been not addressing, and then also some time about how we're going to move forward. And I was just reflecting on the past year, and I mean, we're going to talk about this when we start talking about our report to the legislature. But last year, looking back and the amount of work that we did, I just want to preface this with, we have a new secretary right here, and I was thinking back, I was like, oh, that's right, all of April, May, and we were working on, our work on our strategic plan really got pushed back because then we're reacting to the fact that we did a secretary search, and we did so quickly in a really aggressive manner to make sure that we would have, give the governor time to make his choosing. And through that, we were also working on small school grants, which was required by us, by the legislature, to create metrics. And so that was some hard lifting there. And then that was this year. This was right, I mean, think about that. That was our June meeting. That was our retreat. That was our June retreat is where we finalized those. And so working up to that point, that was also, so never mind finishing that, we got the report from the secretary June 1st. And I just want to put it out there because people are like, oh, didn't you all get a copy of that months in advance? No, it was June 1st when it got put on the web at 6 something at night. That was the first draft that we got to see. So from June 1st to November 30th, dedicating our time doing the work delegated to us under 46 and 49 to complete a task. And so we're at an interesting crossroads where we get to really reevaluate where we want to go. And that's where I'm hoping the rest of this afternoon we can put aside some of the other business that we need to close up, but also start having those conversations. I think we've already naturally started doing that and thinking about topics that we haven't been able to cover for almost a year, because we have been reacting to what was given to us by the legislature and trying to do the best work possible with that going forward. So I hope that we have enough time and space through this the rest of the afternoon to start extending more of these conversations, but to also be thinking about what is it that we want to do. Since I've been on the board, and I joined right before the two of you, and it used to be that our meetings were 3-4 hours long. We were 9:30 or 10, and they'd be done by 2. I mean, it was a very different board and workload, and it really changed with the passage of Act 46. And when we then had to have reports coming to us, they took 45 minutes apiece to go through the reports. I think at our highest, we did 8 or 9 in one meeting. Because it was the amount of people coming to us looking to go take a vote. It was an unbelievable amount of workload. And now that is off the table. And now we have the freedom to think about where do we want to go and what's our vision moving forward. And I just want to make sure we're not just scattering all over the place, but really thinking strategically what is important to us and where do we need to go. And so that's my hope for the rest of the afternoon, is to start having those conversations and start creating, deciding as a group, what is it that we want to do with our time? How do we want to spend it, and what will be to the benefit of the group? So that's just, I just wanted to quick report, and just saying that that's what my intention was in planning the meeting the way it is. And I understand that it's kind of all over the place with different requests that we've gotten. So if anything else, I would decide we're going to take a break until, was it 1:15 for lunch? Thank you. If we could come back together. Now, again, this is business coming back, an appeal decision from Montpelier-Roxbury School District regarding tuition payment. I know that, do you want to step up to the microphone? If you want to have a seat at the table and just introduce yourself for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Dwayne Nadfig. I live in Roxbury, Vermont. And thank you for the opportunity to talk to you about this. I'm sorry Ms. Simmons couldn't be here. I'm sure she's having more fun, but I wanted to say she's been very nice to deal with. She did try to steer me into Superior Court more than once, but then she found the catch-all phrase that she noted on the second page of her treatise.
Yeah.
So, as you've no doubt read, it's all about the interpretation of an article of merger. And the article makes it clear that if you're enrolled for 7th grade by a certain date, your tuition will be grandfathered in. And the study committee finished their work, I guess, in April 2017, and it was passed unanimously by you all in June. And I guess what it really comes down to for us as a family, and as you may have noticed, I'm of retirement age, we've had an injury, and it's a financial injury. It's because words matter. It's not the old sticks and stones thing. That doesn't hold true. Words are a big deal. And in fact, I happened to catch part of your last meeting, I guess, on video, and Mr. Carroll was talking to you about how you need to differentiate words, and those words were conversely and similarly. But the Roxbury, or I call them Roxmont Board, to whom we appealed, denied us because, and they were honest about this, they said, well, we really meant attending. We didn't mean enroll that. So it comes down to what's called statutory interpretation, and there are rules for that. Number one rule is plain language rule. If something isn't confusing or ambiguous, you don't get to go past that and talk about intent. It stops before you get there. So I have a question for the board. Prior to the approval of the articles of merger, were they ever sent back to the committee to rework that because of language that was either contradictory, too vague, too ambiguous, confusing, or even absurd?
So I think, so you're going back to the Articles of Agreement for the merger between Roxbury and Montpelier. And so all of the discussion was in the open meeting. But I was hoping, could you talk to us about your case? And I'd like to hear the AOE's interpretation and allow board members to ask some questions.
Yeah, I thought it was important to ask that first because it was passed unanimously. And what you passed was wording. And I just need to know if there was any wording quibbles on that. That was passed in June. So then it comes down to what are the powers of your board. And as Mr. Mathis pointed out recently, 2 days ago, in fact, in Deere, you've got a lot of new power that you didn't invite. But I think Ms. Simmons' interpretation of things basically are pre-Act 46 thinking. And once Act 46 has come in, it's a very different world. And in that world, you are an upper board and other boards are lower boards. They come to you as supplicants asking for a blessing for a marriage. And you either deny or they approve. And that gives you great power, but there's also powers that were enumerated in 16 VSA 164, and those have to do, in number 3, with examining and determining appeals and to prescribe rules and practice in respect thereto. So I'm saying I believe that that you have the power to prescribe that to all the other boards, the lower boards, that they must comply with what's considered normal quasi-judicial conduct and not to deviate from, number one, the plain language rule. So our son was enrolled. He was in 6th grade, but he was enrolled. Typical process. You fill out forms, you give them money, they say, okay, he's enrolled. He was still in 6th grade, but it was in March 27th, 2017, prior to the deadline. So we thought, well, this is good, because during the 17 to 18 school year, his tuition was supplemented by the Roxbury School District. And so, of course, this year, after the denial that spring by the Roxmont Board, basically, in order to prevent him from being torn between 7th and 8th grade, changing schools, we've had to go into debt, borrow money to keep him in the school he was in and likes. We don't know what he wants to do after 8th grade. He's thinking he might want to go to Montpelier. That isn't really the issue. The issue is we feel aggrieved and feel that you have the power, because one of the powers previously referred to in that 16 VSA 164 is that you can take over a school if there is a big problem. You can control their budget. And one of the phrases, to the extent necessary to correct deficiencies. Well, you could say, this is a deficiency. It certainly is a deficiency to our family that the Roxmont Board promulgated. So, as a citizen, giving that board, keeping in academic terms, a report card, I would say that as far as English composition, D, and quasi-judicial conduct, F.
So, and just at this point, I would like to ask the agency to clarify some, the Secretary's recommendation is that the State Board decline to order payment of tuition because the request is not within the State Board's jurisdiction. It further goes on, I'm just looking at the very last paragraph, saying that the appropriate venue for the parties to obtain a ruling interpreting the grandfathering provisions is a civil court system. And so just wondering if the Secretary could go through and if, so that way give a little bit of background. I'm not sure if you want to invite someone else to talk about this or to the board can then ask questions.
Yeah, I mean, Ms. Simmons is not here. She's the one who wrote the opinions Mr. Notvick said. I'm not an attorney. I will say, starting on the top of page 3 of her analysis, you can, she highlights the statutes that are available for this, and the 828, she would argue, is not the appropriate section of the law because there is some other mechanism basically available under the other areas. Claire, do you have anything to add to this at all? We do have one of our legal staff here. Yeah, I didn't say much. I was just sort of walking through Emily's memo. The logic, is, I think if you've all had a chance to read that, is, basically that it's not within the board's purview.
Because it just falls under the 828, I mean, the board's authority would fall under that provision that's a very general position, the 828
Right.
provision. And in interpreting statutes, you have to pick, if one is more on point, you have to use that one before you go to the catch-all. So the board's authority, the board has some authority under 828. That statutory provision is a non-specific statutory provision, whereas the other provisions that Ms. Simmons outlined are more specific to the situation at hand. And so you have to use those before you use a non-specific statutory, in the way that you would prepare it. So, what would be the authority to ask for tuition in the first place of a district that is now no longer tuitioning, was tuitioning, but now is no longer tuitioning? So that provision, and that would be under the request for geographic considerations or one of the other provisions where you're allowed to ask for a board to pay tuition. And then the public high school choice, which that doesn't extend to 6th grade. And then finally, this catch-all, which is a person aggrieved by a decision of a local school board as to tuition payments or eligibility can appeal to the state board. And it wasn't considered under those earlier ones where there isn't a right of appeal to the state board. And hence, the decision that if you're aggrieved by a final decision of government agency, the appeal would be under the rules of civil procedure to take that then to the Superior Court to seek relief there. And the concern for the board is that this board does not interpret the Articles of Agreement for the Montpelier-Roxbury school district with this grandfathering provision, that that's not this board's job.
So can I just for a distinction, so what this is saying is that while we do have a purview in very specific areas, but this is asking us to go into a different purview of actually weighing in on what is intended by the Articles of Agreement.
Correct.
And so that's where, and get this right, so I want to make sure, the Secretary, you're recommending that we decline to order payment because it doesn't fall within our jurisdiction for those reasons.
That's the legal opinion of the AOE.
Okay, so that, I just want to make sure clear on that. And did you want to respond, Mr. Neffy?
Well, I just wanted to point out the last sentence in that paragraph on page 2 that said that you lack the judicial authority to interpret a district's articles of agreement, but I'm not clear on how that differs from your authority to approve them once you've received them and think, well, these are cool. Isn't that your quasi-judicial function?
I would say no. I mean, I'm not a lawyer. If you want to speak to 706,
But as to the judicial powers of the board, in hearing appeals made to it, I mean, there are very, very limited instances where this board determines appeals made to it, and that's part of what's coming up later with that chart that we have in the state board rules as to the authority of the state board to determine matters appealed to it. But the state board is not normally in the business of hearing denials of local school board actions when parents come before them, absent a provision in the law that says so.
Yeah, Oliver.
I think the point that the appellant was making was that somehow when the original 706 articles came to us for approval, that we were acting in a quasi-judicial manner, and my understanding of the law, and I'm not an attorney either, but I think this is a question for the attorney, is that the process of the state board reviewing and approving those articles, that is not a quasi-judicial process. So there's no...
Quasi-judicial has to involve individual interests? There were no individual interests.
Correct. We were executing a political function, not a judicial one. That's correct.
John, did you have a question?
Well, I wanted to go back to the substance of the case, but not if you want to stay on this procedural question.
And do we want to, I think there's, before we even go there, I think there's the question of, is it our role? And I think that what we're hearing from legal counsel is that we lack the legal authority, so I think it would actually be probably imprudent to, if we decide that we agree with that as a conclusion, I think it would be imprudent to go any further.
Conversation.
I think that's the first matter of, do we have, I mean, we have a recommendation from the Secretary that it's not within our jurisdiction. As they may want to speak to maybe the contrary to that.
I just want to play back what I think I heard Claire say, and if I can just play that back to make sure that I'm understanding it, the logic, the reasoning correctly. So there are there are specific, very specific narrow areas where the board has legal authority and arguably a responsibility to consider appeals, but they're very narrowly defined. Then there are areas where there are other areas, avenues of appeal that are outlined elsewhere in law. And then there's this catch-all provision, and the catch-all provision only comes into play if there is no other more immediate avenue of appeal. Is that correct?
Correct. If the issue at hand is otherwise provided for in law, meaning a more specific provision, you have to go to that provision, as opposed to the catch-all.
Yep. So the catch-all is really just to handle the exceptions that weren't otherwise contemplated in law.
Yes, yes.
So just a question, I know there are still districts out there that are dealing with Act 46, and they will be coming to you with their committee reports and all that. What will you do if you find articles that contain very ambiguous or confusing or contradictory language? What will you do?
at this point, I think our work at creating, having a say in articles of agreement are done. So we created a default articles of agreement that were already put together. And are you asking what are we gonna do when there's ambiguity?
There are amendments, I think.
Oh,
Yeah,
with their
there's a
amendments.
process
Somebody comes
for
to us with an amendment and something is ambiguous. And it's an analogous, I think, it's my opinion, it's analogous to, the lawmaking process, right? And, we have sort of a final sort of say to say, this needs more work, and the board has in the past sent things back to say this needs more work, but it's not interpreting something that has been enacted. There's a distinction there. There's us saying, we're not going to sign off on this because we think you can do a better job. You can clarify these things, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we're, providing some interpretation. That's a very different thing.
Yeah, I think it's akin to the state process where the legislature, which in this case would be the local communities, draft something up, it comes to us, whereas the government would have sort of veto power. We don't necessarily veto power, but we would be approving it. And then if there's a dispute over the language, the interpretation of the language, then that goes to the court system. I think that's the role that we're playing here, isn't interpreting it, but simply when it comes back to us, either approving it or not approving it, essentially. I think that's the role. So I think what we're talking about here is more of a question now and in the future for the courts.
I think that's what the agency is recommending, is
Yeah.
that it should be going to the civil court system. Thoughts or?
And not that I'm not sympathetic, but I am really concerned about overstepping, expanding our power beyond what we're authorized to do. I think that's a slippery slope in government, where, these sort of precedents and expansion of power beyond is a very, very, it's done in inches, not feet. And if we took this up, then the next time somebody came to us, we might move the bar another inch.
Right,
And suddenly we're way outside of our purview.
Is there a motion to be made?
Make that motion. Move that we decline to order payment of tuition because a request is not within the state board's jurisdiction.
So Mark made a motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Callahan. John?
Yeah, I wonder about the language, the framing of that motion.
So it's
We're
what
not
the
declining to
secretary-
order anything. We're declining to hear the matter.
Correct.
Well,
Because otherwise it implies that somehow
We've made a judgment that it was an
Right.
unworthy request.
Yeah.
We're not making any judgment about it.
Yeah.
So are you making an
If I
amendment
may
to strike the first
offer a friendly
part?
amendment to the maker of the motion so that it would say the board declines to hear the request of the applicant because the request is not within the state board's jurisdiction.
Can we have a discussion on that, or
Hold
I'll
on,
second it?
hold on, let's just, so, let me just make sure I get it, I just wanna make sure we get it down, I know Suzanne's working on this too, but, so could you just say that the state board declines to hear the request of the applicant, because the request is not within the state board's jurisdiction? Is that what you?
That is correct.
Okay, so that is, you're making an amendment, and
Yes.
we have a second to the
Yep.
amendment? Okay, do we have, discussion on that, or do
Could I-
people wanna?
I think that this motion is neutral to the appellant. The former motion, I think, is actually hurtful.
Yeah.
Going forward into the court system, because it simply says that we believe that the school district is correct. And in this case, we're just saying that we're not taking a position either for the appellant or for the school district. So I think this one is the right motion. I think it's actually not helpful to you, but also not hurtful to your cause going forward. I think the previous motion could be used as some sort of argument that, oh, look, even the state board agrees.
So can we have, would you want to take a vote right now to change, to make the amendment to the original motion? Is that what it's, to make sure? So all those in favor of amending the motion as we just addressed, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. So we have a motion on the table now that the state board is declining to hear the request of the applicant because the request is not within the state board's jurisdiction. Any other,
Can I withdraw that motion rather than have to vote on
Well,
we-
we're already there.
We
We're already
already,
there.
yeah, we
Yeah,
already,
yeah.
did. So we're in a place that's now the motion on the table.
Well, I'm gonna move that, right? Now we have to move that.
No, it's
No,
already on.
it's already on.
We amended
You
it, but now,
Yes.
oh, now it's instantly on?
Yes,
Okay.
so
okay,
that is
sorry.
now the motion on the table. So
Okay,
we
got it,
amended
got
the
it, yeah.
motion, that passed. So comments or questions on that motion before we take a vote on that motion? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and we just don't feel like we have the jurisdiction to hear, but know that you can pursue it in other avenues.
Thank you for your time.
No, thank you.
I'm afraid I get the hook.
The rumors abound, I know. It's, yeah, public comment, you get limited to time, but we invite you to come in, so, thank you. All right, so we get time a little bit early to talk to our secretary. And one of the things that really, so Dan, your first meeting, was it July at the State House? I'm trying to remember.
It was August at the State House.
August at the State House.
Yeah, it was a Act 46
Yeah, and
Central Vermont hearing.
So we've never had a secretary's
Lines.
report. And so we, you what? Oh, yeah. So we have never had a secretary's report. We also wanted to, when I was putting together the agenda for today, given the extended time, first of all, because this is the first time we're hearing from you as secretary, and it's also a time when we're thinking about the vision of the state board,
Yeah.
and you're also re-envisioning the agency. So it seems like a really good time to give us some of your thoughts and what you're thinking and how we can be partners moving forward.
Great.
So with that, I will turn it over to you. And just not knowing your style, do you prefer questions during the middle, or do you want us
I
to
don't
hold
have
questions?
a firm style. I think,
Never.
We'll create one for you.
yeah.
I know. Watch out.
Yeah, but I say, I think we have about an hour.
Hour and 15 right now.
Okay,
we're,
great.
We're doing good.
So what I thought I'd do, and this sort of flows together for me to a certain extent, it's basically an update on my integration as a secretary into the system. So I'll start off talking about the structure of the agency and changes I've made. I invite questions as I go along. Because part of it is trying to get the structure matched up to what I perceive to be the work and the complexity of the work. And then, this certainly represents, as I mentioned, sort of from a linear perspective, my arrival in the agency. This is kind of what I started with. And then moving on, ending up today talking more about policy ideas, where that conversation goes. So we have a nice time just to have a little chat about stuff, so I encourage you to ask me questions along the way. So the format of this, if everyone has the handout, this comes from an online org chart system that we use because it was just handy to build a system that way. This is not really designed to be printed, so I apologize for the scale of it. I think I left one on the desktop there somewhere during lunch. Yeah, this one's pretty nice. It's designed to be embedded in a website so you can expand it with your mouse and stuff. So what I'd say firstly is that and I'll refer to the page numbers, which are basically in the lower right-hand column or corner. And it says confidential, but it's not. This is public information. It's quasi draft form, and I'll point out areas that are still under construction. But on page 1, where you can see me as secretary, and then the next layer down, there's Emily Simmons, general counsel. That appointment was effective. It's retroactive to the 25th of November, but it was just made like yesterday.
Congratulations, Emily.
Yeah, congratulations to me to having such a fine general counsel. But yes, so Emily's being promoted. Some of you know her, I believe, from the work with Act 46. So she's being promoted up. It's an interesting process. Not the attorney. She was formerly an attorney general, so there's a process there that we have to sort of separate out a little bit. But That layer, if you can see on your chart where it starts with Emily Simmons, that layer going across is what I call my admin team. Okay, so that's sort of my administrative cabinet. The theory is that we meet essentially weekly, and this includes Emily Simmons, General Counsel, Emily Byrne, Chief Financial Officer, Heather Boucher, Deputy Secretary, Ted Fisher, who's in the audience right there, Director of Communications, Legislative Affairs, and Maureen Geddes, who's not here today, but you've seen her with Suzanne on and off. So that's my admin team. We meet weekly. The design is that group is really percolating all the sort of the policy direction. So part of it from a legislative strategy is that any one of those individuals could speak on behalf of the agency on core policy issues, you know, on behalf of the secretary. So we have better cross-pollination of what the ideas are. And the other thing, which I find my experience with this complexity, this era we're in education, it's really important in all organizations today, but particularly in education, to carve out space to do strategic thinking and future-oriented thinking. So part of what the idea with this body, this admin team, is largely to focus on that administrative or sort of that strategic thinking. We talk policy issues, but we're really trying to think about the future of education, the future of the agency. Okay? So when I get down to the layer below that, you'll see some titles of essentially departments, you know, like investigation support, education, law, school finance, and so forth. There's leaders at that level. The folks that lead up those departments are division leaders, and those folks comprise what's called our leadership team. So that group gets together. For the most part, they report directly to Deputy Secretary Boucher, but we meet bi-monthly, and that place is really talking about cross-silos, cross-division work inside the agency, but also bringing in some of the policy piece. So what I add to that when I meet with them is to sort of bring the policy dimension to their work. They share with me what's going on in the field, and we sort of do that sort of cross-mix. But they have a conversation across division boundaries about common things. It might be HR issues, how to deal with something like Act 173, which I'll talk about in a little bit, you know, things that are transcending our silo boundaries, so to speak. So that's sort of the overarching structure. Any questions there? Can I stop? We okay? The other thing I'll mention along is that we, at state government, we use Office 365, which is, if you're familiar with using Google Apps, perhaps. So we have Office 365, Outlook. Microsoft has the new front end. A lot of people aren't using email anymore, believe it or not. It's because it's too linear. So Microsoft has a new front end to that system. It's called Teams, Microsoft Teams, which is a lot like Slack, if you've ever used Slack. So we've deployed Microsoft Teams on these organizational structures. So there's a Microsoft team for the admin team. There's a Microsoft team for the leadership team. And what that allows us to do is to sort of keep all our files and conversations organized around these sort of structures. It's one of the ways we deal with, back to the idea of we're dealing with complexity. Email is really insufficient way to manage some of the complexity we're engaged in. So we use this Microsoft Teams technology to sort of keep that organized. During Act 46 hearings, Donna Russo-Savage would be instant messaging me basically through Teams, sharing me concepts or things that were going on in dialogue, and I was able to feed that into your conversation. It's all part of, it's open meeting or open information, discoverable information, but it's just a different way of dealing with the Office 365 system. So if I turn the page,
So is there like a chat function to it?
yeah, chat is the primary functionality of it. I could put it on the screen sometime for you.
It's
Yeah.
basically Microsoft's version of Slack.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. But it's the front end, how they perceive to be the front end of their entire Office 365 infrastructure.
Before you go further, so I just want to stay at this level.
Yeah.
So what you called your administrative team, it's a curious mix of people in the sense that there's one person with a vast spread of responsibility, two others with significant responsibilities, and two others with very few direct reports and a fairly narrow span of responsibility. That's sort of unusual for a management team, but you called them your administrative team. I guess I'm sort of wondering, what's your management team? I mean, you talked about the leadership group, but they don't report directly to you. I'm just sort of struck by this as, this is unlike most organizational charts I'm familiar with, where the CEO has at her or his disposal the 5 key enterprises and their leaders. You've got maybe 3 of them, and then 2, they're basically just staff to you.
No, I would disagree.
Okay.
And part of it is it isn't at this layer designed to be like, I divided up the agency into equal parts and put some under each. That's not what's going on here. The point is here that in this dynamic sort of policy environment, there's about 5 major perspectives that need to be brought together to develop a coherent sort of picture. One is the legal perspective. The other is the financial perspective. And then the program perspective, which is Deputy Secretary Boucher's function. When I say I'll refer to programs, meaning a lot of this is federally funded, things that we do. And then the communications and legislative piece, although smaller, is significant to factor in. And then Maureen's function as an administrative assistant, she has the detailed understanding and has a team that wraps around the detailed operations of the agency.
But that's not policy.
It is, and it factors into how we address so many different aspects. So that is a change in that that position is not there to keep the minutes of the group. It's a vital member of how we figure out how things work around here.
So actually, I'll jump in just as another government guy. I don't want to pick on Ted because he's right here, but like Ted's job is to go out and sell the product.
Right.
Not necessarily.
Well, the legislative or the communication side.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just going to use John's private sector terms here for a second, but it's very difficult to sell the product if you don't know what it is. So it's important, I think, and I don't want to get into the details too much, but Ted has to understand what the product is and how it was developed in order to go and either sell it, communicate it to the public or to the legislature. And I've always found when I was in the governor's office, not here, but somewhere else, that the press person, it was so important that the day of like, just the talking head that just basically is just regurgitating out the company line, like they need to understand policy now. Because the press, who's way back there somewhere, is sophisticated enough, they're gonna ask tough questions. And Ted's gotta know the answer.
And a big part of our policy development has to be communications planning. So take on something like 173 as a prototype. The better part of why those policies are successful or not has to do with communications.
Understanding, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's not just selling, it's understanding what people need to know. And some of that, half of the communications is internal communications within the agency itself. At any rate, this is just my theory of action. I'll turn to page 2 and 3 kind of quickly. These are not finalized yet, so I wouldn't spend a lot of attention time here. Meaning that with the new general counsel, pattern how I do these things is that I will work with Emily now to refine her organizational structure. But Emily's promotion has created a vacancy. We're now going to start active recruitment for that vacancy. Okay? I'm on page 4 now. I'll look at 4 and 5 together. This is largely the financial section of the agency. I thought this would be a relatively easier part of the org chart to do because we started spending most of the time under Deputy Secretary Boucher, the program side, but this side actually became one of the more complex pieces. What I found out here essentially is where we concluded through our own internal review is that the CFO was spread about 1 inch deep and 1 mile wide on functions. And
Wait, could you repeat that last piece?
Yeah, like 1 inch deep and 1 mile wide.
No, who is though?
Emily Perrin.
Okay.
CFO.
Yep.
In that she really had no sort of buffering underneath her with some of the things that were emerging. So she was not in a position to really attend to the finance functions as much as sort of the business functions. So we have a tentative structure here where we're breaking school finance out from business management. And it's, I guess one way to look at that is internal versus external. So we have internal functions under business management that have to deal with how we deliver on the financial controls of the agency relative to the federal government and so forth. Then we have a school finance perspective, which is really dealing with the field, dealing with school districts, and how they manage their finances and support them.
Let me ask you something there, Dan. Is that enough capacity to do the kinds of policy research and analysis that we need?
I think part of the answer to that question is to what extent we can actually staff this model with those new division director positions, but that's precisely, my diagnosis was that Emily's position, and Emily personally has a lot of capability to do or to lead that financial analysis, she was being sucked into the transactional stuff that prevented her from doing that strategic piece. So we literally had no capacity there. Part of it was just getting the structure so that we could buffer her away from some of those other things. But
She's two in the weeds?
two in the weeds, two in the weeds.
Yeah, okay.
So,
There were lots of weeds. So it was like big weed patch.
so not to pick on individual names, but the question has always been in the back of my mind for many years now. But Brad James has been like the guy that, if a bus ever hit him, like the state of, like the
Right.
entire state of Vermont's education system would just collapse because he seems for many years.
As long as we had a spreadsheet, we'd be okay for a while,
But seriously,
Yeah.
it's been like
Yeah.
single point of failure, and
Yeah.
how does this structure resolve that?
Well,
issue?
yeah, and I think the issue here, I would say, and I use this metaphor, it's a little safer for me, I can talk about a former employee, Bill Talbot, okay? So what existed here before was really a function of Bill Talbot's personality and his ability, those of you who know him, had this masterful command of all these details. But we never designed a system upon Bill leaving the agency, right? So Brad sort of occupies that slot to a certain extent. But yeah, what we're trying to do is to build this out in anticipation of, not to say people get hit by logging trucks, but, we use that metaphor in Canaan sometimes,
They may want to retire someday, though.
Yeah, maybe. And, we're trying to build that in as a stable staffing pattern, so where it's not so dependent on the individual, for sure. But the way it was configured before, we were very vulnerable in some of these places, So part of the idea to create, particularly this area, to create more opportunities for folks to step up and become sort of division leaders, where there was part of the dilemma when you go out in the weed patch this far, there's no place for people to step up and start to exercise broader leadership capacity. So therefore, we ended up with sort of the Bill Talbot paradigm.
When you say project out, I think of the State House in the presence of AOE. Is that going to change in terms of this structure, in terms of how this is?
Yeah, I think it's we're gearing up to staff that differently, but this has been I would say, relative to that, a hypothetical exercise. It's about to get very real when we actually go live in a week or so doing this. But Ted has a lot of responsibility in that area.
Okay.
But yes, we still, and this will be part of my message. One of the things I'd like to have with a conversation with you, and we've seen it emerge with Act 46, is that as far as I know under state law, the secretary is the only person who has authority to direct the work of the agency. Yeah. So part of the challenge is that we are operating in a very complex policy environment. There's a lot of demands on education in the agency field. It's not helpful to have people putting lots of demands and requests on, parts of the agency that aren't being coherently looked at. So we get, in particular on the legislative side, we'll have legislators call and not ask on a piece of information like, I'd like to get information on this. They say, I want Cassandra to come to our committee. So they're putting in like personal requests.
Yeah.
Well, Cassandra's supervisor might be interested in knowing that, and I certainly am interested in who's being tasked to go talk on behalf of the agency. So we have to get a better handle on that sort of ebb and flow. And the board has a role in that as well.
How?
In terms of you putting individual demands on us as board members?
People sending emails, like directly to the people.
I would like Brad to do this.
Yeah.
Well, Brad's busy doing something I want him to do.
So how does,
Nobody's sitting beside me who's ever done that.
Yeah.
so going forward, people would put their request into Ted?
No, put it to me and I put it to the
No,
secretary.
yeah.
Who then puts it. So that's what he's asking for. So if you have a request from the AOE,
No, not me, like a legislator. Legislator says, oh, I want somebody.
We have a different
Yeah.
relationship with them. We have to work through that. I just want to
Okay.
put it on people's radar,
Okay,
you know, I'm not seeking
But that's,
to.
yeah, so asking that it goes through just one,
Yeah.
instead of having 3 people email 3 different people within this organization the same question, having it have a more coherent.
I think it's a real, I mean, you know, you go to a hearing and there's 2 people from the same agency, they look at each other and say, what are you doing here?
Yeah.
So Stacy?
I'm sorry, I feel I said this. On page 4, the people who are labeled as unassigned,
Right.
are those internal people who have not yet been selected, or is this possibilities of new hires? Because I feel like
Both.
part of, and do you feel like you have the support for new?
Yeah, we
New
have,
people
and that's
coming on board?
one of the things I'd bring out to you pretty quickly. Upon my arrival, I was kind of taken back to learn that we had about 26 vacancies in the agency. And only 6 of those positions were under active recruitment.
Can you say that again?
There were about 26 vacant positions.
Funded vacancies?
Positions that are in the budget, and about 6 were under active recruitment.
But are those flags being held by HR, by the state HR agency?
No,
or
there was
just-
no active recruitment on our part.
So
Meaning
is
the
an
the
AOE issue,
agency-
not like a
How
agency-
long have they been open?
I can't list it out that way, but
Yeah.
most of those
Very
were,
different narrative.
most of those are, I'll call them program positions, meaning they were funded by federal funds. But we had a large number of vacancies, and there was a general organizational malaise to seeking active recruitment.
This is from the same agency that was always complaining to us that we don't have enough staff.
Yeah. I'm not in a position to say I don't have enough staff. I'm just saying that there's
Well, no,
some
I-
structural issues that need to be addressed.
I guess.
Yeah.
Great, that's very helpful, thank you.
Yeah, and as I get into the program side, I'll play that out a little further. But
Budget's $1.5 billion. How much are we spending in education?
well, it's close, you know, statewide, 2 billion, you know, 1.7, 1.8, something.
Can I,
So we
so,
basically left federal funds on the table that could have had people in these
We have funded
positions.
positions that we were not under active recruitment.
Yeah, paid for by the federal government.
Yes.
was
Yeah.
there any sort of, was there a plan that, I know sometimes we heard that there were jobs not being filled because they were trying to create a new position. Was there any of that transition in flux? Or can you characterize any more about these 26 positions
I
that
think,
were open?
you know, what I would say is that some of it got caught up in the transition of the secretaries, you know, and I know under previous administrations, there was, you know, some restraints put on hiring. But I was taken back that within my first month, shall we say, that I didn't have team leaders knocking on my door saying, you know, hey, I want to recruit for my positions, you know, for my teams. There was none of that urgency.
Especially given the large mix of federal funds that
Yeah.
you implied.
Yeah.
Did you bounce this off the administration?
Yeah, they're well aware of, you know, I'm part of the administration, so we've had to revise our recruitment strategy. So one of the things we've had to do is figure out how to get more focused on recruitment. Coincidentally, around October 1, the state launched a new recruitment website, which is a little more modern. And we were able to start to sort of test out a new recruitment approach where we had more of a centralized approach, someone really monitoring how the ads were being crafted and make sure those ads were going out on social media. We started to see an immediate improvement in the response. And we started to get like 35 applicants to positions where before they were just sort of, you know, and we have centralized HR management in state government, and I was just wondering if it was, you know, I'm new to state government, whether this was common in state government. They said, no, the AOE just always sort of had a sort of a slow approach to handling its recruitment. So,
Do we know why people left? Is this retirement? I mean, I think that's a big question too. Is it
yeah,
job satisfaction?
There's a mix of lots of things. I mean, I don't have a lot of the history on it, but since I've been there, we've had people retire, we've had people leave, we've had all those things happen.
Yeah, and state government is ripe for a baby boom crash, is what I read, especially not just here, but elsewhere.
Yeah.
There's a large
So,
number of baby boomers.
Part of what I think would be useful, so the business side of things, those positions tend to be funded through the general fund in state government, the business side. We've had to, you know, like I said, we're planning on restructuring things for a couple reasons. One is, as I'll talk about when I get into policies, we're in the middle of implementing about 5 major data systems, like statewide data systems. And part of the problem is we didn't have any adequate support built into the agency to do that work,
Yeah.
so it's really been stressful. I'll come back to that in a minute.
How do you, so you have your own internal IT stuff, but then there's the state agency. that's
Yeah,
doing
we
all that,
have,
right?
we have a mix, and there's, that's part of the tension, is there's an agency of digital services, and then we have our own staff.
Okay.
I'm going to go delve into what I'll call the program section, this is under Deputy Secretary Boucher for a bit. This starts on page 6. So this is where, and if you actually hold your finger on page 6, but go back to page 1, just as a reference point. If you can see Deputy Secretary Boucher is right in the center there, and you can see underneath her the formations of essentially departments or divisions. You see those? Student pathways. So the first thing we had to do was sort of form those. Some of them were solid already, but others are new. So for instance, data management analysis is a new division. We had data people spread out over lots of different divisions, and we had projects spread across multiple divisions. So to bring them all under one person so that we could do a better job of marshaling our work was a really important idea. And putting that person as Wendy. Go ahead.
So, this is something that really, I wanted to talk about here. And I'm glad to hear that it's being consolidated, but my question is, how come you haven't taken it further, and why you don't have it report directly to you? Because as I'm looking at this, your data analysis, your big data stuff, it spans across all these things, particularly finance as well as the various programs. I just worry that if you stick it under.
We involve people in the design of this, so we'll run with this for now. We might make changes, but it made a lot of sense for us to firstly create a separate division.
Definitely.
Secondly, to move the assessment group into that. So the assessment group was sort of standing alone by itself without really direct oversight of a larger chain of command. So to pull that all together was a really important idea. And this was the process here to create this. Really, Heather led the charge on this, but it really involved some of the key leaders as well. So we think this made the most sense. But the data management analysis division is a new idea. Education quality is a new idea. Previously, we had educator quality, which was licensing, which was a relatively, I would say, small division. And then we had a separate division for school quality. So those two areas are being brought together into the idea of education quality.
Dan, can I ask one more? So you guys are moving soon from Barry to Montpelier.
That's correct.
Yeah, does that give you an opportunity to reorganize the
That's what this
physical
is about.
space?
Yep.
So people are actually sitting next to each other or near each other?
Yeah, and they are now to a certain extent, but
Okay.
yes, I mean, this was all, we're doing this fairly rapidly, but intentionally around, the primary lens is how to staff the agency in an era of complexity, using new communication tools, but also to situate us to do the move.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay? So
I mean, people can communicate between here and India, but
we had
it is
to
nice to sit next to each
anticipate
other.
doing all of this at the same time.
Okay, so there's a lot of moving pieces.
Montpelier,
It is
in the
Montpelier.
National Life Building.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sometime after mid-February.
Okay.
John?
Yeah, I'm just wondering about this. So you created this sort of support team around data.
Yeah.
That has attached to it on the side an assessment group, which is more about external assessment, is it not? I mean, they're not, the
This would be
assessment.
like SBAC testing, student
Yeah,
assessment,
education
right.
testing director and so on, so on.
Yeah.
So program coordination.
Right.
Those people, I can certainly understand why they stay under the direction of the program poobah, who is Heather, of course. But I would sort of normally think of the data processing, the data people, I'm looking at page 11,
Yeah.
those red folks, as being, in many ways, having a natural affinity with the financial management people.
The opposite is true, actually.
You think? Okay.
Yeah, there's so much involved with, like, what I'll talk about from policy on standing up our dashboard, the longitudinal data system. Part of the where this all goes is to building a common enterprise backend for all kinds of data. So to have most of the stuff we actually work on has to do with student assessment.
programmatic.
Yeah, and programmatic analysis, you
I
know,
see.
how are we doing? What are the outcomes?
Okay.
Financial is certainly a key part of that.
Right.
But to have a group go off and be making decisions that ultimately impact infrastructure and capacity without having someone have that eye on that, you know, basically, when I sit down, as John asked or pointed out, we have an agency of digital services. They sort of are the lead project managers, if you will, of any data system we want to put in place. We had about 35 data systems in our portfolio that are being rolled out. And no one really saw that as a big piece of work that was going on because each individual silo was creating new systems.
Yeah.
And the overall strain was really showing because we were building standalone systems. So part of this is to kind of pull it together and build out an enterprise infrastructure, which these folks have been championing for a while, but the organizational structure in some ways inhibited it.
And one of the challenges with the centralized data agencies, from my understanding, is there's a lot of agencies that want their attention.
Right.
State police, you know, want their attention, the transportation network. I mean, everyone's looking for a piece of these guys' time.
Yeah, I mean, we have adequate support. It's a question of how you make that. It has to work both ways. We have to be skilled enough to provide direction because they don't provide direction necessarily.
Right. They're just creating.
Our job is to help you do what you want to do, but you need to be able to tell us what you want to do.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, so that's the piece that's trickier. So I'll walk through each of these so that you get the context, and I appreciate your interest in all these things. It's great. To me, it's sort of like, oh, yeah, I forgot how.
There's a fine line there, though, John, right?
Yeah, but finally, there's a group that cares.
So I'm on page 6. I'll take each of these at a time. Student pathways. On page 6, student pathways. Big piece, big idea here. And actually, a lot of this started to happen when Heather, Deputy Secretary Boucher, became acting secretary. These functions were split into 2 different divisions inside the agency under 2 different deputy secretaries. So because she was suddenly promoted, she stopped that and had to bring people together under one section. So the idea of like personalizing student learning, proficiency-based learning, those things were sort of split up. So to put them under one place. The other innovation here is to bring CTE into a division as well. Career technical education was previously out on its own, part of that sort of inch deep, mile wide concept. So to bring all that together into one place was sort of the important consideration there. The next one, page 7, which I mentioned, bringing educator quality together with school quality. Concept there is to, you know, obviously there's a relationship between staff quality and school quality, so to bring those divisions closer together. And part of the issue here was that we had a division position that was substantially smaller than some of the other divisions, so part of it was to bring it together and make it comparable in scale. Once again, with Microsoft Teams, each of these, like this division on page 7 has its own Microsoft team, and then there's sub-teams and channels in the communications infrastructure to support their collaboration as a team. Federal education programs, not a lot has changed here. This one's been pretty stable. And then I'll stop on page 9. We talked about data a little bit. I want to talk about page 9 a little bit. So this was an area that when I mentioned the vacancies, this was unfortunately the area that had a large number of vacancies. And this is an area with special education, not some unimportant issue, you know, highly technical, important, critical civil rights issue. And we had a lot of vacancies in this area. The first vacancy we had was in the division director position itself. So we had no person there. So we started to, and this, I was talking with John earlier at break about the other thing that's emerged from the hiring sort of approach was to start to reconceptualize who are these division directors, what skills do they need to have to be successful in these positions. And part of the shift there was to understand that those people aren't necessarily technical experts in special education. They're technical experts in project management and convening conversations and getting the most out of their people. Those are the skills that we need at that level. Part of the conceptualization here is that
So wait, that's the layer right underneath Heather.
Yeah,
Okay.
those folks are really, they certainly have to be skilled in harnessing the expertise inside the agency, but also be skilled at convening the expertise from the field to have it come together. So we're in the process of, when we changed the hiring process, so we put Chris as an interim director, as director of student support services. We decided to, because Chris is really skilled at the project management, use him as sort of the guinea pig in terms of revising the recruitment model. He's been leading that. So we're about to fill an assistant division director position, and then we're doing a bulk recruitment in the special ed side of things. So our new recruitment process is playing out in this division probably more so than some of the others right now. But we have some other retirements coming up. Cindy Moran, who's now sort of director of state special ed, she's retiring or has retired. So we're in the process of filling several positions on this side of the house.
Are most of the people that work for AOE, do you have any background, are most of them graduates in education or?
Yeah, I mean, there's been a couple, I think, assumptions. One would be that we're in competition with schools for positions, and that's a paradigm I'm trying to break down a little bit because we're not,
it's
and
different.
nor would we want to be. We need, I think, really skilled people that are interested in policy but are really good at project management and organization skills. So it's a different type of person that we're looking for, and I think the old paradigm was, well, we're competing on School Spring with teachers, and that's not who really we're looking for per se. Though we're interested in folks who want to come work with that background as well. So anyway, I would end my comments on that piece of my discussion to say this has been a lot of work. Part of it was just my understanding and admiration of the complexity of the work that goes on today in education. We're in a time of change. I understand Vermont's policy environment is fairly complex. So we had to put the agency in a disposition that could handle the complexity. This is very similar to a lot of the work I do as a superintendent or as a consultant with organizations after they merge, how to figure these things out. It's a work in progress. We've had to address some recruitment issues and communication issues. Literally the paint's not wet on this stuff, and we're about to embark on a legislative session. So it'll be really interesting to see how it plays out. But I personally really appreciate the staff's interest in engaging in this. It's been a lot of work. Every secretary who comes in tries to do some of this, but I've really tried the best I could involve people in sort of understanding why some of these structures aren't useful, why the old structures weren't useful, and how we could end up in a place that would allow us to provide better support to the field, but also provide leadership for the future.
Stacey? I really appreciate you sharing this with us too. I think I probably could have named some different strands, but I would have had no idea if they were departments or divisions or anything. But just recognize the breadth of what is, so thank you for sharing it with us. Did you mention something about the pre-K and health little section? I'm just curious, can we talk about that just for a minute?
Yeah, what page are you on?
On page 9. I'm just curious I'm wondering if the health is a nod towards the AHS, that kind of larger issue about health and well-being, or if it's a kind of specific about I don't know, oral health or some other.
No, I think we're thinking the more broader definition of that. So that would include, when I refer to health, and sometimes I throw school health and safety together. Mental health issues, the capacity of schools to have safe learning environments for students.
I'll just comment that's a big lift for a small team, but I'm sure you can do it.
Well, these things might change as well as different priorities emerge, but that's where it's landed right now. And that was the prior configuration. When I start talking about policy, I'm going to talk about pre-K a bit. So this will be a priority for me. So this division will probably change, and I can talk about how we've already sort of worked around the structure to work in a very dynamic process of trying to create our policy priorities.
Great, okay, thank you.
John and then Peter?
Yeah, just one question apropos of this morning's discussion about independent schools. Where is the individual or team located that owns oversight of independent schools?
Yeah, and that one is, we have a new position. This debate, when I arrived at the agency, this was the debate that was going on, how to bring these contracting functions back into the agency. we have, and I think it's still true, we have some functionality in the business side of stuff. So the debate was whether this is a business department function or is this a program function. So as you saw, we have the general ed review, which was done by contractors, and the financial end, or the special ed end, which was done by the program. Those are program people. But we also, there's a component there of the financial analysis. So we had basically this broken into two different sections of the AOE, and there was challenges of bringing that together. What we decided to do is to put it onto the program side, but right now we still have some folks, particularly Cassandra Ryan, who's on the business side. As we talked about, this will take some transition. Cassandra's on page 4. You can see her, she's a fiscal regulatory compliance coordinator on the far right. But then on the program side, we have a position earmarked. I don't believe we've filled it yet. And I believe this is under the school quality, the education quality division.
I see, that's what I was hoping it should be there.
Yeah, it'll be, it's on page 7 on the far, it's a position on the far right. It says Coordinator Independent School Review. So our intention is to put as much as possible into that area, in that position, but we're still going to have the financial piece involved. Sort of.
Peter and then Oliver.
So Dan, you entered the fray in a tumultuous times, and we're sort of now finding our way into some sort of, I don't know, semblance of ordinary, I don't know, but we're coming out of 46, obviously. I'm kind of curious, do you have a vision? Is there something, the reason why you're here, because you'd like to see something happen on the education front that
Well, that's part 2 of your presentation, right?
No, I'm really dying to know,
We'll talk about policy, I think, in a sec. I think it's a great question, but yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I actually said something to the staff the other day. We were talking about some issue, and I said, well, I didn't take on this job not to get involved in those ideas.
So, that's part 2 of this presentation, correct? Yeah.
I appreciate your patience.
Oliver?
So thanks, Dan, for the overview. One suggestion, it would be really helpful. I don't care about job titles. What's more important to me, at least, is what they're doing.
Right.
And that's, so what I can't tell from reading this without the narrative is where things fit at that next level down. So if it's possible to put in sort of the kind of the high level, what they actually do rather than something specialist, that would be more helpful.
I mean, part of this, this was useful in a number of different ways, but one of the primary uses of this exercise ultimately became staffing the move. And then interfacing that with the HR database. So we have, the technical sort of definitions of the positions to make sure we didn't lose anyone in the move, So it's fairly complex to move the agency, and we want to make sure everyone ended up.
And I'm sure the org chart on the website is outdated.
Outdated, yep.
Yeah, you're not even on there, so.
Right. So why don't I'll shift a bit to talk about.
John and then John.
I'd just like to step back a moment and just say that what we've just seen is this board, and I am certainly the worst offender among them, acting like we are the board of directors of the Agency of Education. And we are not. I mean, and if you need to go home and take extra antacid after this conversation, I don't blame you. I mean, we've been sort of, at least I and some of us have been kibitzing and speculating, and Dan, why don't you do this? That's what boards of directors do. We're not the board of directors of this agency, even though we used to be, back when it was a department and you had a commissioner. Then the board was kind of the board of directors of the department. It ain't anymore. And that goes to the conversation that I hope we'll have, which is that we still have kind of a historical understanding as to what we're doing, and it's in large part wrong. And one of them is that Dan is extending to us a courtesy, actually, of just briefing us on this, and we're abusing that courtesy by second-guessing what you're doing, and I appreciate your patience, but it might be a lesson for us that we need to understand the limits of our role, and it is not to give guidance to the Secretary of Education.
And I also think, on that vein, is not, when we were looking at the agency, having whatever access we wanted to the agency. And I think what he's laying out for us is the access points to the agency at the same time. Because that has been difficult. I know that when multiple people within the agency get different requests and different board members, then it gets very confusing. So I think for us just to understand the structure and know that we're not just jumping in and going, okay, well, I know I have a personal relationship with this person, kind of what Peter Burrows was talking about this morning, so I'm going to go ask this question of them. It's to then follow what Dan has laid out for us. John and then Bill.
I think it's important that we, obviously, all of the boxes on here are strictly under the Secretary's purview, but I think it is important that we actually know how he's laying out the agency. Even from my own perspective, if people asking me in my own community, I'd like to actually be able to speak from an intelligence standpoint, and actually be able to say, well, there's 5 key people in the agency, and here's who they are. So I think this is really helpful. School safety and security, where's that fall in here?
Yeah, that's a great question. So there's some assumptions here that are important to acknowledge. One would be that we have that the agency conceptually wouldn't have everything under it. It would leverage its strategic external partners.
That was my second question, is how do these people interact with the rest of the world?
So there's a couple areas I think we have successful patterns of what that starts to look like. One would be education research. So previously, Deputy Secretary Boucher had a subtitle of, for Deputy Secretary for Research. And work that had started earlier when Rebecca was secretary, that we're I think the assumption is that we're not necessarily going to have that we're not going to build a research wing inside the agency because we're too small. What we're going to seek to do is to leverage our partnership in higher ed institutions to basically, I'm going to say outsource that, but to have a quasi-permanent relationship with UVM and other higher ed institutions to take on that research. And we've been building that into some of our designs around, for instance, the ratios task force work. The chair of that is Dr. Colby from UVM, who you might have remembered from last legislative session. So she's in a leadership position of a public structure, this committee that's been formed to investigate this issue, but she has an eye on how the data might be used, appropriately. It helps us also inform how we would design our bigger enterprise data approach. So it's a useful win-win in lots of ways. Similarly with school safety, we have a really successful very formal partnership between Department of Public Safety and the Agency of Education with the Vermont School Safety Center. Rob Evans leads that up. So we have a very successful model there that's allowed us to, I think in many ways be a national leader in collaboration around that space. Those kinds of relationships need to be acknowledged before we start baking positions into the system. I am interested. I mentioned earlier today about the understanding our physical plant needs in schools and how they're responding to safety issues and so forth. So we're thinking about those kinds of needs as we build out some of our data models and so forth. But it's important to acknowledge not everything would be under this roof, and that's the tension as to where we draw that line. And so
that was the question I had. Obviously the state police and other people like
right.
that are important. I also think it's great that you acknowledge. I think not an expert in education. I'll defer to Bill and you on that and other people, but using our in-house resources to understand our own data versus trying to figure out these broader schemes of research, because there's a lot of people doing that, and I think. If you look at it like, even from like a highway perspective, a lot of highway departments will do material testing. So they'll try out new asphalts. And in Vermont, we don't do that because we're just too small. We're not going to put in 3 employees to look at like the newest asphalt. And I think in Vermont, it seems like you're switching more to a strategy where you're taking advantage of external and national research and then trying to get our own data to match up with that.
I think it's layers to it. We have fundamental responsibility to deliver good data. I mean, that's not something I'm outsourcing or talking, conceptually, part of the model is that our responsibility is to provide that core data engine that can be useful to people to do the research. But also, the next layer up for that, how we inform programs and, how would we make decisions. Those are things we still need to be able to have some convening authority over. But
I assume some state agencies, education agencies are actually doing special
Just so we
ed.
can have time to talk about policy, I do
Yeah.
want to, Bill, if you had one last question about this before we switch to policy, I just want to make sure we have time for that.
Well, actually, I think we should shift to policy.
Okay, great.
Okay. All right.
So,
Thank you.
Part of just sharing you the context, the theme here, and I appreciate John's comment, but it's useful, I mean, this is a public meeting, it's useful for me to share this information and get your reaction
I
as.
disagree with John.
Yeah, I know,
We'll
yeah,
go
yeah,
back
yeah,
to
I
that.
know. But part of the dynamic is to anticipate, where the policy work would need to happen, and that's a big responsibility agency, and in addition to supporting schools and operations, but actually to get out in front of some of the things so we can start to lay down some track for the future a little bit. So I'd say my primary, entry point is that we have, and I think it's true, I've alluded to my experience. I was 7 years as a principal and 12 as a superintendent, all in Vermont. I'd argue that we're probably in one of the more complex moments of our education reform than we've ever been before. And I can just, it doesn't take me long and it won't take you long to tick off the major things that we have already underway. Act 77, we talked about briefly, but in a major reform around flexible pathways, personalizing student learning, there's elements you alluded to, say dual enrollment and so forth. Part of, I would say, proficiency-based grading, graduation requirements.
For next year.
Part of when we were having your conversation about higher education completion, part of the theory of action today, I think, in education is that schooling needs to be more relevant for students. That in order to get students to achieve at higher levels, in order to get them to, whatever those metrics are of success, it starts pretty early with harnessing their their aspirations and making schooling more relevant. So we've got to figure that out. Everyone in the world's trying to figure that out. So we have Act 77, major initiative. Also, that came with the school quality standards, or the revision of school quality standards into education quality standards, and that's under your authority. So that's something I mentioned a few of you. That's an area I think we should go back and revisit a bit. So Act 77, major piece of work. Act 166, major, universal pre-K, major initiative, public-private delivery model, multiple agencies involved, AHS and AOE, very complex structure, probably overly complex structure. Still trying to sort it out. Dust hasn't settled on it. Act 173 just passed. We're about to embark on a major revision of the special ed delivery model, including a wholly new special ed financial model and an expected change in practice in order to make that financial model work. Major, probably, I would say, equally landmark legislation equal to Act 46 in many ways. So you get those major pieces of legislation. You have, as I mentioned, the agency, which in my 19 years never had a successful history of delivering on any data system, now trying to deliver on 5 major enterprise data systems statewide at the same time. Same time, we're trying to stand them up. So those are insignificant, including the SSDDMS, we call it, which is the financial management package, which is a completely new chart of accounts, organizing. It's not necessarily the software piece of it, but reorganizing how we do the accounting of school districts, and then delivering on a statewide system that allows business managers to do their basic transactional information and the state to do its back-end reporting on the same system.
Standard set of account chart.
Well, that's just been articulated, but we're also trying to deliver that idea by going to a statewide integrated accounting HR system. Statewide longitudinal data system, I could tick them off, but there's major data systems that we're trying to do, and we've never had a history of doing one, let alone 5 at the same time.
So is this, so the financial piece, each supervisory union or supervisory district will have access to their
Through a
own.
web browser, they'd be going in on a daily basis doing their accounting, but that's the same system.
And
we
they're
use
using
on
it
the
for
back
accounts
end.
payable,
Yep.
payroll, all that
Yep,
stuff.
that's the theory.
Okay, oh.
So we're in the middle of implementing that. So if you think about Act 77, Act 166, Act 173, major data systems, restructuring, chart of accounts, all that stuff, and then you throw Act 46 on it, okay? Which is the fundamental restructuring of the, the delivery system itself. There's a lot going on, I think it's fair to say. And when I started as secretary and I'd go out and talk in the field, I used the phrase initiative fatigue, with teachers, and they basically would start applauding. Or if I say that with board members, they would applaud. Thank you for at least saying that, People have reached a limitation in their ability to deliver on the initiatives that we've already embarked upon. So I knew coming in that, from my perspective as a technologist, this issue of harnessing personal student learning aspirations is the big challenge before our time. But we have major infrastructure things that we're trying to roll out to the field. And what has been the AOE's role in that or not has been part of the dynamic that I was determined as secretary to improve, at least, not only support from the AOE, but also leadership to help tell people that the light at the end of the tunnel is not an oncoming train. So all that being said, the governor has a vision, as you know, from cradle to career education, which I would say is also sort of consistent with people around the world saying education belongs in a more integrated policy environment. It's not just a standalone activity. So when we were contemplating the organizational structural changes, Deputy Secretary Boucher and I had to sort of agree pretty early on where we would divide up some of the major policy work. Her expertise and her passion, she has many passions, but one in particular is on the workforce development side, career technical education. So she agreed to take that piece, and I agreed to take the early education piece. So that began sort of parallel work for me to understand the early education policy landscape in Vermont, which included meeting with all the different providers, getting a sense from the practitioners in the field as to where things were at. And a lot of that conversation was focused on 166, which is the piece of legislation that sort of set this up. And then the legislature last session commissioned a study of the system, which really looks at four things. How are our quality indicators for early education? Are those good? How are they working? To what extent do we have equity issues in the delivery model of early education, access and care? What's the financial model? Is it working or not? And then is the regulatory construct overly complex or not? So we're going to get a report back from this group. EDC is the vendor. That report will come back. A preliminary report will come back in March. So we'll have some initial feedback on that. So early education, I've concluded, is one of the more complex policy spaces. It's also one where there's broad agreement, both in the research and among practitioners, that it's probably the most important investment we can make in terms of addressing some of the other issues. Mm-hmm. So it's emerged pretty quickly as a priority for me and for the governor. When we start talking about how this gets enacted on this chart, one of the things we had to do pretty quickly, as I was out learning about the space on page 9, where I was talking about Chris Case coming in, and as you saw, Kate Rogers, pre-K support is on that strand of health and so forth. We had to, basically I came in and said, look, in a temporary ad hoc basis, we're going to shorten the chain of command between me and Kate and I. So that Kate and I are really sort of wedded to the hip on some of these issues. So when I'm out trying to understand things, she can inform my understanding and I can check my understanding with her back and forth. Laura Greenwood's another one that's in there as well. So temporarily, we've sort of constricted the chain of command here so that I can have a sort of a team staffed around me as I begin this sort of journey of understanding how to restructure things. The other part of my learning has been working with the Agency of Human Services because they're a partner, an important partner in the delivery model inside of state government. And so at the end of last session, AHS and AOE basically introduced some language that would divorce our relationship because we were having difficulty working together. There's basically a dichotomy, I would suggest, between education, early education and early care. and that wasn't, from our perspective, working out well, so we were going to try to break that apart maybe. So we've been sort of coming back, the hypothesis is, should we advance that from last session, like that disposition? To what extent does 166 need to be tweaked or abandoned altogether? These are some of the hypotheses we've been testing. So I've concluded that, all being said, is that 166 is an inadequate legislation to achieve our policy goals in this area. And actually, as I become more familiar with 173 and building out, the infrastructure to support that work, when I hold the two pieces of legislation up next to each other, 173 gets like an A+ in terms of the quality of legislation, and I would give 166 like a D-. In terms, it's poorly written legislation, has duplicative regulation. It's kind of a mess. So that's my diagnosis of 166. I'm determined on behalf of the field and our interest in public education that we need to make a more forceful and coherent approach to early education in the state. So that's emerging as a priority for me. I think you get some points for effort, but I think it's really not, it's not what we deserve in terms of delivery system, but it's a complex policy space.
Don't we have a new grading system?
Yeah. So the other aspect that I'm, and this comes back to looking at the complexity of it all, is I've really enjoyed watching your deliberations. Not to make you feel too good about it, but it's been one of the more rewarding experiences for me to sit on this board and watch you go through Act 46, which I think has really been challenging in a lot of ways. Having done the work as a consultant working with districts who have gone through it on a voluntary basis, and starting as secretary to help districts go through it on an involuntary basis, I think we're asking a lot of people right now. And I don't think I ever want to see us go through a similar type of policy again. That's been so divisive in a lot of ways, unintended or not. But the complexity of it is such that it's going to suck a lot of our capacity out to do things for kids. It's too complex to ask locals to design their own system and actually implement it at the same time. And we did not, as a state, provide adequate support for folks to do it on a voluntary basis. I mean, we were fortunate to have partners who were willing to pull together the resources and the expertise to do that. As we surface through the Act 46 process here on the end, we're not providing adequate support to people, who need that support, whether to navigate the old laws or the new laws. So it's something that I've been thinking a lot about. So that, plus my lens as a technologist and a futurist, leads me to believe that we've reached the limitations of sort of tinkering with our legacy education system, and it's time for us to convene a conversation about redesigning the whole thing. Yeah. So other than that, that's about it.
Can we take a break?
Yeah. And I think, my conclusion there is really to stimulate a conversation around that. I think we need, certainly from a structural standpoint, we need to hugely simplify what we have now. Otherwise, we're not going to achieve our goals of quality and equity, and we're reaching the limits of our sustainability of the current system.
So on the org chart, kind of going back to one point that you made about the field and implementation and sort of the interaction between AOE and school districts and school supervisory unions, if a supervisory union or supervisory district needs to interact with AOE, they're going to go to the program director. There's not a liaison. There's nothing set up regionally where
it would depend
Krista would be my caseworker.
It would depend on the topic.
Okay.
So that's essentially, I think, how it'll mostly always roll out. We are contemplating some other technology that would basically, using a CRM, customer relations management, to view a sort of a constellation view.
Okay.
But I think that's going to take a while to come. But basically, we deal with you on a topical basis. If it was a finance question, you'd call this person. If it was an assessment question, you'd call that person.
Could we go to a little bit higher? Because you just said something really big, and I'd rather go to a higher level than kind of more into
just gliss over that.
So could you? As you were talking, I was just taking some notes, and I thought what was interesting is that 77 really deals with students in the PLP, EQS, education quality standards, which then call for new proficiency-based graduation requirements, which I don't think we've paid enough attention to on this board, that is being enacted next year. So students have to graduate in 2020 with showing that their proficiencies. We have 166 in the pre-K, 173 special ed, data systems, which is the business offices, and then 46, 49 with governance. All these different things that have been going on, and talking about initiative fatigue. Could you talk more about your vision then, about how do we transition from this initiative fatigue into creating something new? What does that work look like, and what do you see as the board's role of being the most efficient way of how do we address some of these issues in that transition? And what would need to happen on this board to be helpful in that transition, but not overwhelming to people within the field, both at the board level, at the school level, and for the student level?
I think just two basic buckets. I think one would be your rulemaking authority and the regulation, and I think you're aware that you're going to be taking on a big chunk of process with 173 rulemaking. I think it would be a useful time. My other element of diagnosis would be that we're in a useful window with federal education policy that we can sort of, maybe since the first time to the end of No Child Left Behind Act, we have sort of a window where we can maybe articulate more of a Vermont approach to things. I think I would encourage you as a board to go back to the school education quality standards and really just go back in and check in, because I think that gets you into lots of issues. And that's your authority as well, so it's not like an excursion you would go on. That's really where you have levers. But to go back and revisit that. And
any other rules? Because I know, again, I already mentioned tech ed, ones that are 25 years old. Are there other things that you see in your role?
I think, those things is like, once again, the coherency issue. I think if you start on the school quality or the education quality piece, that's going to be a really useful way to entry point into lots of other things. And it's something that needs to be done from a coherent standpoint. But I would start with that. You're going to have to do 173 as well. So, I mean, there's only so much you're going to be able to take on. I think the CTE, we have, as you mentioned earlier today, we have the new Perkins authorization. We have some pilot initiatives. We have some sort of evaluation of that's going to come back. So I think we have some time for a minute before we have to urgently delve into that.
Okay.
So I would suggest if you could, as a board, if you could start thinking about the school or the education quality standards, that would be a good place to start. Because I'm not convinced that, we did that initial piece of work kind of rapidly, but to go back and sort of contemplate that now in the new structure would be really useful activity.
Okay, Bill?
The part where I was disagreeing with John, now that I've heard the other half of it, which is the piece I want to hear, then that makes sense for looking at the front half. I think we're going to have to look at the organization chart, really. He can and should organize the place as he sees fit. But there's a huge capacity question here. And in all these initiatives that we've gone through, it's implicit that we're using the same bureaucratic model of change and what the end should be, which is paperwork, compliance, send out orders to the locals, give them technical capacity, and then do some evaluation. If we're going to rethink what we're doing, I think we're going to have to think about our basic governance process. And I don't know what that means exactly, but it's going to, K-12 as we know it will disappear. We're going to have to think about K-14 with lots of graduations in there. We're going to have to think about progressive kinds of learning, activity-based learning, and things like that. But if we go through all of these initiatives in the traditional bureaucratic way, we're not going to make it.
Peter?
So the Vermont quality standards, to me, that was kind of the high point of the department, because they provided outreach support and that went out into the schools to help. And then when Nickelby came, that all got swept under. Do you envision that the agency could actually support these initiatives in the field?
Which, you,
You know, in terms of what you're talking about, in terms of improved learning opportunities and whatnot, and you know, you can, whatever, however you want to define it. But, you know, there were some great people that were really good in literacy and other things that went out and really helped schools
right.
deal with these tough issues.
Yeah.
And I thought that was a really vital role that the then department played. But it's
Yeah, I think in terms of the school qualities, or I keep saying school quality standards intentionally because I hearken back to the time when we did the sort of basic quality assurance, and it reminded me of the conversation earlier we had on the independent schools, is that I think one of the essential functions of the state, meaning our central authority in education, is to assure that there's quality and equity for all students. So as much as I admire the shift to education quality standards and a focus on outcomes, I think one of the things I've learned through Act 46 deliberations is that we also need to be attentive to the inputs. And there's a base responsibility on the part of the state to ensure that those basic inputs are equitably distributed to folks. And I think we can create a process there that's easy to navigate for folks, that wouldn't be as bureaucratic or onerous, but it still needs to be in place. What I'm thinking of is like the old public school approval process. I think it would be useful to contemplate resurrecting that to a certain extent. But in terms of the other things, I think if nothing else, before we bring on something else, we need to factor in, I call it like an implementation note, if you're familiar with the fiscal note concept, you know, so before introducing new policy, you'd consider the financial implications of it. We need to do a better job in the state of figuring out the implementation aspects of it, because I think many of the initiatives that this board has approved probably never should have been approved if we factored in the fact that we didn't have adequate implementation behind them. I'm thinking of like some of the standards that you know, if something is sort of inert as next generation science standards, we say, yeah, it's great, let's approve it, but there's no conversation about, well, what are we going to do to support people to actually implement? What does that whole model look like? What are we doing by enacting new standards? So that's been the failure point.
The legislature has that tendency.
Yeah, and I think we need to, you know, where the assumption would be that our role at the agency is really to convene those conversations, not necessarily to have a literacy expert at the AOE, but be able to sort of tap who those people are and incentivize that conversation to get coherence.
Oliver.
Just following up on the public school approval process, I'm curious where things, I know there was some talk about going up and taking a look at a few of these schools that have come up as part of our Act 46 deliberations, and I'm just sort of curious where that stands.
Yeah, I've been following up with them individually to schedule visits, both with the schools and then with the boards. But that's just sort of that primary, sort of follow-up that I've had. There's no system changes I'm contemplating at this point. I just want to get, basically get on the ground.
Just figure out what's going on.
Yeah.
I just, as I'm looking at the last available report on public school choice, I mean, there's a real signpost there. I mean, you look at some of these schools and there's nobody coming in and a lot of people leaving, and there's got to be a reason for it.
Stacy and then John?
No. I'm fine.
Well, thank you for sharing all of that. I think it's really exciting. Normally, when my husband describes himself as a futurist, then I'm the Luddite, like there's a lot of tension, but somehow when you said futurist, it sounded exciting. I was like, oh, this is a great opportunity. It's not so
I think as
scary.
a technologist, it has brought me more so into the future perhaps than, because you have to dabble in that a little bit.
Yeah. What's exciting? I think there are some great opportunities, and I think that was really so much of what the tension, a lot of that Act 46 discussion was about change. And to say like, we do have to change, but we can do it. So I really appreciate that. I want to just follow up on the Act 166. You said something along the lines of like that as a piece of legislation, it's inadequate to achieve our policy goals. Could you elaborate a little bit on what you see the policy goals are for, because I think there could be many, and I think people,
I think,
the capacity or access or what's
I just come back, I keep saying quality and equity is sort of the two sort of bigger functions of the state in terms of education, and I think the quality issue, how do we raise quality without putting people out of business, and I think that was an unintended consequence of what we've done under 166. But I think how we pay for it, I don't think we've figured that out yet. by any means. So, and then I think those 4 points in the study, the regulation incoherence is just, it's unacceptable, frankly, that we would put the dual, the fact that, like, let's say educators have to get fingerprinted by a separate agency, that we've really put some pretty incredible burdens, as you alluded to earlier, on private providers to come up to speed, so to speak. So I think we've got to resolve those things pretty quickly conceptually before we continue to go down the path. But I look forward to the outside review of 166. I think that'll help structure that conversation a little bit. But to suggest that it's adequate as a delivery model, I think is just runs in the face of the obvious chaos that we've inflicted upon this space. And I think we have a responsibility to do much better.
John?
That's good, thank you.
When I think of what you're talking about and what we've all been grappling with, in terms of time horizons, it feels to me like what you're describing is a lot of sorting out that needs to happen maybe over a 5-year period. Some needs to happen real soon, but it'll probably be 5 years before all of these various initiatives sort of sugar off and stabilize. It feels to me like the thing that this board and working with you could do that would be really useful is to be looking beyond the horizon.
Right.
And to see beyond the horizon, you have to get pretty high in the air. I mean, you can't just be trundling along in the trenches. You have to be able and willing to just stand way, way, way back and imagine the future that's ahead of us in the next 10 to 20 years. And imagine what would be the world that we will be sending, that you will be sending your grandchildren into. And that it seems to me that if we don't do that, this board, or probably nobody will. I mean, you've got an agency to run. You've got education to facilitate and deliver intensively over the next 5 years. It feels to me that the board has a unique entitlement, if you will, if not even a mandate, to be the ones who are the futurists about education in this state. And what I would love to see us be able to do is to use the power we have to convene. And we do have a unique, there's nobody in the state, not UVM, not the agency, not nobody, that is more positioned to ask all Vermonters to join us in a conversation about this. And out of conversations, if they're well managed, can come consensus, not necessarily unanimity, but a majority consensus where people begin to align with what it's going to take to build an education system that is literally the best in the country. And that ought to be absolutely achievable for us. And I don't think any of us have, you may have some good ideas about what it might look like, but certainly I don't. So I guess I'd love to hear you talk more about what you alluded to in one sentence, which is sort of the big picture over the horizon.
Yeah, and I think I forgot to round off I said buckets before, 2 buckets for you. One would be to start in on the quality standards.
Yeah.
The other would be to convene a conversation and use that, you're in that space where you can probably do that in a way that's non-political.
Yeah, absolutely.
And have broad community engagement to reach different stakeholders. So I would suggest that would be the other area. I would encourage you, as much as you like, once again, with our challenge, how do you escape, one of my school board members always used to say, the tyranny of the moment. You have stuff you need to be working on, but how do you carve out that space very intentionally as a board to do that piece? If no one does that, then all we're doing is sort of trying to be caretakers of a very obsolete sort of infrastructure. So, you have to intentionally want to carve out that space to push the conversation more towards the future, while you're also attending to these other important ones.
And that's what, after this break, is to start thinking of looking ahead. So what is it? Because we've been really dedicating all of our time to Act 46, really for the last 3 years. I mean, it has dominated our agenda, either through reports coming during the first phase. I mean, there would be days where we would have maybe an hour or two to talk about other things, but that is now off our plate. We are no longer making small school metrics. There's still a legislative session. We might get something more that we're tasked to, but this is a time that we can start thinking about how do we want to structure that and how do we want to move forward to have those conversations. And now that we have sort of this 46 is done, what's the next chapter? And that's what I'm hoping we'll have the conversation when we get back. So it was a great segue to get us thinking that way. So any last questions for Dan really about his vision?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
All right, so we'll take a break and we'll reconvene at 3:15. All right. So looking at the rest of our agenda, there was some interesting pieces and just trying to put all of them on the agenda, and they might go kind of in different directions. But putting at the State Board of Education, looking ahead, what is it that we want to prioritize moving ahead? I think as John's brought up, if we're not doing something, what are we going to do now? What are we going to stop doing? That sort of thing. One thing that's already come up is proposed changes to Rules Series 1200. So that's something that's just the rules about how we govern ourselves and how we move forward. And how are those rules and in what way were they helpful or did not help us going through our last process, and what can we grow and change? And I won't say, just looking at the age of the rules, and I was looking, I was like, well, where was I at that point? I won't even, I was born, but let's just say I was not graduated from high school. So that's the last time the rules have been updated for 1200. And so there might be some room for, and then we have 2 members that have already been looking ahead and looking at what maybe should be done in that respect. Also, the idea, yeah.
I feel like you're talking about means, and I was hoping we would have a conversation about ends. Where do we want to be? And then we could figure out how to get there, change the rules, change
Well,
rules.
and that's what I'm saying. All these things are here, and I was saying that's on the agenda. I was just trying to look at this. Is in this next section. These are all things that we might want to address, and maybe it will be in a little bit different order. But I'm just putting it out there for the rest of the day. Looking ahead, 2200. Other things is reporting to the legislature and the governor, and one thing that we haven't talked as a group since June about anything but 46. So making sure we're on the same page and just reviewing what we've done this year and writing a report. And I'm hearing a lot with initiative fatigue and moving forward, just to have this consensus of what we feel like should be in that report. And then just looking ahead for the sort of nuts and bolts. Does that mean we want to start looking ahead and putting out calendars and what should we do moving forward? So that's sort of the rest of the afternoon. And so that's where I think what, John, your just point of, is it inputs or outputs that we're looking at? And that's where we can think, I think, of both. You know, what is it that we're looking ahead, what is our vision, and how do we get there? And there are some of these things, that's why it's so afterwards looking at some of these rule changes and things that we need to do to get there. And so I really just sketching out some of these notes, I think I talked about this already, is just that what have we been doing, and what we've been doing really this whole year has been reacting. And we haven't really thought about a proactive vision about where we want to go. We were starting to move there with our strategic plan, but because of all these other outside forces, we even abandoned working on that plan. We had a strategic vision, which we still, I think, even after taking all the testimony we did with 46, should go back and relook at, because I'm not sure if it's going to be the same vision that we have now. And so we have been reacting with the Secretary Search, small school grants, and Act 46 requirements. And we need to start thinking about what is it that we want to have a vision, what are we moving towards? And we don't have any outside goals or assignments put on us right now, except for 173 is going to be a requirement of this board in this upcoming year. 173 is looking at special ed and writing those rules. So that right now is the sole dictator, but we do have a lot of space within.
What's
And
the
I-
deadline for that?
I'd have to go back and look. There's a series of deadlines.
Oh, okay.
So there's a series of deadlines coming up, and when, I mean, Dan, maybe you could give us an update, because there's a council right now, or a group together, that is working on putting together a rough draft of those rules per
Yeah, there's an
law.
advisory group, but the idea, I think, would be you'd be starting on the rulemaking process here after the first of the year.
Mhm.
It's gonna take, 8 months or whatever to.
Yeah.
I think Stacy was first and then me.
Okay, Stacy.
Well, since I have one more meeting, I feel like this is a great time for me to tell you guys what you should do. Prioritize.
Well, you also have the insight of being
Have
on the
some
board
insight.
for before 46 and after 7.
Yeah,
It's very
that's true.
valuable.
It's very different.
To have.
Yeah.
Tell us.
Well, I had two thoughts. One is that I appreciate the conversation of inputs versus outputs. And I know we don't want to just be reactionary, but I think if we want to be relevant and help guide the conversation, I think it is still really important that we keep Act 77, EQS, 166, 173. And I think we want to stay engaged and active in those conversations and not say, well, as long as the legislature doesn't ask us to deal with something, we're not. I don't want to get so caught up in up here that we forget that there's real work here that we could have influence on. So I would encourage us to stay grounded and regularly updated on those pieces and weigh in where we can. That's one thought. And the other is more about how we function as a group, and I just didn't want to miss a chance to say it, that in that conversation we had about when that you recuse yourself, it reminded me of a conversation we had a couple years ago about when you're speaking in public forums, or in the community, are you a state board member in that moment or are you not? And we talked about just the inherent conflict, and the reality is you can say, oh, I'm not speaking with my state board hat on, but yet we do play multiple roles, and we live in such a small community, and so many of us are involved in our communities, we can't help but have those different hats on at the same time. And I just thought we had a nice conversation about agreed upon guidance about how we operate as a board, that we do argue and disagree and discuss and dialogue, but once we vote, then we are one voice. Like, that's something that norms we had agreed upon a few years back, and I'm not sure those are the norms that people would want to use going forward, but I think whatever new members you have, that's a conversation that should get revisited so that people are operating together.
We did that in the spring of 17, where we talked about
When you ski.
uniting behind the board's decisions.
Yeah, Oliver.
So I want to go back to John's earlier comment, because it was right on point. And that is that historically, this board has been a board of directors that, basically selected what was then the Commissioner of Education, now the Secretary of Education, and really kind of set the vision and the long-term direction of education policy, and then it was the Commissioner's job to implement sort of that vision. And that was the basic construct. And when the legislature changed the law and created the Agency of Education, the Secretary of Education, it was a very deliberate act to say that it's actually not the state board that sets the vision, it's the governor. And the Secretary of Education is a member of the cabinet and part of the overall visioning process that extends beyond education, to Dan's earlier point. But through that process, the legislature sort of left a vacuum. It didn't really define, well, what is the board's new role. So we've been sort of filling in these kind of these areas where under statute we were obligated to do certain things, and then obviously Act 46 came along, and we had a very significant role through several phases of Act 46, but now we're at this point where our mission is not particularly clear, and aside from a few of these points, and I think we owe it to the legislature to and I think part of our report should be to point this out. And the question, I think, is, do we want to sort of proactively define what we think our role should be, or merely sort of state that it's ambiguous at the moment and seek clarification.
So one of the things that has also come up in various conversations is that with the change of law, not everything was changed. This came up, I just remember Molly Bachman going through and going through roles and responsibilities of the board, and some of them in statute didn't match what the reality was. Some of them, like creating certain reports, which we don't create the reports, so it's not appropriate. So re-looking at the role of the board and refining what is in statute, and that might be the first step for the board, is looking exactly what is there and what's appropriate to fit. And because well, John, there are things written down that says we should be doing.
Let's start with what we want to be when we grow up, and then convince the legislature to revise the legislation around that. Let's not ask them or be controlled by vestiges of legislation that are left over from another time. Let's stand back and say, what do we want to do? What do we want our monthly and annual work product to look like? And if there's a whole bunch of stuff, if we want to do anything new, we got to stop doing something we've been doing, because our time's been filled up with a whole bunch of stuff. A good illustration might be, maybe we could stop this business of looking at the independent schools' approvals by the agency, and just say, look, guys, you get it right, it's not our problem. That'll take a change in the law, I grant that. Then we propose to the legislature to change that law. But let's get a clear picture of what we want first, and then we can implement it by whatever changes in statute are necessary. I don't want to obsess about what statute tells us we should do. Let's together figure out our own vision of what we want to be doing.
I think what I was trying to say is similar to that, but the thing is, there is still things in law that are left over,
We'll
and
undo
those
them.
need to be addressed.
But I'm with John. I think let's think big picture. Just pretend those things, because those things can change. So
Right.
Let's figure out the vision of, first of all, do we want to define that, what we want to be when we grow up? That's the first question. And if the answer is yes, then what does that look like? And then the question is, well, how does that vision conflict with what we have in statute? And then that becomes our recommendation. This is where we want to be to implement that vision. These are the things that need to change.
Peter?
For the three of us that were one-time legislators, I'm curious about the working relationship with the legislature as state board members and how we position ourselves on that front. We went through the independence. We knew what happened with that when we kicked the dust up on that. We've also gotten on their ire or on other. It's a precarious situation at best, and I think we have to be very circumspect or have a candid conversation of how we're going to approach and tell the legislature. I'm not sure. The working relationship with the legislature is not ideal by any means.
Well, yeah, and I didn't mean to just tell them anything. I think it's a recommendation. I think what we do need to highlight to them is that the mission is, now that we've wound down Act 46, the mission is less than clear, and our recommendation should. Well, before we even get to our recommendation, we need them to understand that we have a problem there.
Well, I think we first have to define what we're doing and how we're doing it, and amongst ourselves before we go forth. But
Stacy?
Oh, so at risk of opening this can of worms, I think it's worth talking about the independent school conversation, not necessarily what actually. I think what's interesting about that is that was an example of those were rules that we discovered were not up to date through some simple processes, like someone coming who wanted to open an entirely online school, and then when we looked to statute, like, well, this is what we're supposed to assess you on. What's the quality of your building? How you don't have a building, you're online. These rules were written when there was no such thing as online school. So in the process of being like, these rules are out of date, that raised up an issue for us to explore, and through exploring brought up a lot of other questions, like what does it mean when private schools are spending public dollars? That there were, how do I want to say this? I don't think we should be, I don't want to see this body confined by like is this a good for our relationship with the legislature or bad for our relationship with the legislature? Because it wasn't about our relationship with the legislature. It was about us advocating for students in Vermont and looking at rules that no longer, they were about correspondence courses. We don't have correspondence like that. I think there was something a little more, what's the word I want to look for, organic about how it came about that was within this body's purview. Did it get messy and ruffle lots of feathers? Absolutely. But I don't think the intention was a power grab or let's undermine our relationship with the legislature. But that's what happened when we tried to say we need to look at this in a new and different way. At least that's my
And that might have been
perspective on what
in the
happened.
communication piece too, and I think that's what Peter's bringing up is how do we communicate and work with them too. Bill and then Mark?
I will look at the statutes since other people said not to. The state board, here's what it says.
What are you on?
164. The state board shall evaluate educational policy proposals, including timely evaluation of policies presented by the governor and the secretary, engage local school board members and the broader education committee, and establish and advance educational policy for the state of Vermont. That's their charge.
In advance.
Now, I think that most anything could fit under there, but I think we need to talk about our independence and being that single voice that will speak for the value of education and for the kids. No other group has that responsibility. We do not have to stand for re-election. We're here for 6-year terms and then we're done. That was intentional, to keep that independent voice. And if we lose that, then we should vote to abolish ourselves.
I don't think anybody's suggesting that we become dependent upon anybody. If anything, what we're suggesting is that we should spend less of our time doing administrative bidding of the legislature and others.
Agreed.
And spend more of our time on the big picture about policy.
That's what it says, evaluate policies.
And what's interesting about that, and I agree, I think that's where there's a role, there's a really important role for the board to play, but that does create some inherent conflict and tension with the agency that is an instrumentality of the governor and his or her vision. So how do we, and when we get to the Rule 1200, I think it's 1200 series.
1200, yep.
And then it's really confusing because it actually, and when you go through the rules, it uses the word commissioner and board interchangeably, like they're sort of one and the same. And so we're going to have to, and that's intentionally why Bill and I had this conversation. We put this on the table because it brings this conversation to the forefront, which is we really need to be clear about what is our role versus that of the agency under the guidance, the direction of the secretary. And that statute that Bill referenced was not written at the time that change was made. That's an old statute that's been on the books, and with that change that was implemented, we're left with these incongruent things.
It's not the first incongruency. I'll send out the copy of the history of the Board of Education, which has gone through 7 or 8 of these iterations.
Bill always tries to
back
get us
and
to read
forth.
this
Yeah.
every other meeting. The history lesson. So I think what I am hearing is, and in unison, is this examining the role of the board. Examining the role of the board, and maybe a little disagreement about how to exactly do that, about whether do we look at statute or do we look at vision first. And I think it's a yes and. So I do think we need to look at, see what's there, and this is where I need to get consensus from the board. What is there to understand really what are we doing or what are we not, and then take a step back and go, okay, if this is what's on the books, what is it that we truly see as the mission of this board? And then does this match what's there? And if not, then we need to talk to the legislature about changes. And there hasn't, it was interesting, when it changed from a commissioner to a secretary, the state board didn't have a real conversation about that and didn't change its own rules. So I think that's where we're a little outdated, which we haven't talked
think?
about it. Right, a little. I'm being generous. But I think this is going back to what Dan was asking us, is our power under rulemaking. There's a lot of things that are outdated that need to be brought to the forefront. So even, we talked about CTE rules, but you're advocating that we wait a little bit and let things figure out. But even revisiting EQS, which is something that we did do, we haven't done a wholesale going back. And I know, Dan, we've talked in the past about how it really shouldn't be for us defining what the data looks like, but asking you, as a person that's working with this, what's the data about how we're meeting EQS? Because that was one thing for me that came out of the Act 46 conversation, and really, I feel like there's a misunderstanding between the legislature and the board when it comes to, can EQS be measured? And what are those measurements? Because we consistently in two different places see us to go back to meet the goals of EQS, but we don't have a measurement, and we've never asked the agency, how do you measure EQS and what's currently being done, and give us a report on how schools are meeting EQS. So those are, when we're looking at what are things that are in our wheelhouse, what potentially could be in our wheelhouse, I'm definitely hearing role of the board is rising.
EQS though to measure small schools?
We did, but and as we
have applied it to
well, no,
something,
and that
like,
no, that was
blindly.
that was the problem. That was why it was so difficult to come up with metrics, and that's what we remember. We kept hitting that head. We're like, well, what are the metrics? What is being collected? Oh, schools just sign off on a line that they're meeting EQS. They just sign on a line, they meet EQS. What's the data? And that's when we were doing those metrics. It became so difficult because there were no true metrics, and I think that's something as a board, it's not our purview to write the metrics, but to ask the agency, here's a document put forward, how are you measuring it? Report back to us and let us know, and that way we can evaluate the policy. So it's not our prerogative to collect the data, it's to ask the agency to provide.
But in that case, we
for us.
applied it. We had some point system, right? That
We did, and we
that we
had to
cooked up
create,
and-
and that's the thing, we had to
and it
use
was- yeah.
the ESSA and the data that was being collected there because there was no EQS data.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Period.
That's- yeah.
And that's why it took months, something that may have seemed like a simple task, it took longer.
Seems so long
Oliver and
ago.
then John?
So I think, we're obviously, and I know you weren't intending to solve this in 45 minutes.
Right. Start the conversation.
But start the conversation, and I think this would be a really good topic for our annual retreat. I know it sounds like it's a little ways off, but to really, this is going to require a good amount of thinking, and, I'm just starting to think about how, we structure this, and I sort of agree with you, Krista, that we do need to look at both. We need to be thinking big picture. I want to think about big picture, but we also have to be grounded in the reality that unless there's a change in statute, we do have a statutory obligation. So it's almost like, I'm trying to think of a rubric that, some sort of a matrix that we could look at and say, okay, well, here are our obligations under statute on one axis, and then another axis would be, what's our capacity and how does it align with our vision for where we want to go? There are a number of ways that we can look at this, but there's no way we get it done in, any less than a day or two.
Right, and no, and this is not supposed to be solving the problem in half an hour, but at least having the conversation, because we haven't talked as a group about these topics yet. John?
I'd like to, my approach on this kind of thing always is that if we want to do something new and big and important, we have to sign up for not doing something, right? You just gotta clear some stuff off your plate. And we've talked about some of those things. I'm pounding about independent school reviews. I would just put it out there that I think we ought to think about getting out of the rulemaking business. I would posit that the rulemaking business is an artifact of the day when we were the board of directors of the agency. Agencies make their own rules all the time in this state. You don't think, think about the Agency of Human Services. They make their own rules. Every agency makes their own rules. There's nothing about education that's so unique that you can't visualize that the agency ought to make its own rules, and we ought to get out of the business. It's a vestige from another time. Imagine how much time that would free up for us. And do we add value to the rulemaking process? Well, if we do, then it means all the other agencies are missing out on that kind of value. And I rather doubt that we do make such a definitive difference. in rulemaking. So I'm not asking for a decision about this, but I'm just trying to get us to think, take a look at everything we spend our time on and say, do we really bring value to that? Or could that be not done at all? Or could the agency take that on?
I think we definitely need to look at that. And I spent some time over the past week or 2 weeks going through all of the rules. And I sent Dan a note with some, I like rules, so I went through.
Poppy kettle.
Yeah. I reviewed every single rule series up on the website, and there are a number of these rule series, and I've identified a bunch that I've gone, Dan, I don't know what they do. I honestly don't know what they do or what purpose they serve. Some of them don't even have a date on them. They're so, and that's not a function because somebody forgot it. It's because they're that old that there's no date on the rule. There was one about a school calendar. I mean, just some interesting, I'll leave it at that, some interesting things out there. But some of these things they're so technical. And what's different about this board, we do have some educators on this board, but if you think about many other sort of professional boards, you take there's a board that deals with licensing of professional engineers, and they make rules around that sort of licensure process. And the people who are on that board are all engineers. They have that expertise. And so we're very different than a lot of those other boards that are involved in the nuts and bolts of the rulemaking process. So it's an interesting, I'm not saying that that's what we should do, but I think it's worth having that conversation.
John?
Just one quick, I think you talked earlier about, we keep getting dragged into the minutia of processes.
We're being directed to.
Yes. And I think when I look at the agendas, like this one, we sort of have these, and I'm not saying we should do this, but it would be nice if we could dedicate not more than half the meeting to those things, like, I'd look here at F, D, not the consent agenda, but all the stuff that we did earlier in this meeting are sort of these administrative, smaller things. If we can't get rid of them, we should limit the amount of time that we spend on those items and actually dedicate and actually organize the agenda so that there's parts that are clearly, like the discussion we're having right now, that are marked as such, that they're big policy, vision, long-range pieces, so that we don't, because I think any board can get you might have, like the board that I work with, we have a big agenda item on the agenda, and it gets waylaid by a discussion about liquor licenses that really, they all get approved in the end. And I think that right now we spend a lot of time on the liquor licenses or these smaller items here. And I think if we could actually carve out some time and actually mark them out or even color code them or something, but somehow identify that we're going to set aside some us time to deal with the topics that we think are important.
And that's what, honestly, trying to create this, it was looking at since June, taking all the things that we'd pushed off. And
We've done nothing.
Right, and that was my idea, is to put in the morning to get all that stuff done that we needed to get done that had been not addressed since June. And then how do we then leave time to have discussion with the secretary about vision and discussion with our own selves about what do we want to do moving forward. So I was trying to accomplish that within just this. There were a lot of administrative things to go through, and maybe even to the earlier point that was made about independent schools, that we keep having similar conversations where it comes down to the process that the agency was going through makes it slower for us. But I think we've addressed that talking with the secretary, and we know that change is going to be coming, that for another 6 months we will see some of these cases, but that we need to address some of those processes and systems issues.
We're definitely spending a lot of time working on other people's priorities.
Yeah.
Do you have a listing of all the state board responsibilities in law?
We do. I know that I don't have it with me, but there's a comprehensive study that Donna did when the board was divorced from the commissioner, I mean, a comprehensive, like everything in statute that the new law was gonna affect. And, you know, I was thinking to your earlier conversation, you know, there's a perspective that you can have on rulemaking, right? You can either not adopt rules and just go with what your statutory mandates are, and anything that's reasonably required to implement that, you know, you don't need a rule for it. It's just you, whatever's required for you to reasonably implement whatever your statutory requirements are, or you can have rules that kind of flesh that out for the users, right? So the board's two things is you are a rulemaking body, but you also have enumerated responsibilities in statute. So that can stand alone. So I know that part of the conversation was to talk about the Rule 1200 responsibilities. You could repeal all of that and just go with what you're told to do in statute. I mean, from that would flow some processes and procedures to enable people to access those things that, you know, for people that want to come before the board, where you have a statutory obligation to receive them. But you also have this other role as a rulemaking body, right, to implement the policy that you have determined to be for the state of, for education in the state of Vermont. So there is a comprehensive spreadsheet to answer your question. I don't have it with me, but Donna did that huge analysis when she was over at Ledge Counsel's office, when the two were separated.
You see that?
Yeah,
And so there hasn't been a comprehensive reform of, you know, Title 16 since that happened, which is why you have this hodgepodge piecemeal way that some appeals go to the secretary that sound a lot like the things that come before the board, like that tuition appeal. That's a very odd thing to come before this body. And things like that were never resolved. So there was never a comprehensive review. It was just the separation of these two entities, and it was anywhere but clear and clean. And so what we're having now is some of the legacy that came of that. So in discussing as a board what you want to do, one of the things you may want to do is try to go towards a revision from the top, not reactive, which is we want to separate the commissioner from the board and just kind of tear it apart and do a piecemeal, as opposed to a vision for this is how education should be implemented in Vermont. We have a policymaking board, that's the state board, and then we have the action agency over here that kind of implements that, but is also informed by the governor's policy. So there was never that overarching division of labor, and the way we have it now and why it's clunky is because it was just like piecemeal divided without like a overarching guiding vision. So if you were going to implement something to try and fix that, if you wanted to have that conversation with the legislature, I think that would be beneficial for both the agency and the state of Vermont and the board, because that was never done.
Yeah.
So, under the heading of, you know, stop doing things, you know, one thing, and this gets to the annual report to the legislature, I would certainly put that in the category of, you know, and having been, and for those of you who are in the legislature, we all know how many reports you get, and the dirty little secret is most legislators don't read them. And so I just have some, you know, concerns about our capacity as a board, and, you know, going through all these rules that have not been up. We clearly don't have capacity to maintain the rules that we already have. I'm concerned about our capacity to be, you know, writing this report, and here we are, you know, a month before the legislative session. The reality is we're not going to be able to have a meaningful report, but that begs the question, you know, is there any real value to it? So I think perhaps our report to the legislature should be, first of all, do you want a report going forward? And then secondly, sort of tee up with them the idea that we're having this conversation, and I, you know, and I would echo all the points that Claire, I think Claire did a good job of sort of summarizing the discussion that we're having here. Tee that up in our report to basically say, hey, listen, we did all this with Act 46. You know, here's our report as an addendum. You can read it if you want. And now we're sort of focusing on this big picture about, you know, who we are and our role versus the agency. And we're going to be discussing this at our retreat if we decide to do that. And expect that we're going to come back to you in a year. But at least signal to them that there is this clunkiness that we need to resolve.
And one of the other things we did talk about, even at our retreat, was June. Is that the appropriate time for a retreat? And this goes into fact, I know that the conversations before you got there was a lot of data is going to be dropping in December. So that's what they talked about. So with the ESSA, that we should have a dashboard on.
It'll be delayed.
It's going to
not
be
gonna
delayed.
December, yeah.
But in the future, it should be
Right.
in December.
Yep.
That is June the appropriate time. That was one thing we had talked about for having a retreat. Is it better to do it at the end of the school year, or is it better to have it when it's a data-rich environment right before the legislative session, so that way you can have these big conversations? And is that a more appropriate way? So again, that goes to how we're working. Stacy? And then
Just thinking about this board pre-46, I think one of the things we used to do, we served a little more of that convener role when there was a topic we knew we wanted to talk about, like food insecurity. We're like, okay, so how about in February, we'll invite Hunger Free Vermont, we'll invite, or whatever. We had Let's Grow Kids come and talk when Act 166 was coming up. So that was another way to make sure we cleared room on the agenda. It wasn't just all sorts of different folks coming in. I think especially with all of our different spheres of influence, we have experts that we know in different areas that we could say, if there is a topic we want to learn more about, come and let's have a panel. I feel like that's something that you had done some of, Stephen did for us too. I think that would be a good way to carve out that time in our schedule.
But how does, so we could convene a conversation like that, but what do we, what do we do
No,
then?
it's what's the big picture.
Yeah.
And I think that's where the agenda setting is
Yeah.
thinking about not just picking special topics, but having a vision and what are the things that we need to understand and be able to do to help advise, make good policy.
It would have to be, connected to, but if we thought that one of our major equity issues was kids coming to school not ready to learn, and we wanted to create policy to support kids being ready to learn, that means that they, wherever that gets into health or those other pieces. So we could support policy. I think that's something we used to do before 46.
So where I'm struggling here is we, as we're thinking about, wanting to do sort of big picture visioning and not get in the weeds, yet we have a governor, and through his secretary, part of their mission is to set the vision and the direction for education in the state of Vermont. And then we have the legislature. We have a Senate committee and a House committee on education. That's all they do, is they focus on big picture policy. So, how does our role sort of intersect with those? That's where I'm struggling a little bit.
The law says clear, it says that we advise the legislature and the governor for all the good that does.
Yes.
Well, maybe I can take an attempt at that. I'm probably the only one that didn't apply to get on this board. I had no idea what the State Board of Education was.
I didn't apply.
Oh, you didn't apply?
Nope.
Okay, good. And when I was asked, I thought the person from the governor's office was asking me to be on the Vermont School Board Association. And she had to clear that up for me. And, you're right, and the only other time we had come to this board is when we asked, well, there was a career center thing, and then we had the whole SU thing as well. And to be quite honest, I remembered it as kind of like going in front of God, and there was a bunch of guys like these two guys sitting around the table and a few women. And then I was surprised to learn that we did, as we got involved with our business here, there was a lot of stuff that it just didn't make a lot of sense. So I'm buying into 85–90% of everything that's being said. One of the things that I think is the beauty about the creation of this board is I understand we have to be aware of politics, and we're appointed by somebody that's deep into politics, the governor, and but we're not held to getting reelected or reappointed, and I think that's the beauty behind this board, is so that, certain ideas may come and go in waves and fads or whatever may happen in the political scene, and we've seen that happen in our country and our state. And this board is kind of the rock or the rudder that can hold you through the storms, or it can drive you right to where you want to go. And so I think that's important to hold on to.
No one else has a 6-year term in the state.
That's right, and 6 years is a long time. And, and one of the things that I can say about everybody that sat around the table from the very beginning for me is that I really respect the opinions and what people have brought to it, and having the different perspectives of the students coming as well. And we've had a wide array of students coming from different things. And I'm excited about this conversation that we're having, because I've always felt like we're into the kind of the minutia too much. We're a little bit into the weeds, but we're kind of a check and balance.
Oversight is kind of,
Yeah, I just know John's been waiting patiently.
You were talking about the strategic meeting and when it should be and all that. I would propose to you that the strategic meeting is another artifact of the way we've been living our lives. It's sort of like if you drink too much, you go do a dry out once a year. Well, maybe don't drink so much. And what I'm getting at is every meeting should be a strategic meeting. We are to be a strategic policy group. The comment was made, well, then there's the legislature. The legislature actually does not take a long-term view of education in Vermont. Fair enough. They tend to take a biennial view, and they tend to address issues that have bubbled to the top and, in the legislature's mind, require action. That's not a long-term view at all. The governor maybe does, maybe doesn't, but for the governor, education is just one of about a dozen major policy challenges. For us, education is the only policy challenge, and we ought to be the ones who are thinking 10 years out. And we don't get to set the agenda, but we do, by building consensus around the state, we do get to shape the state's kind of collective consciousness about where education needs to go. And the legislature, and governors will run on that, and legislators will act on it over time. So I guess what I'm suggesting, I mean, my personal vision is that every meeting we have is a morning or an afternoon or even an evening in some different community in the state, that we do a road show for 12 months and posit a proposition. This is how good education is here in Vermont today, by whatever measures you want to adopt. Is it good enough? And if it's not, what should we do to make it good enough? And pose that question to everybody in every corner of the state and have a conversation. And I know it'll go willy-nilly, it'll be all kinds of threads, and everybody will have lots of ideas, but if we facilitate that conversation slowly over time, there will emerge some notion, some consensus vision of where we need to go, what's good about what we got, and what needs to be a lot better. And I think when we have that discussion in every corner of the state, then every legislator knows what that conversation has been. And so all I'm getting at is strategic retreats have been ways to get away from all the busyness. I think if we are effective at limiting the busyness in the ways that some people are talking about, the minutiae, and dedicate a half of every meeting, and by the way, I would make it mornings, you know, there's that expression about you've got a bunch of stones and rocks to put in a barrel. You don't start with the little ones. You start with the big ones, and then you let the little ones fill around it. Otherwise, it doesn't work. And it's the same with life. And I think our board should be saying, what's the most important thing we do? It's the strategic visioning. That's how we'll spend our mornings. Whatever time's left over, we'll spend tending to details. So it's just a totally upside-down way of thinking and operating.
Yeah, Peter.
Just a comment. I can't remember. What was the number of the bill that gave the authority to the governor to appoint the secretary? What was that bill number, or that any act number? Anyway, I can't. But I was certainly in the House Ed Committee. It was a very contentious issue. In hindsight, I think the state board has improved in terms of its effectiveness, and I think the agency has improved by virtue of being brought into the cabinet. Education has become a very critical issue, and I think it's getting its due recognition statewide. And I mean, there was a time when the state board was kind of a placeholder. People got appointed. You know, there was at one point where failed
candidates for office got put on the board after they got defeated.
Is that punishment?
It was sort of a door prize, I guess, but, I mean, I think we've all risen to our challenge, and I think we're doing a better job of it. And how we work it out, I think it's going to come in time, but I think we are working it out. I think just by virtue of how we're talking right now, we're working it out.
How many pages of rules do we have if we were going to stack them up?
Oliver, you've done the recent count. How many?
I haven't added up the page numbers, but it's,
How many pounds?
it's a lot. And to be honest, it's,
Yeah.
it's,
How thick, Bill?
150 pages, 200.
Okay, that's what, I was going to guess 200, okay.
but it's, but when you start going through these rules, and you'll see this with the 1200, is just, that's just the, and if you think that's bad, then you go to 20, is it 2400, the one that governs the agency?
Oh, no, it's,
It's 1,200.
No, 1200
11.
is the board, and then there's one that
isn't it
governs the
1100
agency.
that,
Oh, maybe it is 1100.
Yeah.
I forgot the numbers, but
Yeah.
anyway. I mean, it's appalling. I mean, it really is, because these things, they haven't been updated. In some cases, we as a board or the agency is not in compliance with the rules. So it begs the question, I think that's where Claire was going, why have the rules in place if you can't commit the effort to maintain them, or at the very least, attempt to adhere to them?
Or read them.
and I guess that's where.
Good segue into.
House cleaning.
House cleaning, exactly, is looking at the rules itself. And so is that something, I know Oliver and Bill, did you want to talk about that item K that you put together?
Yes, and I'm trying to find it on the website here.
Just so to give people,
I thought we had it on, do you not have it on the website?
Oliver took the first whack at
Yeah.
it, it's in your packet. And,
Yeah.
I commend his philosophy of deleting and cutting superfluous stuff. And so
Yeah.
the copy you have has both of our comments in it, and Oliver he did most of it.
Yeah, so let me, if I can just walk through, sorry, I don't, I'm trying to find the electronic copy now. Yeah, thanks, if you don't mind, yeah. So what I did as a structure here is, so the Rule 1200 series, and this came up because 1200 governs the State Board of Ed, sort of its overall governance and how it operates. And this came up because questions around, when we need to have the agenda sent out to members and posted and things like that. So, you go to the rules, and what do the rules say? And Bill and I actually had independently been looking at these 1200 rules, and both came to the conclusion that we had some real deficiencies here. So they haven't been updated since, I think, 1996, if memory serves. So what I took a first stab, I put together this matrix that's in front of you. I sent it over to Bill, he looked at it as well, and essentially what I did was I went through every subsection of 1200, with one exception, which I'll talk about. I put in what the current language is, and then I put in a proposal for new language, or if there was no change, and then the third column, or the fourth column, was identifying the rationale for that change. So I'm just going to skim through these pretty quickly, and just a common theme I just thought was really odd, and this, it's not unique to these rules, it's in other rules as well, is there's like a rule that just cites a statute, which is a complete waste of paper, and it also just creates a lot of administrative overhead, because then, as soon as there's a change in statute, you have to go back and change the rule to reference the new statute. So you're just automatically creating unnecessary work. So,
and just before you go through this
Yeah.
too, I think one of the challenges of trying to, this last phase, was these rules didn't envision meeting every 2 weeks.
right.
I mean, it was inflexible about how to change, and so that became very difficult how to work with, and how do you get agendas out and how to get the meetings out when to meet the requirements of what was being asked of us, we were meeting every 2 weeks, which was not envisioned at all through this process. Yeah.
So an example here is Rule 1211 governs membership, but then it says see 16 VSA 161. So why have that in there? Just delete it. It's in statute, and all the rule does is reference statute. So there's a whole series of these where the rule does nothing more than reference statute. So all of those, I'm proposing, and Bill agrees, just delete all of those. There's no need for them. So one of the, and this gets to Chris's point, 1221 talks about the schedule, and what it's really confusing. It says regular meetings of the state board are scheduled on the third Monday and or Tuesday of each month to the extent practicable.
One of our favorite words.
So first of all, the first problem with this is that the rule actually does not conform to statute. So statute actually is really clear and directs the chair of the board to schedule meetings. That's in 16 VSA 163. So we actually have a rule that that is in conflict with statute. So the rule itself is invalid. So that one is really simple. Delete it. The agenda, this is another one. So there's really, there's a couple of little, things just to clarify kind of how we think this should go. Let's see.
Just about
Yep.
1223?
Yep.
I see where you're going with that, and I'm really glad that you're seeking to make it clear that it's the chair and not
Yes,
the secretary
exactly.
who
Yeah,
writes
so-
the agenda.
thank you, yes. So this-
But I think you could improve your language. I think if the first sentence began, "The chair shall prepare the agenda."
Yeah.
Right.
And then the typing of it can happen by somebody else, okay?
Right, exactly,
So let's get that real clear. Let's not start with the secretary. I would just rather that it be the chair prepares the agenda, and it's not like the chair needs to approve it. She's going to write it.
Right, exactly. And this is, again, this is one of these vestiges of the old structure where it was the commissioner sort of working for the board.
Is there any statutory language that influences this?
No. So we're,
The other point, you don't have statutory authority to direct the secretary or the
Right.
agency, so
Ah.
you've directed me to distribute your minutes.
that,
and
right?
take
Yeah.
that.
Good point.
You're super, you don't have authority to do that, so.
So,
I mean,
Take
we're willing to
that.
take it on, but,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
just the
Agency
point of-
staff shall,
So-
board
Shall,
staff, board
yeah,
staff
yeah,
shall.
yeah.
so one thing that
The board shall cause the minutes to be.
So one thing on sort of a process issue that is not in rules that we may or may not want to address in rules, and I didn't, I forgot to include it in here, so I want to highlight it now. And that is, it's not actually a number, it's not addressed in rules. But where we may want a rule is around committee assignments and membership. So our practice actually does not conform with rules, and I'll come to that. So our practice has been, and I think it's actually the appropriate practice, it's just not spelled out in rules, is that the chair appoints members to committees. But our rules are silent on that, except that we state that Robert's Rules of Order govern where we need further clarification. And when you go to Robert's Rules, and I forgot to bring my copy with me, it's actually very clear that unless there's some rule otherwise, any committee, the formation of committees and the assignments of people to those committees has to be handled by the entire body, cannot be handled by the chair. So our practice has been that the chair does that, and I recommend that we continue with that practice, but if we do, we need to put that in rule.
And that came up because I got conflicting advice on what to do, and then I think the last couple of committees, we had the whole group vote on it because of that deferring back to Robert's rules.
Right.
And that was not the practice of the previous chair. So it was,
Yeah.
it was, that could use some clarification, because
Yeah.
I think moving forward, we're going to need committees. And that's one of the things is, as we're doing work in committees and then coming together as a whole, we've been going through a process where we really all needed to be together to really dive through 46, but now we're gonna probably need to do more committee work.
Just a general thing about designating the agency to do things. As Dan says, we have no authority to direct that.
Yep.
Would it not be possible to finesse this a little bit by referring to board staff? That, for example, taking the agenda shall be prepared and distributed by board staff. As similarly about minutes and so forth.
Yep.
Just to get out of this sort of fallacy of thinking we can direct the agency, number one. And number two, to maybe start to think of greater separateness and independence, autonomy for the board. And there could be a side agreement that until we have staff, by consent with the secretary, there's an agreement that they will furnish staff to us. But maybe when we grow up, we could have our own staff and the language in our rules wouldn't need to change. I guess, I don't know exactly how to make this work, but I would love to start to get to the idea that we turn to board staff.
I think you should, and it's in law that we're to have our own staff.
Well, then, all the more reason than to be able to say that.
Let's table the conversation around staff. I'm going to keep moving on through here. So, minutes, 1224, just tightened up the language a little bit. Special meetings, delete that section because that's covered under statute. Rules of practice, I'm going to come back to this one. This is a bit much bigger conversation. There's a section here, 1240, around exceptions to rules. So basically says that, where the law permits and where it's in the interest of the public to do so, we can take something out of rules. That probably requires more of a discussion. I attempted to tighten up the language a little bit there. Then 1250, 1251, 1252, it's all sort of in kind of in a similar vein, and there's some sort of noble attempts to address things around, discrimination, et cetera. But the reality is that it's covered under statute and actually in a more comprehensive way. So I don't mean to imply that, we don't care about these things. It's just, these are statements of policy that are more appropriate for statute, and thankfully they are addressed under statute, and they're actually more comprehensive than what we have in these rules. So there's really no purpose.
Why don't we just list?
We don't even need to. That's the point. We just.
Was was statute passed after this? That's what
I'm
just wondering
they've been
if that's why it was
amended.
there.
They've been amended several times since these rules
Right.
have come into place. Which again, rules are intended to provide clear. Going back to rocks and boulders and pebbles. Statutes are sort of the big boulders, and then rules are designed to be the kind of the gravel that fills in around the boulders. So just sort of restating something that's already in statute, it doesn't do anything other than create administrative overhead. So
It would be federal statutes that would probably apply.
no, they're actually state. So I actually
But also, I think it would be
there's federal ones as well, but I actually identified all of the state statutes that address these topics in far more detail. And then some, like 1251 is actually addressed in the special education rules, which we're going to be updating as well. 1252, I don't know where this should be addressed, but so this 1252 deals with instruction for homebound and hospitalized students.
Yeah, it shouldn't be here.
I'm not sure it's special ed because it's,
Hospitalized.
it's very
Doesn't mean
specific
special ed.
hospital, homebound due to some illness or hospital, so it's not necessarily a special ed issue. It's probably more of a 504 issue, but it doesn't belong in 1200. And then 1253 deals with hearings under 504, section 504. This, I think, should be addressed more appropriately in the special ed rules, which also address 504 things as well as special ed. And then there's this waiver process, which again is pretty similar to this other section. So anyway, so these are the ones where there are some pretty concrete updates that we can make. But I do want to go back to this 1230 through 1236, which govern rules of practice. And this really starts getting into there was language where, the board and the agency were being sort of, used interchangeably, and a lot of these things I'm not really sure that we want to be doing. And I don't know if Claire, is this the section set of sections you were referencing earlier?
The one where it's been superseded by law?
I don't know if it has or not. It's 1230 through 1236 rules of practice.
Yeah, that's where there's a drop-down chart.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of that has been superseded by statute.
Okay.
Some of the annotations in that table have actually been repealed in statute.
Okay.
The board wouldn't have that authority anyway.
So-
But again, it's just something that really either repeal it outright and start over, or, at least have it conform to the current statute, right? So that it tracks which is my reference earlier to, you've got enumerated duties in statute. And if there are things that are no longer there, but still in these rules, they've been superseded, it's probably time for a cleanup or a repeal. Either way.
And I'm not sure, has the board ever dealt with anything?
In that table?
Yeah.
Some things, like for example, one of the legacy things that's repealed in your duties is the licensing appeals.
Right.
However, when the licensing standards of conduct was revised, an educator that's license is removed or impacted by the agency, they do still have a right of appeal to this board. So while under your statutory duties, that line was taken out, it was put back in another section of statute. So you do have a function to take an appeal from an educator's license that's been suspended by the agency, but it was taken out of your duties in 164. So, and that's just one area where there is still a function for the board. It's just not in your enumerated duties, and it's a place where the rules are in conflict with both.
But so these types of things, they're so rare that any of these things would ever come to us. Is there really any point to having really specific rules, or can we safely just rely upon APA and what's in statute to guide us if one of those things landed in our lap?
Probably, but that's an off the
Okay.
kind of a shoot from the hip, and I want to be very careful when I talk about that.
Yeah. So that's why I put this 1230 through 1236. It's a bit of a hornet's nest and requires further discussion. But if we could get away with just repealing it and relying on what's in statute, it would help simplify this rule series. Yeah.
So I just want to bring us back a little bit. So we've looked big picture and in the weeds, right? So this idea that we're looking at how do we operate ourselves as a board, and then also trying to think about big picture, where are we going? And I'm just looking towards our next agenda. And I've been taking notes and trying to piece some things together. I feel like I need to sit back and really piece this together. But when we're looking at the agenda for our next meeting, and to see how many, as you say, the little stones that we have, would people prefer that to be in the afternoon, and then looking at more vision planning in the morning? Is that, do people to like the idea? I also, just looking at what Secretary French had recommended too, the EQS check-in, are people, because that is something under our immediate purview, and is that something people are willing to do a check-in and maybe ask the agency if, for EQS, what is there as a measurement? What could they tell us about information? How is it going, implementation? We haven't talked about education quality reviews, which are supposed to be measuring that, and what the status of those are and what's going on. So anything else for next meeting in the immediate that people want to see or want to not see?
Well, we'll have to talk about legislative agenda.
Right.
Yeah, that was on this agenda.
And I guess from what I'm hearing, let's see, I'm just looking at my notes, and it's maybe even a little contradictory, but in a report to the legislature, it's really looking at, what I see here is we have a role of the board, in that that we're really going to maybe, I think maybe it was Oliver talked about studying, looking at the role of the board moving forward and looking forward to working with the legislature in the future. At the same time, what I'm hearing from multiple people on this board and also from the secretary is that we need to be mindful of what we've been asked the field to do at this point. And this year is really not a time to be introducing, and maybe even to doing what we're doing ourselves, is to really dig deep into these ideas of sort of technical, looking at what is there and getting a grasp before moving on to the next big initiative. Stacy, do you want?
Well, I'm just saying, any one of those things, whether it's EQS or, especially if we're in schools, it'd be nice to ask people in that schools to speak to how they are, just like a little snapshot, how they are addressing EQS or, or issues of equity or whatever the agenda item is. I feel like and I think that happened today with the superintendent coming right off 46, talking about the direct impact, so that would be.
I mean, I found that very helpful as we've been moving around the state and talking about 46 is hearing from local communities. And that goes to John's point about making sure that we're getting around to different parts of the state and getting input from them. But on the same vein is we need to be very strategic on what are the topics that we're looking at, that we're asking for. And going back is that equity and excellence, and really at our next meeting, coming up with that vision so we know what we're asking of people as we move around and of the state, and what is it that we want to gather for information, and what is it that we want to do with that information. So we're still, I'd say, in the storming phase, right, of figuring out, as to use John's phase, what do we see the vision for the board? And so I think we're still in that phase at this point, yeah.
A couple of things about the agenda. I wonder if the agenda for the afternoon could be to take 2 or 3 of the sort of 5 preoccupations of the agency that Dan described, 177.
Yep.
And the others, and sort of get ourselves starting to get up to speed on what will be expected of us, what's at issue there, school quality standards, at 166, what, if anything, we need to know about that. In other words, Dan has identified sort of major tactical challenges that he's got to be grappling with and overseeing over the next 2, 3, 4 years. We ought to be sort of mindful of those things. Those things seem to me way more important than spending any time on independent schools approvals or any of that sort of stuff. And then the other part would be to have a discussion of, okay, so what is this big picture thing? What might it look like? And I'd be willing to take a first pass at writing something sort of like, what might a convening, visiting around the state thing look like? Sort of, I imagine you need to start with sort of a position paper with some people, for people to react to. You got to pose some questions. You can't just come in and say, tell us what you think. As far as the report to the General Assembly is concerned, I have last year's report here. And, what we did was we sort of, we reviewed with the legislature how this board does its work. What are the tools that are at our disposal? Articulating priorities, evaluating legislative proposals, and so on. Then we did a look back on 2017, which was this would be a look back on 2018, what we grappled with. And this is where you could talk about Act 46, and you could talk about small schools and 2 or 3 other things. And then we did a look ahead, and we gave them sort of an early look at our strategic
Vision.
Values.
Yeah.
And I just simply itemized equity, excellence, and efficiency and what they mean. Frankly, we don't have very much new to say on that subject.
Right,
because we haven't done much about it.
Right.
But it'll do no harm to say it again, I think, and or dress it up a little bit. But I don't think it's real hard to write a report to the General Assembly. We have, I think, actually 2 weeks before it's due, because it's sort of good form to have it there in the first week.
So to Oliver's point, keeping it to 1 page this year, do you think that would be appropriate for everybody?
Yes.
I mean, in light that we have a detailed report we've given them with 6 months of our work.
Right.
I mean, that's what we've given them.
We don't need to rehash that.
Right, that's the
Appendix A.
Right, no, I mean, that's the report. So just maybe a one-page summary.
Yep.
And I guess at this point, do we want to wait to have it at our next meeting to vote it out? Or would people want to have me as chair just write, I mean, that's where.
I'm happy for you as a chair. I do want, and I'm curious what the consensus of the board is, I do think we should ask the question, because this is a problem in the legislature, that there's just so many reports that go unread. We should ask whether they want to continue to receive a report.
Well, can we make that part of our general visit with them, which is bound to happen when we say,
Yes.
can we stop doing this, can we stop doing that, can we stop doing that? Can we change the statute to permit that? Because the general report's required by statute.
Oh, no,
So
we definitely need to produce the
I just
report. I'm
think-
just thinking it would be, as part of that one page, throw the question in there, put it in writing.
Is anybody out there?
Well, the only time, they see that is when we bring it in. They're not gonna read it unless, we present it to them, we talk about it, and that's it. I would doubt they'd read it unless we were there to give it to them and talk about it.
I'll be willing to take a pass, basically just reinventing and shortening this, if you like, and send it to you.
Okay.
And then you can
Okay.
clean it up and send it around, and if people saw it before the meeting, we could adopt it at the next meeting.
Yeah. Okay. So next meeting, Stacy, do you want to talk about where we're going to be?
Sure, we're gonna go to the Integrated Arts Academy at H.O. Wheeler School. It's in the heart of Burlington's Old North End, and it's one of Vermont's 2 magnet schools. I think in the questions of equity, it's a great thing to go see because the city took a school, or the community took a school that had almost a 90% free and reduced lunch population, and then through this process of magnet schools, I think the numbers are almost now 60-40. And at least last time I saw IAA is almost exactly 50% kids of color and 50% Caucasian kids. It's a really interesting school. So I'm hoping just being in the building will be exciting, and maybe people will get to talk to us about, I don't know, what the magnet school is like, or arts integration, or how they're meeting EQS or something like that.
High energy, high energy.
I hope we get to see it, yeah.
Great.
So, yeah.
All
So
right. And
I will send you some notes about parking. Parking will be an issue. We're either going to need to all park in my driveway and then jump in 3 or 4 cars. I'll see if, I don't know, parking is an ongoing issue in that part of town anyway, so we'll just brace yourselves. I'll figure it out.
Okay. So is there a motion?
Before we didn't actually take any action on these rules, do we want to initiate the rulemaking process on 1200 or defer?
So my question is, in the past, people have liked to have a meeting to absorb and vote
Okay,
next
got it.
meeting. Is that, I put it on as a vote just in case.
Okay, that's what I
But
was
like just
wondering.
to
Yep. No,
absorb and come back and, yeah, no,
And I don't know, I did ask Dan, because I sent Dan a list of these ones that I think that, I'd really like to see if we could just repeal a whole bunch of rules. So I sent a list to Dan of not individual rules, but entire series that I think can just go away. And that may be wishful thinking. I did ask Dan to provide, some research on that, so.
I love the KISS approach that you're taking with all this.
I mean, if nobody's looking at reading them or updating them, why do we have them?
Yes, keep it simple.
yeah.
Move for adjournment?
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
By Oliver. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes have it.